where Mr. Furman surprised you with that language to any period of the year that would help us determine which of her vacations it might have been?
I tried to by the weather, but the weather is all the same in California, and I really think it's more toward the summertime, or maybe Easter vacation and then summer vacation, because I seem to have been speaking to Andrea quite a bit throughout this period of time, and she really wasn't home for any long period of time except for the summer.
How long had you known Andrea Terry?
I've known her for many years. She went to my high school, and we weren't close friends until a couple of years after high school.
In Brigham Young University, where she was there attending, where's that located?
In Utah.
Is she a resident or a native of Utah or of California, if you know?
I believe she was born in California.
And as I understand it, you had talked to her several times in this general time frame?
Yes.
And would you talk to her when she was at college on a regular basis, or only when she was home?
Not very often at college, only when she was home.
Can you tell us how much time transpired between the moment that you first noticed Mark Furman talking to the Marines but did not intervene until you introduced yourself to him?
At least a week, probably. No more than 3 weeks.
Okay. Did you see Mark Furman again?
After the second
first encounter?
After the first encounter, yes.
I'm trying to distinguish seeing him
Okay.
from encountering him where you interact or have a conversation.
Right.
Okay. Now, time number 3
Yes.
is the second encounter, is that correct?
Yes.
Will you have some talk together?
I didn't really speak to him.
Okay.
We kind of exchanged glances.
Where did you see him on this third occasion?
At Hennessy's Tavern on Catalina Avenue in Redondo Beach.
Was this an establishment with which you were familiar?
Somewhat, yes.
Had you been there before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Had you any prearrangement, to your knowledge, either you or Andrea Terry, to meet Mark Furman at Hennessy's that day?
Oh, no. No prior arrangement.
Are you able to differentiate these meetings as between 85 and 86? You have said that it occurred in one year or the other. What would be your best recollection?
Probably 86.
In either the spring or summer?
Probably the summer.
Okay. But in any event, you saw him in the Marine Corps recruiting station on more than one occasion during this period?
Yes.
All right. Now, tell me the circumstances of your meeting in Hennessy's Tavern. Who were you with?
I was with Andrea.
And what was the purpose or occasion for you being with her? Anything special?
Nope, we just stopped.
Okay.
No
And why did
special
you go to
thing.
Hennessy's that day?
Just to, it's kind of like a local pub and almost like a Cheers or something like that. And we just wanted to visit with people.
Can you tell us the time of day?
I cannot.
When you arrived at Hennessy's, what did you do?
We just sat down and we just started talking. And usually there are a lot of people that we grew up with that visit there. And so we say hello to those people. And that's it. I remember where we were sitting and all of that.
Are you familiar with the floor layout at Hennessy's Tavern?
Yes.
And can you give the court and jury some brief description of what it looks like as you walk in the door?
You walk in Hennessy's and there are there's some tables on the left-hand side and the bar is on the left, and then on the right there are tables as well, and then kind of just one bar going through the middle. And Andrea and I were sitting facing the door.
Were you in a booth or at a table?
It's considered a booth. Yeah.
How many booths are in the bar?
Oh, I don't know. Probably a good guess would be about 10.
Okay. And what did you do after you sat down? Did
We
you order something?
just were talking, yes. I probably ordered cranberry juice with lime, and Andrea probably, I don't even know. We're not real drinkers, but
Did either of
sure
you
to
have
be
any
right,
alcoholic
yeah.
beverages that day?
Pardon me?
Did either of you order or consume any alcohol when you were in the bar?
I did not. I don't think Andrea did either.
Okay. And after you had been there for some period of time, did you notice someone you had seen before?
Yes,
Who was that?
Mark Furman.
Was he with anyone?
Yes, he was.
Can you describe the person that he was with?
Slightly. It It was a woman, and with sandy blonde hair.
And can you give any further description as to her height and weight and so forth?
No, I really can't. Probably about 5'7".
How was Mark Furman dressed on that occasion?
I don't remember.
How had he been dressed when you talked to him in the Marine recruiting station, if you recall?
I think at one time he was wearing sweats, and that's all I can remember.
Did you ever see him wearing a police uniform?
No.
Okay. How long had you been in Hennessy's when he sat down?
I don't recall.
And when he sat down, what, if anything, did you do or say?
He and this woman sat down facing us, and so I saw him immediately, and it was very uncomfortable. So I told Andrea that that is that man that I told her about, that I at first wanted to set her up with, and then I found out what he believed, and then I asked her if we could leave.
Did he show any signs of recognition while looking in your direction?
I don't know if he did at first, but as I left, he did.
Okay. And in what way did he indicate that he might have seen you before?
He just gave me kind of a nasty look.
Okay. Now, what happened after you said to Andrea that you felt uncomfortable and would like to leave the establishment?
She said, okay, and I thought that she was going with me, and we started walking toward the door. Mark Furman and this woman were sitting, as you walk into Hennessy's and you take your first right, he was sitting at a table to the right, and he was sitting facing us. So Andrea and I started walking toward the door, and when we were walking toward the door, we were walking toward Mark Furman and this woman, and she started kind of veering off toward his table, and I was kind of trying to catch her and telling her, don't, what are you doing, and she kind of had a grin on her face like she was going to go get his goat or something like that.
Uh-huh. And did you stay within earshot of the two?
No, I did not.
What did you do?
I went to the door. I'm not sure if I waited in my car or waited outside, but I know I left.
Can you recall hearing any conversation from either Andrea Terry, Mark Furman, or the lady that was with him that day?
I did not hear anything.
Can you tell us whether or not you saw her sit down as you walked out the door?
I thought she was standing facing them, but I think she was just standing facing them.
Okay. And how long was it before she rejoined you, wherever you were?
I don't think it was any more than 10 minutes, probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. And you stood either outside the bar or went and got in your automobile?
Right.
Is that correct? What kind of automobile were you driving at that time? Okay. Did you at any time have conversation with Mark Furman concerning astrology?
As embarrassing as it is, yes. When I met him,
Did you have a conversation with him?
briefly, yes.
When was this?
The second time I met him, I found out he was Aquarius.
All right. When astrology is relevant, what is important to know about a person before looking at their astrological signs?
I don't know. There is this book that I was given by someone to read, and it was talking about how people relate to each other, so I briefly read it, and I asked when his birthday was, and I remember thinking in my head that he was Aquarius.
What was his sign?
Aquarius?
Aquarius? What birth dates does that cover? What range?
Oh boy, let's see. I've got to think about this.
Let me put it a different
January.
way. Is February 5th within the range of Aquarius?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you have any talk with Mr. Furman about the significance of his astrological sign that you can remember?
Very briefly. I just,
Did that occur before the remarks were made in the Marine recruiting station?
about the black man with the white
About
woman.
his birth date?
I'm sorry, I didn't
I'm trying to
understand the
place the
question.
time that you learned
Right.
his birth date.
Okay.
When did that happen?
It happened when I started talking about my girlfriend Andrea.
Okay.
This was for the purpose to see if they were compatible.
Yes.
Next question.
After Andrea came out, without telling us what she said, did you have any conversation with her about what had transpired while you stepped out of Hennessy's and she was still inside at Furman's table.
Yes. I just asked actually, I didn't really even ask what was said. She just said, "Oh, God." Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't tell us what
All
she
right.
said. My only question is, did she tell you something
Yes,
about
she
the
did.
conversation? And what did you two do after that?
I don't recall. We probably just went home.
Did you ever see Mark Furman again?
I saw him driving in his car once, and I saw him on television.
Now, apart from the television, when you saw him driving in his car, do you have any recollection of what kind of vehicle he was driving?
I believe it was an International Scout, like a utility vehicle, and it was kind of a pea green and white.
All right. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether he owned that vehicle or was simply driving it?
I don't know, but I saw it in front of the Marine Recruiting Center, and I saw him driving it later, and I saw it parked in front of Hennessy's, and that prevented Andrew and I from going in. Andrew and me.
Did you ever personally see Mark Furman again?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, you have told us that your second seeing of Mark Furman and your first encounter was probably within 3 weeks of your first noticing him in the station, and you didn't stop.
Probably.
Can you relate the Hennessy's bar encounter to the one in the Marine Corps recruiting station in terms of time?
Probably, again, about 3 weeks or a month.
All right. And the occasion in which you simply saw him drive by and had no conversation with him, how much after Hennessy's bar might that have occurred?
I don't know, but again, Andrea was still in town.
What is the longest you would expect Andrea to be in town if she were on other than a summer vacation from Brigham Young?
She may have skipped a quarter, and I'm not even sure if they're on the quarter system there, but she may have skipped a quarter, and I'm not sure when that was, when that fell.
How did you learn Mark Furman's name? Did someone tell you the name, or did he tell you?
When I was introduced to him at the Marine Recruiting Center, I was introduced to him as Mark.
And who did the introduction?
I believe it was Ron Rohr.
As a result of the remarks that Mark Furman said to you on your first encounter, where he talked to you, did you do anything with respect to the LAPD that you can recall?
Yes,
What did you
I did. What did I do? I called the LAPD. I tried anyway, and it wasn't 911, but it was, I seem to recall Culver or Olympic, and I don't know if that means a street that, or a district, or I don't.
You remember how you got the number that you called to place this complaint?
I called, I think the operator, or 411.
And asked for whom, if you can remember?
I asked for the Los Angeles Police Department in Westwood because that's where he said that he worked at that time, and I don't think there was such a thing. And she was saying, well, I can give you Olympic or Culver or something like that.
Did you get a number and eventually call it?
I did.
Do you have any recollection of whom you may have spoken with?
I believe it was a woman, and I hate to be so vague, but I really don't recall. But I truly believe it was a woman.
And can you recall whether or not Mark Furman's name was used during your conversation with whatever woman you spoke to?
Well, I said that there's a police officer.
Oh, well,
I said that they have a police officer named Mark, and I told her that he had a racial problem and that I thought they should know. But I didn't have any other information about him, and I was afraid to ask the Marines his last name.
Why didn't you want to ask the Marines?
I didn't want to seem like I was trying to get information about him to get him into trouble because I was afraid of him.
Did you ever follow up on that call or go see anyone?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to do anything further by the woman at the other end of the police line?
No, not at all.
When was the next time you saw, either personally or on television, Mark Furman?
I did see him on television last year.
All right. Was that perhaps during the preliminary hearing?
Yes, it was.
Might it have been in July of '94?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And where were you when you noticed Mark Furman on the screen?
I was at home.
And what was he doing when you first noticed him?
He was sitting as a witness.
And was he testifying?
Yes, he was testifying.
Now, my understanding is that from the time you last saw him driving the Pea Green International Scout until you saw him on television, you had no direct encounters or indirect encounters with Mark Furman.
No.
Overruled.
You've indicated that you were afraid of him in a way. Can you explain why that is so?
I think that what he said was,
Sustained.
Can you describe his demeanor when he spoke the words using the N-word about the black race? How did his face appear?
Overruled.
he seemed disgusted.
Did you see any signs whatsoever of jocularity in his face, as if he were pulling your leg with these outrageous remarks?
No.
Overruled.
All right. When you saw Mark Furman on television, did you recognize him immediately?
Immediately.
And how did you recognize him?
I saw him, and it all came back, every bit of it.
All right. Well, you were remembering now what about the Mark Furman you had encountered back in 85 or 6?
I remember what he said.
All right. But you remember his facial appearance?
Oh, yes.
He was a handsome man, you said?
Yes.
And his height?
He was sitting again when I saw him, but I remember his face.
All right, excuse me, counsel and Ms. Bell. If you would you allow Mr. Bailey to complete asking you the question before you start to answer? Mr. Bailey, would you allow her to finish answering before
Yes,
you
sure.
start the next
I'm
question?
sorry.
Thank you.
What, if anything, did you do after seeing Mr. Furman testifying in the preliminary hearing in the Simpson case?
I called the news show that I first saw him on. That was the first thing that I did. I wasn't sure what to do, and I just know that I felt afraid again. I felt that same feeling that I felt in that Marine Recruiting Center when I saw him on television, and I thought that someone should know, and I didn't know what to do, so I called the news company, and I told some young person on the phone that what they just showed was true. There's something about this man that is
Sustained.
Don't tell us what you said, but can you
Okay.
identify the news program and why you called that program?
It was Channel 9, and I called because I saw him.
Now, Ms. Bell, when you say you saw him on the channel, do you mean on the witness stand in court or being interviewed outside of court?
On the witness stand, but I'm not certain if he was saying anything. I think that the news broadcaster was speaking over the film of him.
And what did you understand his role was, if any, in the case at that point?
Sustained.
What caused you to call the news media? Why did you think that was important? Channel 9.
Overruled.
I
Overruled.
I really didn't know what to do, and I thought that someone should know that it was something is wrong with this person, and something was said, and I was vacuuming kind of and cleaning at the time, and I didn't hear exactly what was said, but something about a racial issue, and so I thought that people should know that this person has a problem.
Without going into what was said, did you contact anyone at Channel 9?
Only this young man who answered the phone.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
Did you ever have any further contact with anyone at Channel 9?
A reporter later on,
And
But-
where did that occur?
much later on. I was walking out from my office where I work, and he kind of tracked me down in his news van.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you write a letter to Mr. Cochran?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether or not that letter has been displayed for this jury earlier in the case?
It has been displayed.
No, I'm simply asking if you know that's true or don't.
I'm not really sure. I don't think so.
Have you seen the letter recently?
I just saw it this morning.
Okay. And why did you write Mr. Cochran a letter?
Well,
Overruled.
I thought that I didn't want someone to be tried without all the information, and I thought that there might be some reason that they need to know that Mark Furman said these things to me.
Were you, without saying what was said, were you acting on the advice of anyone or on your own initiative
No.
when you wrote the letter?
On my own initiative.
Now, this letter was written at about what date, as you can best recall?
July 18th, I believe, or July 19th.
All right. Was this after the preliminary hearing was over, to your knowledge?
I don't know. I hadn't been watching the case. I'd listened to it on the radio on my way home, but I really wasn't watching it very much.
As a result of that letter, did somebody contact you?
Yes.
Can you give us the name of the person that contacted you?
Mr. Douglas?
Carl Douglas?
Yes.
All right. And without going into what was said, did you have some conversation with him?
Yes, I did.
Did you thereafter talk with anyone else affiliated with the defense of this case?
Yes.
Okay. And can you name that person?
Okay, I spoke with a Pat McKenna, but before that I spoke with a man, excuse me, I don't remember his name.
Could it have been Pavlik?
Yes, Mr.
William
Pavlik.
Pavlik?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak at length with either of these two defense investigators?
Not Mr. Pavlik I spoke to quite a bit.
Okay. And did you tell him essentially what was in the contents of your letter?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, can you tell us who this gentleman is right here?
That is my family's attorney and my attorney,
He's
Mr.
represented your
Daigneault.
family for some years now?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay.
And just for the record, counsel, do you want to identify? Counsel?
I'm sorry. He's identified out of the presence of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Taylor Daigneault, who practices in Redondo Beach.
Thank you, counsel.
At some point, did you contact Mr. Daigneault without going into anything that was said?
Yes.
Can you relate us in time to when that first occurred with respect to Mark Furman?
Oh, well,
With respect to seeing him on television.
With respect to your whole involvement in letting the defense know what he had done years before, when did you seek the advice of Mr. Daigneault on this point?
Yes.
Sorry.
Probably, gosh, let's see, I don't know when the reporters started finding me, but there is, after the Channel 9 reporter found me, that's when I contacted him, and I don't know what that time frame was. Probably a month later or 3 weeks later.
All right. Now, at any time, did you contact anyone affiliated with law enforcement with this information? Or attempt to contact?
After the, you mean since I saw him?
Yes.
I sent my same letter, I faxed my same letter to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office.
Did you get a response for anyone in the L.A. District Attorney's Office after you faxed a copy of the letter to Mr. Cochran?
No, I did not.
Have you ever talked to anyone from that office?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever talked to myself prior to this morning?
No, I have not.
Or any other lawyer at the defense table or affiliated with the defense, to your knowledge, other than the one call from Mr. Douglas?
No.
Okay. Have you been interviewed by either side? That is to say, lawyers for either side.
No.
Have you ever heard from anyone connected with law enforcement since you sent that letter out?
No.
Now, did you follow the proceedings in this case at all, this trial?
Since I saw Mark Furman, I did. I was a little bit more interested, so I started following it.
And do you recall a time when he testified when your name was brought into the trial?
Yes.
Do you recall things that were said about you by the prosecution at that time?
Sustained.
Okay. Exhibit 102 has been previously shown to the jury in enlarged form during Mr. Furman's testimony, and I'd like to bring it up again now. And Ms. Bell, it will appear on a little television set down to your right and also up on that big screen, but I think you'll be able to read it better.
Okay.
Now, I'd like to go through it with you and ask you whether or not you recollect this as being a letter that you originated. First, did you have any help in drafting this letter?
No, I did not.
Second. All right. Now, and how did you know that Mr. Cochran would be a good person to write to in connection with the information that you had?
I called the information operator and I tried to get Mr. Shapiro's phone number, and he just kind of laughed and said, well, you can't get that phone number.
The operator said, you can't get Shapiro's phone number?
Right.
I see. Okay. So what did you do next?
On that same news broadcast, they had mentioned an attorney named Johnny Cochran, and I didn't know even if he was in California or not. So I just thought I'd try, and I did get that phone number, and he had an answering service, and I asked for the fax number.
Okay. And did you get it?
Yes, I did.
And when you composed this letter, can you tell us mechanically how you did it? Was it handwritten, typed, or computer, or what?
No, I just went on a computer.
And did you type it yourself
Yes,
and print it out?
yes.
All right. Now, would you look at the first paragraph down to your right? You mentioned that you were writing in regards to a story you saw on the news last night, and you previously told us that you think this letter was sent out on July 18th when you got Mr. Cochran's fax number. Is that right?
I think I actually wrote the letter on July 18th or 19th, and then I ended up staying up so late that it ended up being the 20th that I actually faxed it.
Okay. Well, can you help us with what date is meant by last night in the first paragraph, first sentence of that letter?
I have this at home. I'm sorry. I believe it was the 19th that I started writing it, and that where I saw the news broadcast the 19th, and the 20th is when I actually sent it.
Do you have any recollection, Ms. Bell, as to what news program you were watching that you're referring to in that first sentence?
Channel 9 News.
Is that a station that you generally watch?
Yes, I guess. Sure.
Next sentence says, I thought it ridiculous that the Simpson defense team would even suggest that there might be racial motivation involved in the trial against Mr. Simpson. Now, without going into the text of what you had heard before, had you heard such a claim advanced by somebody?
Yes.
In the next sentence, you say, I then glanced up at the television and was quite shocked to see that Officer Furman was a man that I had the misfortune of meeting. When you glanced up at the television, as you describe in that sentence, did you recognize Mr. Furman immediately?
Immediately.
Had anyone in your entire life, on a first greeting, ever treated you the way that you were treated by him in that Marine recruiting station?
Never.
All right. You say you may have received a message from your answering service last night that I called to say that Mr. Furman may be more of a racist than you can even imagine. Had you left a message on an answering service the night before that you believed to be that of Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
And did the answering message contain generally the information that's in that sentence? Did it use the word racist?
I don't know if I said anything. Actually, I do know that I said something. I don't know exactly what it was.
Okay. In other words, you're not sure that you told the answering machine what's in that letter about Mr. Furman, simply that you called to make contact. Is that right?
It was an answering service.
Service.
Right. And
And the
I
one that gave you
spoke
the
to the
fax.
woman. Right. I spoke to the woman, and I...
You don't recall if you told the woman the text of your complaint?
Right.
Okay. Now, you said between 1985 and 1986, I worked as a real estate agent. Do you mean by that during 85 and 86?
Yes.
And was the company out of business at the time you wrote this letter, as you have said?
Yes.
Okay. And you have told us, I believe, that your office, Century 21, was in fact located above the Marine Recruiting Center off of the Pacific Coast Highway. That's correct?
Yes.
And you would stop on occasion to say hello to the two Marines working there you've identified as Mr. Foss and Mr. Rohrer, right?
Yes.
By the way, were they generally in uniform when you saw them?
They were always in uniform.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, except for once or twice. I saw Joe Foss. We went jogging.
I saw Mr. Furman there a couple of times because I remember him distinctly because of his height and build. Now, is that the height and build you told us you noted because you were concerned with fixing up your friend Andrea Terry with someone of equal or greater stature?
Yes.
Okay. Next page, please. When you saw Mr. Furman at the recruiting station on the first two occasions, was he wearing any of the accoutrements of a policeman, like a weapon or that sort of thing that you saw?
I didn't notice anything.
Okay. You say that while speaking to the men, I learned that Mr. Furman was a police officer in Westwood, and I don't know if he was telling the truth, but he said that he had been in a special division of Marines. I'd like to stop there for a moment and see if we can sort this out. You saw Mr. Furman through the window, tapped on the window, and walked on the first occasion. You noted that he was tall and a good-looking man. You then spoke with the Marines when Mr. Furman was not present about the propriety of introducing yourself,
Yes.
and subsequently you did introduce yourself to be greeted by his views that you've described. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What I want to know is whether or not the information about his having been in a special division of the Marines came from the two Marines or one of them, or came from Furman himself.
I believe it came from one of the Marines.
All right. In other words, they related this to you before you ever talked to him.
I
Your best
believe so.
recollection.
Right. After the first time that I met him, that I saw him, I spoke to them, and at that time we talked about it a little bit.
Okay. Did you inquire of them as to any other information relating to Mr. Furman, his marital status, what he did, etc.?
Not his marital status. I just said that I was uncomfortable walking in while he was there, and they said that he was a former Marine. That he was a former Marine that just liked to come and shoot the breeze, so it was fine that I could walk in.
Okay. All right, at that point, you say, I don't know how the subject was raised, but Officer Furman said that when he sees an N, as he called it, driving with a white woman, he would pull them over. Now, there's no mention of Marcus Allen there. Do you now remember that his name was mentioned before this
Yes, I
response?
do.
Okay.
And I also, excuse me, remember that he didn't say the N-word
Okay.
at first.
Hold on. Next question.
You say, I asked if he didn't have a reason, and he said that he would find one.
Yes.
Did you mean by that a reason to pull them over?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. A moment ago, you wanted to explain something to us that you had just recalled. Would you tell us what that was?
When in this letter, I wrote this in a very big hurry, and I didn't think that there would be such a need to recall exactly what had happened in detail. So there was a mistake there, and he did not say the N-word when he said, if I saw a black man with a white woman driving in a car, I would pull them over. He definitely said a black man.
Okay. And did he use that word later when he talked about burning everybody?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he use black or a word beginning with N?
The N-word.
Okay. Now, there is no mention in this paragraph about the query supposing they were in love.
Right,
You left that out of your letter.
right.
All right. Have you gone over this encounter in your mind since the time you wrote this letter?
Many, many
Have
times.
you discussed it without saying what was said with a number of people?
Yes,
Do you have, as you sit there today, a clear recollection of the words uttered by Mark Furman as you have described them in your testimony?
yes, I do.
Okay. All right, if we can pull up the next paragraph, Mr. Douglas. If you would just read that first sentence and ask you whether or not you distinctly recall him using those words.
Officer Furman went on to say that he would like nothing more than to see all niggers gathered together and killed. He said something about about burning them or bombing them. I was too shaken to remember the exact words he used. However, I do not remember that what he... Wait, I'm sorry. I do remember that what he said was probably the most horrible thing I had ever heard someone say. What frightened me even more was that he was a police officer.
Ms. Bell, is all of that true? Everything that you wrote there?
I know now that he said gather together and burned.
Okay. Next paragraph, please, Mr. Levin. All right. You have said in your letter that you're almost sure you called the LAPD. What is your present recollection as to whether you did?
I am positive I did.
Okay. And in the last full paragraph of information, you say that now that you know that Mr. Furman was the investigating officer, are you relating that to the Simpson investigation?
Yes, I am.
And that information came to you because you saw him on television?
Right.
You said, I'm certainly not a fan of Mr. Simpson, but I would hate to see anyone harmed by Officer Furman's extreme hatred. Now, were you writing this letter or bringing this information forward in an effort to help O.J. Simpson in any way?
No, I was not.
All right. And did you invite the recipient, Mr. Cochran, to contact you for further information, as it says there?
Yes.
Okay. In one more effort to try and pin down the time frame, is it true that you began to work for Mr. Marr in the fall of '85, early fall, September-ish?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did this job last?
I think it was October, I'm sorry. I think it was October.
October of
but-
'85?
Right.
And when did you last work for him?
Probably October of '86.
All right. So that if there were a spring or summer series of encounters, it would have to be in 1986? Is that correct?
I think it would be '86, yes.
Didn't work there in the spring or summer of
Right.
'85 or '87,
Right.
did you?
Right.
Okay. Now, with respect to time, when you faxed the letter we have just reviewed to Mr. Cochran's office, how soon thereafter did you fax that same letter to the district attorney?
The next day.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Darden?
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Bell, did you fax the same letter to Chief Willie Williams?
No, I did not.
Do you fax the letter to Chief Willie Williams?
I take it that you understand that this word, this epithet, is the most vile word in the English language.
Yes.
You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And when you heard Detective Furman use this word, you were offended.
Yes.
You were hurt by it,
Yes.
and you were frightened of him because of his use of this word.
Yes.
You were horrified, I think you testified earlier.
Excuse me, not just because of the use of the word, but because what he said.
And you
along
felt...
with it.
I'm sorry, did you finish?
Sorry. Along with it.
Okay. And you felt that the fact that this encounter ought to be made known to the defense attorneys and also to the DA's office, is that right?
Yes.
When you heard Detective Furman use these words, you cried. Or did you cry?
Somewhat.
Somewhat?
Yes, I was teary-eyed. He could see that I was upset.
And you immediately left the recruiting office.
Yes.
Despite the horror and the trauma Detective Furman's use of this word caused, isn't it true that you still introduced Andrea Terry to Mark Furman?
I did not.
Is she in the building today?
I heard that she was.
You expect that she's going to be testifying later?
No, I object. It's not for this witness.
Sustain.
Detective Furman did use this word, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Now, when you and Andrea Terry saw Detective Furman in Hennessy's bar, did you say to Andrea Terry that Detective Furman would be a good person for her to date?
No. I believe I spoke with Andrea about that after the first time I saw him at the Marine Recruiting Center. Before Hennessy's, and before the second time I saw him at the Marine Recruiting Center.
And did you introduce Andrea Terry to Detective Furman?
No, I did not.
And did you sit at a table with Andrea Terry and Detective Furman and the other woman you described?
I would never do that.
I'm sorry?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, you didn't want to come here and testify. Is that right?
No,
Okay. You did want to testify?
I did not want to testify.
You didn't want to help the defendant in this case?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that's because you think he...
Sustain. No. Counsel, I understand Mr. Bailey's handling this witness,
Yes, he is.
and he's able to do that admirably. Sustain. Move on.
I want to make certain that you have given us a full account, as best you can, as to what happened between you and Detective Furman. Have you?
Yes,
Okay. And everything you've said this morning before this jury is true.
yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I believe you told Mr. Bailey that you haven't. Let's strike that. Did you tell Mr. Bailey that you haven't used the N-word yourself before?
I object.
Overruled.
I've never used that to describe another person. I've used it several times, many, many times lately, in referring to Mark Furman's conversation.
Okay. Well, other than your references to Mark Furman's conversations, have you ever used that word yourself?
I've never used that word to describe someone, no.
Not once in your whole life?
Not once in my whole life.
Not one time in the last 10 years, that is, other than in reference to Detective Furman's conversations.
Object, and that's for an awful proof.
Sustain. It's irrelevant. It's a collateral issue.
You testified also that no one from the DA's office interviewed you. Is that right?
This is true.
But there were attempts by members of the DA's office to interview you. Is that right?
My attorney was arranging something, but he wanted a court reporter to be there.
Okay. At any
That's all I
event,
remember.
Okay. In any event, the DA's office did attempt to interview you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bailey?
Ms. Bell, what was the information you were trying to give us about the condition that your attorney imposed on an interview relating to a court reporter? What did he ask, if you know?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Was there a request that a court reporter be present if you were interviewed by the prosecution?
Yes.
Overruled. Answer will stand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The answer is yes, there was?
Yes, sir.
And you learned of that through Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
All right. And what was the response, as you understand it, from the district attorney's office that a court reporter be present to take down what was said?
Sustain.
Okay. Did the interview ever take place?
No, it did not.
Have you always been willing to submit to an interview provided a court reporter could be present to take down what was said?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Darden?
You did give interviews to Larry King and Dateline NBC. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
There was no court reporter there, right?
But the proof was there.
Are you aware that we in the DA's office tape record almost every interview we do?
Objection, irrelevant.
Or
I wasn't aware of that, no.
Are you aware that the DA's office offered to provide a stenographer during any interview that you might have had with us?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't get a question.
would you keep your voice up, Mr. Judge?
Are you aware?
Or rule.
Are you aware that the DA's office offered to provide a stenographer to be present during any conversation that you might have had with us?
I am not aware of that, no.
Okay. You never had a conversation with Ms. Lewis?
No, I did not.
Okay, but your lawyer did.
Oh, yes, he did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Bell, thank you very much.
All
You're
right,
excused.
thank you.
All right, next witness.
They've asked for 402.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the jury is concerned, we're going to take our recess just a little bit early. Please remember all my admonitions to you, and we'll probably call you back in about 20 minutes. All right.
Furman. And Ms. Hannock began to date Officer Vetrano, who the evidence will show was Furman's partner. Ms. Singer went home. She did not spend overnight in the hospital. And a few weeks later was present in the living room of the two-bedroom apartment where she was at that time sleeping, because there were 4 girls in the two-bedroom apartment. And Mr. Furman entered with Mr. Vetrano, who was courting Ms. Hannock.
Do we have a time frame for this? Refresh my recollection.
Yes, Your Honor. She was in the hospital September 24th, 1987. And within about 3 weeks thereafter, she has no means of ascertaining the exact date, these 2 men came into the apartment, Vetrano to visit Ms. Hannock, Furman tagging along. During that conversation, Officer Furman gratuitously offered the fact, upon being asked what he did, that he and Vetrano were assigned to gangs, and that as part of his business, he would take N-word people into an alley, and he would hit them with a stick or baton. She's not sure which word he used. And then he would kick them until he could see them twitch. And that relieved his tensions, and he smiled as he said it. The evidence will be that he came when she was at home. She knows he came a number of times when she wasn't at home, but when she was at home, 3 or 4 more times. And when Officer Furman came in, she would leave the room so as not to be present when language of the kind she'd heard on her very first encounter was uttered. After about the 4th occasion, and probably late in 1987, she was in the bathroom looking out the window of this second-floor apartment when she saw a car pull up and Officer Vetrano pull up, get out of the car with Officer Furman. And they started up the walkway. And she said out the window, "Hello, Tom." And she saw Furman with an angry face say something to Vetrano. The part that she could hear was, "That fucking bitch." At which point she said, "That man is not coming in this house anymore. Tom, you can come in if you like." Mr. Vetrano then came in and left, she believes, with Miss Hannock. She never saw Mr. Furman in her apartment again. That's what she will testify to.
All right, Mr. Darden?
Well, the court has already ruled that these comments as they relate to excessive force are highly inflammatory and prejudicial. I am not interested in hiding the ball if the court feels that Detective Furman's use of the N-word is somehow relevant, but in the context provided to us today, finally, by Mr. What's his last name? Yes, by Mr. Bailey, Your Honor. Well, when they throw those epithets around, Judge, I just go blank. But given the context in which the word was used in this case, I think it's highly inflammatory and prejudicial. If they want to call Ms. Singer in to say that he uttered the epithet in a derogatory manner, in a disparaging manner, 1987, or 3 weeks after September 17, 1987. I will not object at this point. However, these are horrible, horrible things that Ms. Singer will testify were said by Detective Furman. I think it takes us to another level, a higher level of emotionalism. I think the court should exercise its discretion under 352 and limit.
Mr. Bailey?
In addition, I would say this, if Ms. McKinney is also going to testify to 42 or 41 uses of the word, I mean, I think we are at the point where this is cumulative.
Mr. Bailey?
If it please the court, when the prosecution thought it could get away with trashing Miss Bell and calling her a liar as they did in this court, they thought it a smart tactic to introduce into evidence 102, in which genocide is mentioned, a somewhat more inflammatory event than merely beating someone up until he twitched, but presumably leaving him alive. Suddenly, they have a queasy stomach because the tables have turned and they're in no position to start calling these people liars because the consequences are fairly obvious. The tapes are corroborative and could then be admitted. I do not believe the fact that their strategy has backfired, the fact that an officer they have long known, according to Commander Ball of the police department since 1978, was a big problem because of his attitudes, was put on this witness stand and vouched for, is any basis for them to complaining in here with an estoppel. Mr. Furman chose those words. He chose on this occasion, as he did before, to visit them on a total stranger in a first encounter. It says a great deal about who he is and how much he is to be trusted, and to withhold this information from the jury because they can't live with it, I think is pushing the envelope a long way out. They thought the jury could hear about burn or bomb them all. Now they think kicking is too bad because they realize that Furman is lying in his teeth and these people are telling the truth and they're stuck with it. That wasn't a legal argument he gave. That's tucking your tail between your legs and trying to get out of here. In your court, you ought not to permit it.
You know, I'm gonna save the heated remarks that I have for Mr. Bailey for another day and another time when it's just Mr. Bailey and I, when we can talk this over. You know, we have a right under the law to ask the court to exercise its discretion under 352. And by the way, Mr. Bailey, we didn't call Kathleen Bell a liar. And the letter was introduced because His Honor...
Why don't you address your remarks to me, please?
The letter was introduced because His Honor ruled the letter relevant. Okay? We take the evidence as it comes. We deal with it. Okay? We're not running with our tails tucked between our legs, Mr. Bailey. And I would ask the court, well, I would say to the court so that Mr. Bailey can hear and understand. But I live with this every day, Mr. Bailey. I understand what the word means. I can't run away from it. And I certainly can't run away from it in this courtroom when it is thrown about in the careless manner that it is by Mr. Bailey. At any event, 352 is in the evidence code for a reason. And it has been there many years. This is not the trial of People versus Furman. Not yet. And when it is the time for Mr. Furman's prosecution, if there is one, then they can deal with that issue. But this is the case of People versus Simpson. And ask the court to limit Ms. Singer's testimony.
Your Honor, it's the case of a leading witness for the prosecution, a badge-carrying detective who provided probable cause for a search and found evidence which purports to point to this defendant very severely, lying to the court and lying to the jury. And I think within limits, and certainly there is a point at which you might find it cumulative, unless they're willing to step up to the bar and say, ladies and gentlemen, we made a mistake, this guy's a perjurer, and we're stuck with it, and we admit it. Until that happens, I think we're entitled to provide from at least 2 or 3 different sources, from people who don't know each other, from people who made their statements before these tapes ever emerged and they knew they'd be corroborated, from people who have been publicly called liars by this prosecution team in this court in argument. I think the jury's entitled to have a sampling of the consistency of this man's conduct.
You know what they say, Judge, yet he without sin cast the first stone. I don't think anybody here is going to be throwing the first stone. It's highly inflammatory and prejudicial, Judge.
All right. Thank you, counsel. I will allow the testimony of Ms. Singer as it relates to 1987, the acquaintanceship with Detective or Officer Vetrano. You can lay the foundation that that officer was Mr. Furman's partner at the time. The fact that he was working gangs with Mr. Vetrano and that he used the N-word in a vile and disparaging manner as to African Americans. I am going to limit and not receive the testimony regarding beating of suspects. There is no allegation that that occurred in this case. It's not relevant to this case. I find it highly inflammatory, and I'll exercise my discretion and keep that out.
May we introduce the fact that his derogatory reference to people of the ilk of the N-word relieved his tensions?
Yes.
All right. May I have a moment to acquaint the witness with the limitations of Your Honor's ruling?
Absolutely.
And with respect to the encounter where he's entering the house and calls her an epithet, may she testify to that?
I think it's her and his reaction to each other based upon these discussions, so I would say yes.
You would say?
I would say yes.
Thank you. May I have just a moment?
It places their relationship in context.
Yes.
All right. All right, we'll take 15. Simpson matter, all parties are again present. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. Yes, sir.
There's one thing, and the fault is mine, that I omitted from the offer of proof, at least today. I think I may have mentioned it last week. And that is later on the day of the first conversation, where the remarks about beating and so forth that you have excluded were used. Detective Furman, or Officer Furman at that time, made the observation that the only good in person is a dead in person. And I would propose to have her testify to that. I don't think that comes anywhere close to bomb and burn them all, as the prosecution put before the jury, and I think it's an indication of his overall attitude toward the race.
Mr. Darden? Ms. Clark?
No, I recall very distinctly what counsel's remarks were concerning the offer of proof when he last made it, as well as today, and he's never mentioned that before, and it's very apparent that what has happened is, since the court has excluded the reference to the beatings, they have to come up with yet another phrase that will be inflammatory along these lines. The court has ruled that the reference to the use of the word is all that can be used. That is a great deal, that's a great deal that counsel has been given, and to now heap more on because the court has ruled that other references could not come in is unfair and I think highly suspect, and I would urge the court not to allow this belated observations of Ms. Singer.
Please, the court, Ms. Clark's perennially professionally insulting conduct adds nothing to this trial. This woman told me...
Counsel, please. If you're going to complain about somebody else's conduct, I suggest you not engage in that yourself. I'll hear your argument.
My argument is that we've just been charged with concocting a fabrication in response to the court's limiting ruling. I personally interviewed this witness in Nashville on May 2nd, 1995, and was told about the remark I have just recited at that time. This witness was interviewed in Mr. Cochran's office by a number of lawyers, and we were told about the remark. I simply omitted it because I was focusing on the beating aspect of it, and the fault is mine. But to suggest that lawyers are making up evidence to frustrate your ruling requires something more than a nasty attitude. I think you ought to require an offer of proof before you tolerate conduct of that sort in this trial any further.
Wait. What is your offer of proof, Ms. Clark?
I'd like to show counsel the fact, it's very easy. There's no discovery. We have no statement. We have nothing ever given to us by counsel that would indicate what Ms. Singer said. There has been no offer of proof to date given to this court in which that phrase was represented as part of the offer. Today, for the very first time after the court's ruling, counsel comes up with it and now asserts to the court that that was something that had been said before. Now, if counsel had made an effort to comply with discovery, had made a good faith effort to give us a prior statement issued by Ms. Singer, and I do not fault Ms. Singer for this, I do fault counsel, however, then he would stand in a better posture before this court. But to come before this court now and represent, having given us no discovery, no statement from Ms. Singer at all, that she said this all along, and yet he forgot to say it until this very moment, is something that should be considered by the court, if nothing else. Counsel obviously didn't think it all that important. If he did not include it in any prior offer, which he did not, if he did not seek to tell us about it at any prior occasion, which he did not, if he included it in no discovery of any notes made by any investigator, which he did not, and if that is contained in notes somewhere, then we were entitled to discovery and we didn't get it. And under the discovery laws and rules under 1054 et sec, I would urge the court to suppress it on those grounds as well.
All right. Mr. Bailey?
And that is, let me also indicate to the court that is another highly inflammatory statement that adds nothing to the evidence of racial bias other than to seek to inflame the passions of the jury again improperly.
I am concerned about any investigators' reports, any notations as to interviews of Ms. Singer that haven't been turned over.
Your Honor, investigators' notes have been turned over. No report has been written. No one was present with me when
Well,
I
asked-
talked with the
Counsel,
witness.
Well, I asked for investigators' notes.
Pardon me?
They've been turned over, the investigators'
They have been
notes.
turned over, yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Thank you.
Furthermore, if I may.
Counsel, no. Thank you.
All right.
I've heard all I need to hear.
All right.
Statement does not appear in any notes, Your Honor.
All right, the objection's overruled. All right, let's have the jury, please. Who's after Ms. Singer?
Yeah, I have the lawyers out now interviewing. We have 3 or 4 witnesses, and then may I tell you that in a moment? As Mr. Shapiro has been doing, I can let the court know that.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bailey, you may call the next witness.
Ms. Natalie Singer, please.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat at the witness stand and state your first and last names for the record.
Natalie, Natalie, Singer, Singer.
All right, Ms. Singer, why don't you just sit back, pull the microphone close to you, please. Mr. Bailey.
And if you will, Ms. Singer, keep your voice up so that we can all hear. Where do you presently reside without giving us a street address? Yes. May we have a glass of water?
It's coming.
Here it comes.
We're way ahead of you. Proceed.
Yes, sir. I think she'd like to sit.
I'm nervous.
Mr. Bailey.
Sorry.
In what area do you presently reside?
Nashville, Tennessee.
All right. On September 24th, 1987, where did you reside?
In Beverly Hills adjacent area in Los Angeles.
In an apartment?
Yes.
All right. Did you have roommates?
Yes, I had 3.
Now, how long had you been in Los Angeles as of September 24th, 1987?
9 days.
And how long had you known the roommates with whom you were residing on that date?
Well, 2 of them I'd known for years, 6 or 7 years. There was, because it was a 2-bedroom apartment, there was a spare bedroom, and they rented that out to another girl whom I didn't know until I arrived and met her.
What was her name?
Carol Hannock.
Can you spell that?
Karelhannak.
Okay. What kind of business were you in at the time you moved to Los Angeles?
Well, I had been previously working in and around the film industry. I had been personal assistant to Christopher Reeve for a few years.
Is that the same Christopher Reeve that was just injured in a
Yes.
horse riding accident?
Yes.
All right, continue.
And I'd done script analysis, and I was doing research on a book. It's project to project work. I don't have.
Had you worked for any producers of television shows?
Well, this was in New York. When I came out here, I was supposed to work at TriStar Pictures, hopefully as script analysis, and then the writer's strike happened like 5 seconds after I stepped off the plane, so that job went out the window. And so eventually, it was a bit of time because I found a good agency, and I worked in different places in the film industry and settled on Aaron Spelling, the Aaron Spelling Company, with Doug Kramer, who's a producer there, for about 2.5 years, even though that was a temp job, but I stayed on for that long.
Are you still in the same line of work, entertainment, so to speak?
Well, I'm currently in pre-production as the creative director and producer of a series of women's titles for a CD-ROM, series of CD-ROM titles. My partner's presently finishing another title, so I'm just doing the storyboarding.
Let me draw your attention to September 24th, 1987, 9 days after you had moved to Los Angeles, and ask you if something extraordinary happened to you personally that day that you remember.
The kidney stone extraordinary? Yeah. Well, I woke up the night before. I was having pains in my lower back, and that morning, which was very unusual, usually there's at least 1 or 2 roommates home. No one was home, and I don't know if you've ever had a kidney stone, but it's like having birth, giving birth, and so I was rushed to the hospital. And they kept me in the emergency room in the hospital on intravenous Demerol for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And they were hoping it would pass. And that's what happened. I was in the hospital for hours.
Did the kidney stone pass sometime during the day of your admission?
During the evening, it finally did.
Was it necessary that you be kept overnight?
No.
All right.
No.
Was one of your roommates present in the hospital while you were admitted there for treatment?
Actually, more than one.
Okay.
Carol, who had only known several days, but it was very sweet of her. She came to the hospital and sat in the emergency room with another one of my roommates that found out I was over there. She stayed the whole time. And then the third roommate, well, she popped in just to see if I was okay and then left. So Carol and the other roommate stayed almost the entire time when Carol got off work.
During the day, was Carol at any time in the emergency room, to your knowledge? Carol Hannock.
Well, I was being kept in the emergency room, and the waiting room where people sat to wait about news about people in the emergency was very close, because as high as I was from the Demerol, I could hear their bracelets. I could hear their bracelets the whole time clanking together. So, yes, Carol was there.
Did you see any police officers that day?
I didn't. I wasn't seeing anything except...
Without going into anything that she said, did you learn anything from Ms. Hannock later with reference to police officers?
Well, I actually learned when I started to come out from under the Demerol, my other roommate came in and, well...
Don't tell us what anybody said.
Yeah, well, no, it's just very I don't have to go into that. But anyway, she mentioned, I can't say what she said.
No, you can't.
Okay, well, I I became aware that Carol had met two police officers that had come in for other business in the hospital at that point.
Did you go home that night?
Yes, I did. Approximately between 8 and 8:30.
Did you subsequently meet two policemen in your home that were referred to as people that were in the hospital the day you were there?
That's right, yes.
Can you tell us about how long it was after your encounter in the hospital before these policemen came to your home?
This is an approximate, but I would say about 3 to 4 weeks.
And can you tell
I've
me...
been hearing about them, but I hadn't yet met them.
All right. Now, did you know the names of these people by that time?
I knew especially Tom, who is Mark, it was Mark Furman and Tom, whose name I still keep forgetting. So, but it's Tom Catrano or Catrello or...
Vitrano
That's right.
or Vetriano or something of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And because Carol and he were getting into this, oh, he's cute, and, we're getting to know one another. And so I was hearing a lot about that. And then I met them when they came up.
Now, without getting too personal, can you tell us basically, within this two-bedroom apartment, who slept where? How are the rooms allocated?
Well, the two roommates whose names I haven't mentioned that I knew from New York shared a room, and Carol and I shared a room.
Okay, but prior to the time you moved into Carol's room, did you sleep
Oh, well, I
somewhere
was
else?
actually in the living room to start with, but because everybody was, in the morning, they'd have to pass me to come out of the bedrooms to go into the kitchen, and it became a little annoying. So everyone kind of got together and said, do you think we could stick her in the other bedroom? And so I shared the other bedroom with Carol.
Did that sharing begin before or after the first visit by the police officers?
Well, when I got out of the hospital, I was still in the living room because I was they gave me so much Demerol, I was withdrawing, I'm not used to drugs, and so I know I was still in there. And I think a couple of days, it was definitely before I met them.
That you moved out of the living room?
Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me the circumstances as best you can remember them of your first physical or personal encounter with Mark Furman.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the very first two words of your question.
Tell me the circumstances within your apartment surrounding your first encounter with Mark Furman and his partner, Tom.
Okay. You walk in the front door, and there's two couches in the living room. There's a living room area. There's one couch facing that wall, and there's one couch facing that wall. Carol was excited. This was going to be the first time, they're coming over, and I want you to meet him, and, all that stuff. And they stopped by while they were on duty, because there's no other reason for a man to pick up a date with another guy. They would just drop by.
But did they say they were on duty, or is that a conclusion?
No, they were on duty. Well, being that they had all that paraphernalia dangling off of them,
Sustained.
Okay.
Next question.
Without reference to whether they were on duty or off duty, what time of day, if you can remember, did they arrive?
The first time it was dark. It was definitely dark.
In the evening?
Yes. And I want to say, I do want...
No.
I don't want to say
No,
anything?
you don't
Okay.
want to say anything except in response to a question.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey.
Just try to answer the questions as tightly as you can. At some point during that evening, were you sitting in proximity to Carol Hannock, Tom Vitrano, and Mark Furman?
Yes.
How close was the group?
Okay. Tom and Carol were sitting on this couch. Mark Furman sat here. I sat here. Okay, that's it? That's all I want to say. Okay.
At some point, was inquiry made by someone as to what these two officers did,
Yes.
their work, and what was the response as to the type of work that they did?
Furman said, we work with gangs,
All right.
gang
Now-
unit.
Being very careful with your answer. Did he, in describing the gangs that he worked with, describe any particular race?
Yes.
Did he use an epithet well known to the world that denotes black people and begins with N?
Yes.
What was your reaction to his use of that word on your first encounter? How did you feel?
Well, in the context that it was in, that word was used in, I was shocked, stunned. I never met anyone that talks that way.
Without
You
going
know,
into the
so-
exact language, is it fair to say that the description of the way N people were treated was abusive?
Overruled.
Is it fair to say that the description of the way the N people were treated, according to Furman, was abusive?
Absolutely.
Do you recall his saying anything at the end of that description about his reaction to that kind of treatment?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, after he did what he said he did, he said, oh, well, it really relieves your tension. And then this nauseating, it hits you here kind of laugh looking at Tom. Do I stop now?
You can stop there. Later in the conversation, did he make another reference to N people?
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us what he said? You may use the N word if you would.
You remember the question?
Let me rephrase it if I may, Your Honor. Did he make a reference to the African-American race using the word we have discussed that begins with N?
And you're not referring to the first reference,
No,
you're referring
no.
to that second kind
Later
of
in the
saying?
conversation.
Yes,
What did he say?
it's okay to say that.
Yes.
He said, the only good nigger is a dead nigger.
Now, did he visit thereafter when you were in the apartment? With, I assume, officers?
Yes, they stopped by whenever, and they were on duty at times. I know that. I can't be specific. Which time, was it the first time, was it the second time? But I do know that they were on duty.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you remain in the room on the subsequent visits where Mark Furman was present?
No,
Did you engage in any further conversation with him?
no, well, in
In the room
no,
when he visited?
no,
Did there come a time when you were, and by the way, is this apartment on what floor of the building?
second.
Did there come a time, sometime later that year, when you were in the bathroom of that apartment and heard something out the window?
Oh, yes.
How many times, to your knowledge, your personal knowledge, had Mr. Furman been in the apartment between the first encounter about 3 weeks after your trip to the hospital and this final encounter? Best estimate.
The one where I have seen him, where I knew
Yes.
for a fact he was there approximately 3 to 4 times.
And in each of those occasions, did you stay out of the room where he was?
I made myself as scarce as possible, yes.
And why did you not go in the room when Mark Furman was there?
Because I was caught between a rock and a hard place. The first time he opened his mouth and said these things, I wanted him out. In hindsight, I realized I was a coward not to do it then, and that I had the situation with, here's a woman that's dating his partner, that's going to mess that up. You've got 4 girls together. It's political. It's like, oh, is it okay to just throw this guy out? I was the new girl at the place. And, but it was a topic of conversation around the house. Everyone knew that I was displeased with his presence.
Okay, now, on the occasion that we just mentioned where you heard something through the bathroom window,
Yes,
did you thereafter look out the window?
yes.
What did you see?
Well, I saw the 2 of them just coming out. I heard them come out of their cars and they were chatting, and I heard them, and
Did they have a vehicle?
yes.
How far from the window, looking down, would you say the vehicle was stopped when you saw them getting out?
Here's the window. I'm not very good at footage and measurements, so.
Can you pick out something in the courtroom of the same approximate
Right,
distance?
say I'm on the 2nd floor, I'm looking out my window, they would be, their car, say around where you are.
Within 20, 30 feet?
Yeah, close, you
Okay.
know, not 3 blocks away.
As they emerged from the car, did you say anything to either of them?
Well, I heard them chatting.
Yeah.
So I went to the bathroom window and I said, hey, I said, hi, Tom.
And after you said, "Hi, Tom," did you hear Mark Furman utter anything that caught your ear?
Well, immediately started talking. He's got a pretty strong tone to his voice. He started saying something, and it sounded angry and nasty, and that his normal tone of voice, actually. And then,
Just tell us what he said.
Excuse me. That answer is stricken, jurors to disregard. Next question.
Just tell us what he said.
Just tell us what he said.
and then he called me a, am I allowed to curse?
Yes, you are.
Okay. He called me a fucking bitch.
All right. And what did you do after he called you a fucking bitch?
The thought went through my head, this is it.
What did you say?
He's out. I went to the window. I said, I called him an asshole.
An
And I
asshole,
said,
yes.
I do not want you in this house anymore. Nobody does. Don't come up here. You're unwelcome.
And what
And
did
it
you,
was great, because it was a great opportunity to do that.
what, if anything, did you say with respect to Mr. Vitrino's right to come in the
I
house?
said, you're still welcome to come up here.
Did he come in?
Yes, he came in.
Did Officer Furman come in?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
And did you ever see Officer Furman again where you had conversation with him?
Oh, no.
Did you ever see him again, period, personally?
No, not until this past year.
Did you see
On
him
TV.
indirectly on television?
Yes, on television.
Did you at some point become aware that he was involved in some fashion with the case against Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Could you repeat the start of that?
Did you become aware through the news or any other means that Officer Furman
Yes.
was a figure in the Simpson case?
Yes.
And how did you learn that?
The minute I saw him, I knew that was the same man.
You recognized?
I saw him on television.
Did you make an effort to contact anyone to give them the information that you have just given this jury?
Yes, I did.
How did you go about doing that? Who did you call first?
The very first call was to Mr. Shapiro's office,
Mhm.
and I'm not to this day sure that it was actually the right office or not. I left a message. And then I called Mr. Cochran's office, and apparently they were flooded with calls about similar stuff. And they said, we will get back to you. I wanted to just let them know that there is a problem with this person. And then I just let it go. I thought, look, I don't want to spend all my time pursuing this. I just want to let them know what I know.
Next question.
Next question.
All right. And did you call anyone thereafter at any time?
Yes, I did.
Who?
When I saw that he was
Excuse me. The question was who?
Who did you call?
Dan Leonard at your office.
That's the office in Boston?
Yes,
And did you get the number through a listing?
yes.
Okay. Without going into what was said, did you have some conversation with Mr. Leonard about your recollections relating to Mark Furman?
Yes,
And did you leave your name and number?
yes.
Were you thereafter contacted by someone who is directly affiliated with the defense?
Yes.
And what was his name?
The next person that contacted me after Dan Leonard would be Pat McKenna.
Pat McKenna?
Yes.
As a result of conversations that you had with Pat McKenna, was an arrangement made for you and I to meet in May of 1995?
That's right.
And did we have a meeting near your residence outside of Nashville
That's
on
right.
May 2nd of this year?
May 2nd.
Did we have some conversation about the case without going into what was said?
Yes.
And did you relate to me at that time essentially what you have told the jury?
Essentially,
Okay. Have you talked with anyone directly connected with the prosecution?
I don't know if he's directly,
Strike the question. Have you talked directly with anyone connected with Mark Furman?
yes,
What was his name?
Anthony Pelicano.
And as a result of that, did you issue any invitation to him to have the prosecution called?
I guess you could call it an invitation.
Did you inquire as to whether he was a member of the prosecution or acting for it?
Well,
Don't tell us what he said, just
okay. What was your question again, then?
did you say anything to him that you expected might lead to a call from a member of the
Yes.
Oh,
Were you ever, prior to last Friday, requested to give an interview to anyone in connection to the prosecution, to your knowledge?
No.
Have you been represented by counsel in Nashville in connection with this matter?
Yes.
Is the lawyer who has represented you a well-known figure in the legal community?
I think so. I gather that from,
Okay.
sustained.
Did you give his name to Mr. Pellicano?
at that point, no. I didn't have him at that point.
At some point, did you give his name to Mr. Pellicano?
Yes. Oh, yes.
And what name did you give Mr. Pellicano?
Jim Neal.
Okay. And through Mr. Neal, was it arranged that an attorney out in this area would advise you if that became necessary?
Yes.
And do you know, did you speak to that attorney after you arrived here last week?
I spoke to him once just to let him know I was here.
Okay.
Actually, I've spoken to him twice. Judge, I actually spoke to him twice. I forgot.
Hold on. Mr. Bailey, Ms. Singer indicates she needs to clarify her last answer.
I'm sorry, yes, go ahead.
I actually spoke to him twice since I've been here.
Mr.
Not
Pellicano?
once. No, the lawyer out here.
Oh,
I said
okay.
once, but I meant twice. I
That's
was twice.
No further questions, your witness.
Ms. Clark?
Good morning, Ms.
Good morning.
Did Mr. Bailey fly out to Nashville, Tennessee to interview you?
Yes, he did.
That's where you
Ms.
spoke?
Clark, could you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry. Is that where you spoke to him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have never spoken to myself or Mr. Darden or Miss Lewis.
No, I haven't.
You've never spoken to any of the prosecutors in this case, is that correct?
No, I haven't. Yes,
And-
that's correct.
Yeah. And you spoke to... Did you ever call any member of the prosecution team to advise them personally of who your lawyer was?
No.
You spoke to Mr. Bailey, is that correct? Back in May of this year?
Are you referring to the meeting in Nashville?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you spoken to Mr. Bailey?
You'll have to give me a minute on that. It has to be an approximate, and it would be approximately 5.
5 times?
Right, and those are not in person, all of them.
Okay. Somewhere on the phone? Somewhere on the phone?
Yes.
And of those 5 times, how many times did you meet with him in Nashville?
Oh, 1.
That's once.
Mm-hmm.
Was that yes? You have to say-
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry. And the other times you met with him, was that in Los Angeles, if the times that they were in person?
Yes. Can I keep going?
No, that's,
2 more times.
more
Once
times.
last week, once today.
okay. And that was both in person here in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And they flew you out here from Nashville?
Yes.
Okay, and you're staying in a hotel?
No.
You're staying with someone?
I'm staying with a friend.
Okay. Now, after the occasion in which you heard Mark Furman use that epithet, I'm sorry, this is not a
Exhausted.
great day for me.
Yeah.
Speaking was, excuse me, after you heard Mark Furman used the racial epithet on that occasion in your apartment. You indicated that you were very shocked and you were very offended, correct?
Yes,
And it even made you feel nauseous,
yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And after that occasion, he came to the apartment when you were there on 3 or 4 occasions, you estimate, correct?
That I saw him, yes.
But you were aware that he came on other occasions to the apartment when you were not there, correct?
Correct.
And then, on the last occasion that you saw him there, it was on that occasion that he said, "fucking bitch," correct? Did he do, was that yes?
Yes.
Okay, did he direct that to you or to his partner?
Oh, he was speaking to his partner, referring to me.
Okay, and you felt he was referring to you when he said that?
Oh, he was,
Okay.
yeah.
And that was based on, what, was he looking at you when he said it? Or had he looked at you and then turned to his partner and said that?
It was based on the fact that I had just looked out the window. I said, Tom, hi, Tom, hi, you guys. Got a look. Then he started immediately talking. And the reason I'm not going into specifically what he was saying is because I don't remember specifically what he said previous to the curse. And then he called, she's just a
Uh-huh.
blah, blah, blah.
Okay. And you were the only woman in sight?
Yeah, I was.
All right, and that made you angry?
No, it actually didn't.
You called him an asshole?
Yeah, I think, can I go on?
Just, did you call him an asshole?
Yes.
You did not mean it as a term of endearment, I take it?
No, I don't normally use that word as a
Okay.
term of endearment.
All right. Most of us don't.
No.
Okay. And at that point, you told him you're not welcome here, is that right?
Yes.
And this was your opportunity at that point when he called you,
Mm-hmm.
okay, when he called you that, this was your opportunity to make sure he couldn't come back, is that right? As you've testified on direct examination.
Yes, to make sure that we didn't want him there, and I certainly didn't want him there, and that, yes, this was an opportunity to have him out.
Okay. And this was the opportunity you chose to make sure he wouldn't come back?
Yes, unfortunately, it was the opportunity I finally chose, instead of telling him the truth.
But that was the one you did choose, correct?
Mm.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Singer. Nothing further.
Mr. Bailey?
Ms. Singer, you've said that you did not make any direct effort to contact the prosecution as you did to Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, in my office.
Correct.
Was there a reason that you chose not to volunteer your information to the prosecution?
Well, when Anthony Pellicano told me that he was going to tell them, I said I'd be willing to... What was that?
Go ahead, answer.
You may answer.
I told him, when they call, I'll speak to them, but I
Was-
never got a call.
Was there a reason that prior to talking to Mr. Pellicano and myself, you had not given this information to the prosecution?
Well, yeah.
What was it?
Well, possibly incorrectly, I had, not in a million years would I have thought they wanted to hear what I had to say, the things that I knew. I just thought it would fall on deaf ears. And that may be incorrect of me, but that is the way I felt.
Okay. Now, when you heard Mr. Furman using racial epithets, was it the mere use of that word that upset you, or the manner in which it was used?
Overruled. Overruled.
You may
I
answer.
go.
Use or manner.
Pardon?
Was it the use or manner that offended you so much?
The manner more than the use. The use is bad. The manner is what got me.
And what, if any, expression can you recall being on his face as he described his treatment of black people?
I'm going to sustain the course. We're going beyond here.
Can you tell us, Ms. Singer, what you mean when you say the manner in which it was used without going into any text?
There are words that we can speak that are not followed by, they're meaningless words. I can say a specific word, it doesn't hurt anybody because I don't mean it. When he says the things he says, it's bolstered by it's bolstered and held up and pushed out of his mouth with hatred and arrogance and despicability, and that's what hurts. That's what hurts, combined with the words.
Thank you, Ms. Singer. That's all.
Ms. Clark? All right, Singer, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, next witness.
Roderick Hodger.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you to step back into the jury room, please. All right, record should reflect the jury is withdrawn. Mr. Cochran?
Yes, we anticipate calling Mr. Roderick Hodge, Your Honor. I just spoke with my colleagues to give the court some indication. We're, at this point, anticipating calling Mr. Hodge, followed by Mr. Blazzini, who we told you about him, I think, before, not directly related to her, regarding the Bronco. We'll then be calling the photographer Rokar, they're supposed to have in here, and then Ms. McKinney. As to the other witnesses, well, that's as far as we perhaps will get today, because there's some motions prior to McKinney's testimony.
Mr. Darden?
Well, Your Honor, the court may have already noticed, we have sat here, we have taken it on the chin with regard to these witnesses and their testimony as it relates to Mark Furman's racial animus. The message is certainly clear to me. I think it's clear to the rest of the nation and everyone else who was watching these proceedings this morning. I think the defense has clearly established that Furman is a racist, amongst many, many other things. But at some point it gets to be too much, and at some point I think this court, and I think the jury certainly as well, may well lose focus as to what the real issue is here in this case. And the real issue is O.J. Simpson and what he did the night of June 12th, not Mark Furman and what he did. We have heard that Mark Furman espouses genocide of African Americans. We heard about his racial hatred, his sexism, his hatred for interracial couples. He will find something to stop interracial couples. He wants to burn all African Americans or bomb all African Americans. We have heard it. We have not disputed it. It's done, okay? Everything that they wanted to accomplish today, I think, is done, okay? The Goldmans shouldn't have to sit here and hear any more of this. We shouldn't have to hear any more of it, okay? When it comes time to argue this issue to the jury, we offered to stipulate last week or the week before. He used these words, Judge. We know it, you know it, now the jury knows it. It's cumulative. The court ought to cut it off now under 352, and let's get back to the matter of trying O.J. Simpson for killing these two people. It's time to get back to that.
All right, yes, Mr. Carter.
Just briefly, Your Honor, we are in fact trying the case of people O.J. Simpson. Mark Furman hasn't been arrested. He hasn't been in jail for 14 months or 15 months. This is the man who's in trial. What Mark Furman did on June 12th is what's important, and we're going to link it up. What I would offer to do, and we have been mindful of Your Honor's concerns under 352, and that's why you didn't hear me call Andrea Terry. I think she'd be cumulative is the word, Your Honor, of perhaps Kathleen Bell, so you didn't hear me call her. Roderick Hodge stands in a different position, Your Honor. We've heard from these ladies who have dealt with this man and been appalled and aghast at his behavior, clearly. Other than Laura McKinney, we don't intend to call any other ladies, and she because of the tapes, if the court's aware. Roderick Hodge stands differently, Your Honor, as you recall from the offer of proof last week. He's a man who was arrested by Mark Furman, and you'll recall what he did. Mark Furman turns around, addresses him, and says, "I told you we'd get you blank." And I think it becomes very relevant. Here's a man who encountered this man on the street, had to deal with him. He was stopped 20 to 25 times by Mark Furman. So he's in a different position. It's very relevant. It goes from what this man talked about to actually having done it. The direct exam will be very brief and right to the point. And then I've told you the other witnesses we expect to call after that. I don't think it's cumulative at all. I think it gets the picture before the jury. Your Honor, again, we've taken one morning, less than one morning. They had 6 months, we've had less than 6 weeks, and now everything becomes cumulative. And we're trying to pare it down, being mindful of Your Honor's order. It seems to me this witness is very relevant for the limited issues I've indicated to you. He's the only witness we're going to call that are people who've been arrested by this man. We have a number of others. Judge, we could call witnesses for the next week. But again, we've tried to pare this down. The fact that they now know he's a bad man, it took us a long time to convince them also. So we can't, when we're fighting for our client's life and we say this man is a key witness in this case, we're not going to take any chances, and we want to do enough so that it's reasonable, so that Your Honor feels it's reasonable, it can move on. That's what we're seeking to do.
But aren't we really in danger now of having 4 witnesses to testify to the same thing, that Detective Furman was not telling us the truth about his use of the particular racial epithet, and you've painted his bias and his willingness to use this word in an abusive manner? I mean, after a certain point in time, it's pretty apparent, wouldn't you say?
Well, I think it becomes apparent, except I think you can distinguish this man as I've tried to do. I mean, clearly, if I was calling Andrea Terry, said I was at Hennessy's bar and said the same thing, then I think your argument might be, I think that argument might make more sense. But this is a man who's arrested out in the street, harassed by this man. This man, Mr. Hodge, made repeated complaints to Internal Affairs. He told the LAPD about this man, Furman. Everybody knew about how Furman was treating this man, yet he continued doing it. So I think he's in a different situation. We're not going to belabor it. We told you what the issues were. It's also relevant, I think, Your Honor, that Hodge was asked by Furman, what are you? What is your mother? What race are you? And I think that goes again because Hodge has I believe, a white mother and a black father. So it's again this same MO of this particular officer involved, where they put such credence in early on. And so, I mean, that's all I'm seeking to do. Then we move on, as I told you, to Blazzini, to Rokar, and then, of course, once we've argued our motions, to McKinney.
Don't you run the risk, though, of making McKinney cumulative?
Well, there you go again, Your Honor. I certainly don't think so. I think that in view of everything we've been through in this case, where you've taken 2 days to render a decision, we've been away from this jury for 5 or 6 days, I don't see how she becomes cumulative. When this officer engages in this conduct with 41 times and another 18 times, I think that's the centerpiece. But, Your Honor, you said get some testimony before this jury.
So why don't you go with the centerpiece?
Because let me tell you why. You always want to get testimony before this jury. You don't want to waste any time. We're trying to do that today. When we get to McKinney, as you know, we've got motions for reconsideration. We've got to revisit the motion for suppression. We've got further Brady motions. And I don't want this jury sitting back there writing us notes. So I'm trying to get to everything. There is some method to this, Your Honor, trying to get all the other witnesses off the plate so they'll get something done, so there won't be this level of frustration that we all have felt over the last week or so, and get to it. So I'll be glad to get to the centerpiece. Ms. McKinney's lawyers are here. She's going to be here this afternoon. But we're trying to have witnesses so we don't run out that are relevant, not cumulative, and right to the point. That's all we're trying to do, Judge. And it seems
Why
to me,
can't you present the centerpiece within the parameters of the court's order? If I change my mind, you can come back and add more to it.
Well, the
I'm just
problem,
telling you, if you put Hodge on, I'm giving you fair warning. You put Hodge on, you may make McKinney cumulative. There's 3 witnesses testifying about a collateral issue of impeachment.
well, you know, we disagree. This is collateral, as you're going to see when we link it up. What I like, the problem is this, then. Why don't I go with Blazzini? And I'd like to be able to argue Hodge before McKinney when Jerry argues the motion, when Professor Ullman argues the motion for reconsideration. I hear you, and
Well, you heard Ms. Lewis saying that they want to file a response to that motion. So wouldn't anticipate hearing that motion today.
I thought it was already filed.
Well, Your Honor, they just filed a brief this morning with regard to the reconsideration motion, if that's what you're referring to. We just received it this
Oh, I
morning.
thought you said you filed something you wanted to read.
I filed an opposition to their motion to reopen the suppression issue.
Well, let me say this, Judge. What we're trying to do here is obviously keep this going, because you're the one, we don't want to have this jury frustrated. We want to move ahead. Obviously.
I like Plan B. Let's go with Blazzini now. You can think about what you want to do between Hodge and McKinney.
Okay, may I have a second to find Blazzini? There we go.
In the meantime, when Mr. Cochran leaves the podium.
You know, one of the things that I'm reminded of one of my colleagues is that in this whole scenario, we've heard from, and we'll hear from, 4 or 5 white women with regard to their level of frustration with dealing with this man. That's all nice. But you've not heard from one African American, and that's what I think is the difference that I've tried to point out with Hodge, who is the focus of this man's genocidal talk. And he lived it. He's the man out in the streets who was doing it. So I won't argue now. Perhaps you'll allow me to come back to that just prior to McKinney. And I think you'll see the relevance of this, Judge. We're talking 15 minutes of testimony.
We are talking very, very lengthy cross-examination of Hodge, and there's still additional 402 issues that relate to him. In particular, for instance, he was apparently arrested and dismissed. One he was acquitted on, and it's going to require additional rebuttal because there are other officers who had contact with Mr. Hodge.
We're not threatened by them doing that. I mean, if they want to do that, that's their business. They want to defend this. This man was acquitted of this charge when this officer was arrested him. So if they want to bring that, that's their problem. They want to engage in those tactics, fine. What I'm telling you is what we would like to do. But I'll accept your offer. I don't want to waste time. I'm ready to go.
Bring me Blazzini.
I'll bring you Blazzini, and then we'll revisit this issue. All right,
Well,
thank
you'll have the lunch hour to think about it.
Will you think about it also,
Think about it all the time, Mr. Cochran.
May I just a second?
With respect to Mr. Blazzini, I would like to, I have the material being brought down now. He has a couple of prior convictions that I'd like to leave the court to impeach him with on cross-examination. I'd like to show the court counsel his record.
May we approach, Your Honor? Rather than trashing every witness that comes, may we approach the bench? He doesn't have any felony convictions. This is typical of the prosecution's behavior. May we approach the bench? I wanted to show any felonies they have with this man.
Wait. Do you have,
First of all-
wait, both sides. Do you have any proofs of priors with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it's the package coming down.
I have it being brought down now. That's what I wanted to, I thought I had it with me this morning, and I guess I don't. It's up on my desk. I wanted to show that to the court. As I understand it, since Prop 115 and Prop 8, we are not confined to felony convictions. We can also use misdemeanor convictions.
That are evidence of moral turpitude.
Correct.
So you'll need a ruling on that beforehand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well,
I don't call, requesting the court's permission to impeach a witness with prior convictions, trashing the witness. I have them, and it's physical proof that I have them.
Wait till we see them, Your Honor. And what's the date on it, may I ask?
well, let's see where they are.
I'll make sure I have the paperwork there.
All right. Are you aware of these convictions, Mr. Cochran?
I'm not aware of any felony convictions. I know he had some problems 20 years ago. And I'd like to see the date.
All right, would it have an impact, his criminal record, would that have an impact on your decision to call him?
I don't think so, but I certainly want an opportunity to see whatever they're claiming.
All right, I take it, Ms. Clark, it's on its way?
It's on its way right now. Why don't we begin the examination if Mr. Cochran is going to call him regardless of the court's ruling? Why don't we start?
No, that's not what I heard.
Oh.
I take it some courier is bringing that down forthwith?
Regarding the detective firm and lawyers, I do not want to run out of witnesses, so given the court is aware that some motion is going to be heard this afternoon, shall I have him here this afternoon? 6 o'clock day?
5:30 day. What motions do we have on for today?
I thought we had the Brady motion, the suppression motion, and we have a motion we filed today with regard to the questions that Your Honor proffered, I believe, proper to the DAs, and I'm not sure that's been responded to yet, but I think it certainly those first two.
Ms. Clark?
Well, I don't know, they keep giving us these witness lists with all these names on them, and he's dropping down now, there were 17 names on this list. He's dropping down to name 16. What happened to all the people they want to have in here? What about Rivas?
I was addressing you as Mr. Mother wanted to know what actually happened.
I mean, what I'm saying is, Your Honor, why don't we get something realistic from the defense about who they intend to call?
No, the
Are they
issue
going-
is, when are we going to take up these motions? That's the issue.
We're ready to do it whenever Your Honor says. I wanted to get some testimony on it.
Excuse me, counsel, I was addressing Ms. Clark.
We can do them at any time, Your Honor. We wanted to file a response on the reconsideration of the McKinney paper, but
When are you going to be available to file a response to that?
yes, Your Honor, we've already, I think, visited the issue through the request for reconsideration of Christian Reichardt's testimony. And I think that all we need to do is represent the points and authorities on this issue to the court again in the context of the McKinney tapes, and we don't need to file paper. We can argue it orally. We want to get this going too, and I don't think the court needs to have us file more paper on the issue. I think that we can just submit it to you.
All right, well, then we'll take it up at the end of today,
And the end of the day is,
5:30, today. All right. Where's our priors package?
My question for that was not so sorry. Just ask the court, what should I tell Darrell Munger regarding the detective firm?
Well, I don't know, counsel, you're asking me to read your mind as to where you want to go with this, because you have Mr. Blazzini. I take it this has to do with something about access to the Bronco, if I recollect correctly? All right. Then after Blazzini, who do you anticipate calling?
We're going to talk again about Hodge, hopefully, and then McKinney. Rocard letter first, Rocard.
All right.
okay, what about Rivas and Andrew Terry?
The suppression hearing, we need from the suppression.
He's not needed for the suppression hearing at all.
We think, it's our motion, they can't tell us who to call.
Excuse me, but the law tells everyone who to call, Your Honor. I'm telling no one. Counsel should read the law, and that might help, because
Well, this is
30.5I
this
was
is
not
that
one.
1538.5 that was originally presented at the preliminary hearing, renewed in the Superior Court is, I think, the issue that you're framing, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, and under the law,
I understand. I've read it.
like,
There are certain limitations as to what
I
can be
understand that,
presented.
Your Honor, but we still want him here for that.
they're not entitled to have one for that.
If they want
All
to
right.
have him, let them do it, Your Honor. We're going to have him here. They can't stop.
Well, let's do this. Let's set that for tomorrow at 5.
Well, Your Honor, we need to do that today, Your Honor, before.
All right, we'll do it today instead of the Motion to reconsider.
We can't do both, Jim. Go by starting.
Well, we got a finite amount of time today.
Well, we don't have that many witnesses from the standpoint. We'll call, let's see if we call all the witnesses we have, at least for today. For instance, Toronto can't be here today. He's got problems according to his lawyer. There are people. And so let's go as far as we can.
All right, Mr. Darden, do you have the priors package for Mr. Gordon?
No, he's not the minion
Different one.
who was
That's the
assigned
minion.
that task. They're on the way.
Let me go up and check.
Why don't you let me go and get it?
No? I want you to stay here, Ms. Clark.
I don't want to.
Why don't you let me go get it?
No, you stay here too, Mr. Darden.
Excuse me, second.
No, no, I want you guys to stay here. Yes.
Discovery issue while we're waiting.
Yes.
on the McKinney matter, if there's going to be a redacted videotape or audio tape, can I have that before lunch?
It's already been displayed to you, and the excerpts have been clearly delineated. So, I mean, you've seen it.
Yes, I've seen the complete tape. I'm just
Right.
wondering if there is a shorter version that's going to be used as opposed to the one we saw last week.
Clark, it appears that Mr. Gordon has handed you a priors package with a CII rap sheet.
That's correct, Your Honor. You did not hand me the prior in the sense of the package we usually get on defending the certified documents. It's a rap sheet which indicates that Mr. Bassini was arrested in 1974. January 74th for burglary.
All right, may I see the rap sheet, please?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Clark, let me ask you to show this to Mr. Carpenter. Thank you.
Mr., you understand that on January 17th, 1974, in Oceanside, says Mr. Blazzini was apparently arrested for burglary. There is no disposition whatsoever on that. Under that, there's a 148 PC.
Separate arrest in March.
In March of 74, Your Honor, was a misdemeanor which would have nothing to do with truth-telling or whatever. What good faith basis do they have for this?
Wait a minute, he's arrested in March for resisting arrest. March of 74.
Yes, and he was a 415, Your Honor. That means disturbing the
Wound up
peace.
pleading guilty to a 415.
It says 415, Your Honor, and in 1974, 21 years ago. Maybe we should just invite them to do this, but that's preposterous, Your Honor. Where's this package? Where's it certified? There's no relevance to this.
Well, counsel, what any party who wishes to impeach somebody with a prior conviction or prior criminal record needs to have a good faith basis upon which to ask questions on cross-examination, which traditionally a rap sheet is sufficient for the bases of a good faith offer. The next issue being A, is a 415 a crime of moral turpitude, and B, whether or not something that occurred in 1974 is untimely or stale.
I would say at the very minimum, it's untimely, stale. Can I say that for a second? Apparently, let me just indicate what happened on this. Talk about stale, Your Honor. This is from 1974, so it's 21 and 1/2 years ago. This man is a responsible businessman in this community now, has been for some time. This was an alleged misdemeanor where he got a 3 months, I guess, summary probation. Doesn't even show a fine for a 415. The other charge, there's no disposition. And, Your Honor, in this case in 1995, where we were so concerned about prejudice and that sort of thing, how could they even be allowed to do this? Certainly it's stale. Certainly this is a misdemeanor. It doesn't involve truth-telling. So can we dispense with this and proceed with the witness? We want to call the witness.
Clark? All right.
May I proceed with my witness now, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, what we'll do is call the jury and tell them we're going to start with the next witness. I had to deal with something. All right. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors out, please.
Whether we can expect to see Andrea Terry or Ernesto Rivas on the witness stand?
I think the indication from Mr. Cochran is he concedes that Andrea Terry, in light of Kathleen Bell's testimony, is probably cumulative.
And Ernesto Rivas?
Rivas, we have. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, the record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason for the delay for about 20 minutes just now was I had to await the delivery of certain documents to the court. I've had the opportunity to review those documents. I've made a ruling as to a certain evidentiary issue, and we're ready to start with the next witness, although we've come up on the lunch hour. So we will be ready to proceed when we come back at 1 o'clock with the next witness. Remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. This is very important. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the facts and circumstances of the case. All right, we'll see you back here after lunch, 1 o'clock. All right, we're in recess. Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Ms. Lewis.
Over the lunch hour, I prepared a response to the defense motion for reconsideration with regard to the Furman tapes and filed it just now and served it, so I want the court to be aware that that is there so you'll have an opportunity to read it before hearing an argument.
All right.
May I say something about scheduling?
Yes, scheduling.
Just scheduling, yes. So we're all in the same wavelength. Two things. Well, the court is aware we plan to call Mr. Blazzini next, and I'm ready to proceed with him. He'll be followed by Mr. Rokar, the court pleases. And then, although Ms. McKinney is here, I'd like to read the court something and for the court to think about, because I'd like to reiterate what I'd said about Roderick Hodge. This is very brief. I'll ask the court to allow me to read this. It can be found on page 18899 of the transcript, Your Honor. Question by Mr. Bailey. And you say under oath that you have not addressed any black person as a nigger or spoken about black people as niggers in the past 10 years, Detective Furman? Answer, that's what I'm saying, sir. What I didn't articulate well enough this morning when I was talking to you was this. Hodge is the only witness on our defense list who can testify that Furman used the N-word in addressing him as an African American. Everybody else talks about conversation. This is the only witness. And I think if you read the question, and that impeaches him directly on that point of addressing an African American, is the only one we would call. I think it makes it a lot easier decision for Your Honor. Because I'm going to ask, Your Honor, when we get to that point, to allow us to call Hodge for this limited area, and then we would like to argue the motions with regard to McKinney, obviously, because what you rule on those motions as they're prepared will bear upon what we do and what we play for this jury, if anything. And so that's the order we'd like to proceed in, Your Honor.
All right, well, then I suggest we proceed with Blazzini and with
Sure.
Rokar,
And we're ready to do that.
and then we'll take up that issue.
Sure. Just wanted to alert the court because you were talking about 5 o'clock, and I thought 5:30 I should bring this to your attention. We're ready to proceed.
All right. Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please. And let the record reflect that we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mr. Cochran, you may call the next witness.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. The defense will next call Mr. William J. Blazzini, who is present in the courtroom.
All right, Mr. Blazzini, would you come over here, stand next to the court reporter, and face the clerk, Mrs. Robertson?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in cause and opinion before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat on the witness stand and state your first and last name for the record.
My name is William Blazzini, Jr.
Do we have the spelling?
Blazzini, B as in boy, L-A-S-I-N-I.
Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Blazzini, sir. Would you move that microphone a little closer to you so we can all hear you this afternoon?
Okay.
Thank you very kindly, sir. Mr. Blazzini, what is your occupation, sir?
I work for Pick Your Part, the world's largest self-service automobile recycling center.
And it's called Pick Your Part?
Yes, sir.
All right, and how long have you been so employed?
About 3.5 years.
And what is your present job title with Pick Your Part?
I'm general manager of vehicle purchasing.
And as such, tell us briefly what you do as the general manager of Pick Your Part.
Basically, I go to auctions, police auctions, impounds, and we buy cars.
All right. And you've been doing this for how long?
I Pick Your Part for 3.5 years.
Have you been in this industry before that time?
I was a wholesaler. I was wholesaling vehicles before this.
All right.
So you've been around automobiles for some time, is that correct?
15 years, to be correct, sir.
All right, sir. I'd like, sir, to direct your attention back to the date of, I believe, June 21st of 1994. Did you have occasion on or about that date in the afternoon to be at Vertel's garage here in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, I was.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury under what circumstances were you at Vertel's on that date, that Tuesday, June 21st?
Well, every Tuesday we go there and we bid on cars. They have 4 locations, and the last location is at Temple, the main garage, and that's where we wind up. And when we finished bidding on the cars, I was walking in to do the paperwork when I just happened to see the Bronco inside the garage.
All right, so when you say that you were accompanied by someone else at that point?
I was accompanied by Bob Jones, Andrew Atlin, myself, and Sam Atlin, I think. I'm not sure about Sam, if he was there that day.
Let's take them one at a time. We've heard the name Bob Jones before. By whom is Bob Jones employed?
Vertel's.
All right, you knew him prior to the date of June 21st.
Yes.
And you mentioned a Mr. Adlin. What was Mr. Adlin's first name?
Andrew.
And who is Mr. Andrew Adlin?
He's a competitor. He also bids on the cars as well.
How do you spell Adlin, do you know?
A-D-L-E-N, I believe, Your Honor. Andrew Adlin. And you mentioned another Adlin also, I believe.
It's his uncle. I assume it's his uncle.
So you were there in the company of the 2 Adlins and yourself and Bob Jones, is that correct?
I'm not correct on the second Adlin, but the first one was there, yes.
Are you sure about the first one? All right.
Yes.
You were describing that you were at Vertel's, and this jury's heard something about Vertel's and the layout there. Can you describe for us where you were once you got there on that particular afternoon?
Well, there's 2 entrances, 2 main entrances, one from the street and one from the back of the yard, and that's where we come from the back of the yard. Once we're done bidding on the vehicles, we come through the back of the garage, and right there as you walk in is the area where they keep the restricted vehicles. And as you continue past that area, you go down to their offices.
All right. And did you were walking in this area, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And while in this area, first before we get to that, tell us what time of day was it on June 12th, on June 21st?
It was about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
All right, and at some point after 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon on June 21st, did you see a white Bronco?
Yes, I did.
And who were you with when you first saw the Bronco?
I was with Andrew Atlin and Bob Jones.
All right. Did you have some conversation at all with Mr. Jones about that Bronco?
The minute I saw the Bronco, I was amazed that...
Excuse me. Question was, did you have any conversation with Mr. Jones, yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Next question.
All right. And with regard, just before I get to that, Your Honor, may I approach the... Thank you, Mr. Jones. I have, Your Honor, what has previously been marked, or in evidence, I guess, now as offenses 1254. I'd like to show this just so we can get acclimated to the witness.
Proceed.
This, sir, is defense exhibit number 1254. And have you ever seen this before?
Not this picture. No, I haven't.
All right. This purports to be the Vertel's garage here downtown Los Angeles on Temple Street.
Correct.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there are various buildings from T1 through T5. Do you see those?
Yes, sir.
Just generally, I know you've never seen this before. Can you look at defenses 1254 and show us generally where this Bronco was housed on June 21st, about 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
It was housed at the T2 area, the T2 building, which is a main building right here.
All right, he's holding it up for the jury to see, Your Honor. Can you all, may I inquire, Your Honor? They all see that? He's talking about T2, and the vehicle was housed somewhere in T2?
It was in the rear of the building.
All right. The rear of T2 as depicted on 1254, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
All right.
All right, 1386, can you see that? All right, 165? Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you very kindly. I'll see you here for that. So,
Mr. Cochran, could we move that just back 6 inches, the
sure,
easel?
I'll check it back 6 inches. The boards are all here.
Mr. Douglas, could you help us on that, because it blocks the direct line of sight at juror number 7.
Here, John.
Certainly.
Some boards there.
All right, Mr. Cochran, why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Sure, Your Honor. I think I just asked you a question about whether or not you had a conversation with Mr. Bob Jones about this particular Bronco, and you'd indicate yes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was when you talked to Mr. Jones, can you tell us the general subject matter of what you talked to him about the Bronco, without telling us what you said and what he said?
Basically, why was the vehicle there?
All right. And did you get some response from him?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, based upon that brief conversation you had with Bob Jones, did you have occasion to, at any point that afternoon, go over to or get inside of this particular vehicle, the Bronco?
Yes, I did.
And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did in that regard, if anything.
As far as walking up to the Bronco and
Yes, sir.
exactly what I did,
Yes, tell us what you did.
I opened the door to the Bronco.
Let me stop you there. Was the Bronco locked at that point?
No, it wasn't, sir.
And so you just walked over and opened the door?
Yes, sir.
And which door did you open to the Bronco?
The passenger's door.
Okay, on the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you've seen pictures of that Bronco, and you've seen the Bronco itself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you opened the door to the Bronco, the passenger door, what happened next?
I looked in the vehicle.
All right. Now, was there any particular reason why you wanted to go and look inside this Bronco?
Well, I guess there's a couple of reasons. It was a big story. Just the fact of looking at the Bronco, O.J. Simpson being involved in it. It was a big story. I was curious.
You were curious at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right. Had you read or seen any stories on television regarding the Bronco being there?
Some stories.
Were you expecting to see it at Vertel's?
Not at all.
All right. So you saw it, and then you'd heard things about it, and you went over to it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you went over to the Bronco and opened the door, tell the ladies and gentlemen what you next did after that.
I looked inside the Bronco. I looked at the seats, the floor. I looked at the dashboard. I basically looked all over the vehicle.
All right. And why'd you look all over the vehicle?
Well, Andrew and I were talking that it was said that there was a lot of blood in the vehicle.
Who'd said there was a lot of blood in the vehicle?
Well, it was said in the papers.
All right. You'd read or heard that?
I heard that, yes.
All right. And were you looking to see if there was a lot of blood in that vehicle?
Well, that was the first thing I looked for, yes.
All right. And you described for us how did you get inside the vehicle at some point?
Yes, I did, sir.
Describe for the jury again how you got inside the vehicle and where you were when you were inside the vehicle.
Well, once I looked in the vehicle, I sat in the passenger seat. I continued to look around the vehicle. I looked between the seats and I looked to the back of the vehicle.
All right. So when you got inside the vehicle and sat in the passenger seat and looked all around the vehicle, did you see any blood?
No, sir, I didn't.
Were you looking specifically for blood?
At first, yes, we were.
Now, you said we. When you got into the passenger side of the vehicle and sat in the passenger seat, what did Mr. Andrew Adlin do, if anything, that you saw?
He opened up the driver's side.
And did you see him at any point put any part of his body inside the Bronco vehicle?
Yes, half of his body came into the vehicle.
Can you describe for the jury again how he did that movement?
The vehicle sits up high because it's a truck, and he basically opened the door and leaned over the seat and looked in the vehicle.
At the time he made that movement of leaning inside the vehicle and looking inside, were you already inside the vehicle?
I was already inside the vehicle, yes.
And you were seated in the passenger compartment just as though you're seated in the witness stand there?
Correct, sir.
All right. Now, take your time and describe for the jury what you did from that particular vantage point inside the driver's compartment of that Bronco on June 21st, 1994.
Well, I basically, at first, looked for blood, and I looked all over the vehicle. I looked for fingerprint dust.
Do you recall seeing any fingerprint dust?
Not inside the vehicle, no.
All right. All right. Tell us what else. What happened after that?
I saw some dust on the windowsill. So I put my fingers on the windowsill to see if there was any dust on there.
All right. So you're holding your fingers up, and I want you to describe for this jury how you did this. What did you do with regard to your fingers on the windowsill, and which windowsill was it?
It was the same side I was sitting in, the passenger side. And I put my fingers up on the windowsill like this.
So did you leave fingerprints there as far as you could tell?
Smudges, but I looked at my hands.
All right. And you did that while you were inside the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. After you did this, what happened next, if you recall?
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter, did you want to describe the motion?
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I should. Thank you, Your Honor. You made a motion, Your Honor, as though with all 10 of his fingers extended out in front of him as though he touched the windshield.
Palms forward.
Palms forward. Is that correct?
Fingers, not palms on the
Okay.
window, but fingers.
Fingers forward?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what happened after you did this? You made this movement with your fingers forward.
I looked at Andrew and can't remember word for word, but basically what we said, we didn't find any blood. At that point, I happened to look down on the ground and I noticed that the floorboard on the driver's side, the carpet itself was cut out.
All right. You didn't see any carpet on the driver's compartment, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, tell the jury, how long did you stay approximately in this, inside the vehicle, looking for blood and putting your fingers first in the window of the driver's compartment? How long did you stay in that position?
It felt like it was for 5 minutes, but I really couldn't tell you. It was probably a couple of minutes.
All right. Did you look? Now, let's look and see. Let's try to determine where you looked. Did you look on the dash?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm trying to... Thank you. Did you look in the dash at that point?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you have occasion to look at the console?
Yes, I did.
Did you have occasion to look on the driver's side door?
Yes, I did.
Did you have occasion to look at this? Did you have occasion to look at the steering wheel?
Yes, I did.
Did you look, I think you described for us earlier, you got in and you looked to your rear. Did you look toward the rear of the vehicle also?
Yes, I did.
Now, if I were to, at the last break, I showed you some photographs here, and I'd like to have you place that serving signature in it. Go ahead and take a look at them. I think this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 172, Your Honor. You saw this during the lunch break today, did you? This 172?
Yes.
All right. With the court's permission, can you step down for a moment?
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions. And you might let me give you one of these pointers. Why don't we stand over there so we won't block any of the jurors? Let me give you a pointer. Can I just ask a few questions from this standpoint?
Actually, I think you ought to be on this side here, Mr.
On this side?
On this side.
Just forget this side.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
Proceed.
thank you. Now, this is a mock-up of this particular vehicle with some photographs around it. I want to ask you specifically, let's start with this area over here, which purports to be the middle photograph, Your Honor, on the left-hand side of this particular exhibit. It has photo card 22 and 23 therein. Do you
Yes.
recall looking at that area of the driver's side door of the Bronco?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall at the locations of 22 or 23 seeing any blood at all at those locations when you looked on that date of June 21st, 1994?
No, I didn't.
I want you to look down at number 34, Your Honor, which is the third photograph on the left-hand side of this exhibit. This appears to be a smear mark there. Do you recall looking in that general area also?
I remember looking in the area, but I don't remember seeing that mark. I mean, I don't remember looking at, that's past the door, so I really don't think I looked that far into the car.
All right. 22 and 23, you sure you looked at?
I looked at that because I walked around the vehicle when I came to the driver's side and the door was open.
All right. Now, you described for the jury, I believe, that the part of the carpet was cut out the time that you saw it. Is that correct? And where was that? Would that be in the area of the driver's area?
It was in this section right here.
All right. He's indicating in the center, You're on the area of the carpeting, near what would be number 33 there, area 33 there.
Correct, right now.
All right. Now, at some point you described for us that you looked at the steering column. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you see the photograph on the top there at the left? Did you at some point look at that area of the steering column?
Yes, I did.
At any time on that date of June 21st, did you see any, what appeared to be blood on the steering column?
No, I didn't.
Now, did you in any way touch the steering column that day?
Yes, I did.
And describe that for the jury. At what point did you touch the steering column?
If I remember correctly, it's been a year and 3 months. When I walked into the vehicle, I grabbed the steering wheel to pull myself inside. And I sat down on the vehicle and I held the steering wheel for a short period of time.
All right, so that we have this sequentially correct, let me back up for a moment if I might. You had been in the driver's compartment, is that correct?
Yes.
And you told us you stayed in there for what appeared to be 5 minutes, may have been less, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you told us about your observations from that location, right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you have occasion to get out of the driver's compartment of the vehicle?
Out of the driver's
Strike that,
compartment?
out of the passenger's compartment of the vehicle.
Yes, I did.
All right. When you did that, where did you go, if any place?
I walked around the vehicle, but I stopped at the window on the side, which you don't have on here. And again, I looked for fingerprint dust, and I put my fingers again on the glass.
Now, so that we're clear, the jury has a picture of where you put your fingers. This was on the right side of the vehicle or the rear of the vehicle?
The right side of the vehicle, the glass in the back, which is the biggest glass that shows.
Okay, and then at that point you...
Excuse me, Mr. Carter, why don't we refer to it either the passenger side or the driver's side?
Okay, the passenger
Depends
side.
on which side you're looking at.
Okay, we're talking about the passenger side still, right?
Yes, sir.
You put your fingers in the passenger side rear portion of the window, is that correct? Outside?
On the side, yes.
All right, again, will you demonstrate for the jury what you did at that point?
I put my fingers up on the glass, pulled them off, and I looked at my fingers.
And what did you see, if anything, at that point?
Just dirt.
All right. So, did you leave your fingerprints there as far as you know?
I would assume so.
Oh,
I would assume so.
All right. So, all right, after you made this movement, where'd you next go, if any place you
I went around the vehicle, and I went to the driver's side. The door was open, and I looked on the ground, I looked at the rug, and at that point, Andrew and I decided that that's probably where all the blood was. It was on the rug, because it was cut out, and it wasn't there.
You didn't see any rug at that point, right?
Excuse me?
You didn't see any carpet or rug there at that point, is that right?
No, sir.
All right. So did you then have occasion to get inside the vehicle, or what'd you do?
I got inside the vehicle again. I looked over the console to my right, and I looked back, and then at that point, I got out of the vehicle, and we left.
All right. How long did you actually get in and sit down inside the
Yes, I
driver's
did.
compartment on the left side?
Mhm.
All right. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay. How long did you remain in the driver's compartment on the left side, sir?
About half the time that I was in the front and on the driver's side, on the passenger side. So about 2 minutes,
Okay.
minute and a half.
While in there, did you do something and touch the steering wheel?
Yes, I did.
And did you have occasion to examine the steering wheel to see if you saw any red spots on it?
Well, I looked at the steering wheel, but as you can see, the steering wheel is black. So I couldn't tell you if there was anything on there. But I did look at it, and I didn't see any blood.
You didn't see any blood?
No, sir.
All right. Now, I want to specifically direct your attention to the console on the upper photographs in the far right. There is a photographic card number 30 and 31. And to the left of those of 30, there appear to be some kind of red smudges. As you sat in the vehicle on the right side, the passenger side, did you have occasion to look down at that console as depicted there in this photograph?
I looked at the console twice. Once I was in the vehicle and before I entered the vehicle.
At any time or any point when you sat in that vehicle or before you got in that vehicle, did you ever see any red or blood spots at the items 30 and 31 inside the Bronco on that day?
No, sir.
You looked specifically for it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to ask you, with regard to these photographs down in the bottom right, Your Honor, or what appears to be the console now out of the vehicle, on the right side of it, where it says 303, 306, in that same area, you never saw any blood at those locations either, did you?
sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did you see any red spots when you looked at the console in that particular area depicted there, 303 and 306, sir?
I would have to look at 303 is
Up there, 306?
this one?
Yes, the one right next to it.
Yes, I did.
Did you see a blood spot there?
No, sir.
You did not?
No, sir.
You looked there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is, you were actually looking for blood, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the dash There's a photograph here on the upper left-hand corner, number 24. Do you remember whether or not you saw any spots at all in the dash area of that vehicle? Any red spots?
No, sir, no, I didn't.
Thanks, Carl.
So then, Mr. Blazzini, as I understand it, during the time that on June 12th, strike that,
Excuse
during
me,
the time,
Mr. Carpenter, you can use this exhibit anymore?
I think I'm finished on it, and we
All
can't
right,
take
because
it
it does block.
Okay,
through
let
the
me
sevens.
allow me to take it down. All right. Now, Mr. Lazzini, during the time that you were inside that vehicle, either on the right side or the left side, the passenger side or the driver's side, did you ever see any red spots resembling blood inside that vehicle at all?
No, sir, I didn't.
And when you left that vehicle, you had left, at least you had, on 2 occasions, placed your fingerprints in the windows of that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Overruled. Overruled. Overruled.
Now, Mr. Blazzini, you've come here today pursuant to subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've come here to testify because you've been subpoenaed. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
You did not volunteer to come forward, did you?
Not at all, sir.
And is Mr. Adeline still employed in his same line of work?
Yes, he is, sir, as far as I know.
All right. Who is a Mr. McElroy? Who's Mr. Chris McElroy?
He's Vice President and Chief of Operations of Pick Your Part.
That's your company?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not at some point after you were inside this vehicle on June 21st, 1994, whether or not Mr. McElroy was inside that vehicle? I'm asking if he knows.
Overruled.
Do you know?
I was told that he was in the vehicle.
All right.
No.
That answer is stricken. Jury should disregard.
You have no personal knowledge about Mr. McElroy?
As far as seeing him in the vehicle,
Yes.
no, I didn't
All
see
right.
him in the vehicle.
Okay. He's still employed at your company now, is he?
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Adeline still employed at a rival company now?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that vehicle, you have described for the jury where that vehicle was located, I guess, in T2 on 1254. You described the vehicle was not locked, is that correct?
Correct.
Before you got inside that vehicle on June 21st, did you have to sign any kind of log or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Was anybody guarding that vehicle at that time?
No, sir.
You just walked up and got inside the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Both you and Adeline?
Yes, sir.
And while you were inside this vehicle, for however long it was, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, or whatever, was Bob Jones over there watching you while you were in the vehicle?
Bob Jones walked over with us
Yes.
and then walked away to his office while we were looking at the vehicle.
So you're in there by yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And after you finished looking in the vehicle and making your observations, where'd you go then, if you recall?
Once we were done, I proceeded to pick up the paperwork from the vehicles that we had purchased, and I left.
All right? And you were there in the normal course of your business to buy some actual vehicles from Vertels, is that right?
Correct.
All right. I have just 1 second here. Now, in your work in purchasing vehicles over the last 15-plus years, have you ever had occasion to see blood in the vehicle before?
Yes, I have.
How often?
Well, Pick Your Part purchases like 8,000 vehicles a month. So I come across a lot of vehicles, and a lot of these vehicles are wrecked vehicles that were in accidents, so on. And you get to see a lot of blood.
You've done that yourself in the past and seen that yourself?
Oh, yes.
Now, with regard to the security, if any, around this particular vehicle, can you describe for us, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, whether or not there were any barriers, anything around this particular Bronco as you went in and got inside of it on that date? Can you describe that for us?
Yes, they do have, it's like the chain links that you see at the banks. that form the lines, that's what they use to block it off.
And where was that in relation to the Bronco?
It was on the outside of the Bronco, all the way around the restricted area.
All right? And when you went inside, how'd you get past that?
I think I can't remember correctly, but I think there's an opening on either side that you can walk right through, or you can just step right over.
All right, and that's how you just walked right in, is that right?
Yes.
And there's nobody there to stop you, right? Oh, was anybody there to stop? Was there anybody there to stop you when you were there on June 21st?
No, sir.
In fact, Bob Jones was with you and walked away, right?
Correct, sir.
Thank you very much for coming today, sir.
Ms. Clark?
See, how many years have you known Bob Jones?
About 3 years, maybe a little less.
And you saw him, what, once a week?
Every Tuesday.
So you'd seen him for somewhere between 2.5 to 3 years every week?
Well, off and on, because sometimes other people will come and do the auction.
He knew you.
Yes, ma'am.
You knew him.
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke to him on the average every week for almost 3 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find it unusual that he would let you look at a car without standing over you?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Was there some reason you felt that Bob Jones should not trust you to look at the car without him supervising you?
No, no reason at all.
So when he left you alone, you did not find that to be improper or unusual?
Not,
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Bob Jones had every reason to believe that you would not do anything improper inside that vehicle, correct?
correct.
So when he walked away from you and let you be, you did not find that to be unusual?
Not at that time.
Now, you said you were looking for print dust?
Yes.
Why were you looking for print dust?
Because it was known that there was the vehicle was printed, there was blood in the vehicle, and that's basically what we heard, and we just took it for granted. Vehicles that are in restricted areas usually have print dust on them.
All right, and you saw print dust on the exterior of the car, did you not?
I didn't.
You didn't. You didn't see any print dust on the outside of the vehicle? Right? Is that
I
right?
didn't- Right, correct.
Now, the vehicle was inside the building of T2, correct?
Yes,
It
ma'am.
was not out in the sun.
No, it wasn't.
And when you got into that car, were you carrying a flashlight?
No, ma'am.
You're not a criminalist, correct?
No, ma'am.
Now, in the cases where you said you saw blood in cars on previous occasions, those were cases where the car had been in an accident, is that right?
Correct.
And so someone had either died or been severely injured inside that car, correct?
Correct.
And you saw big globs of blood, is that correct?
Well, sometimes you see big globs, and sometimes you see very little.
Okay. And in this particular case, you were expecting to see big globs of blood, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't, but you said that you read in the newspaper that there had been lots of blood.
Correct.
That's what you read, isn't that right?
Correct.
So you expected to see lots of blood, isn't that right?
I expected to see blood that I could see, yes.
Now, you did not get down and inspect the driver's door panel with a flashlight, did you?
No, ma'am.
And you did not, when you got into the passenger side of the vehicle, bend down to inspect the console closely, did you?
Not underneath, no.
And when you were sitting in the passenger side of the car, your leg was parallel with the console, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, when you were looking at the steering wheel, sir, what effort did you make to inspect it carefully for blood?
I didn't.
And you cannot tell this jury that there was not blood on that steering wheel when you looked in it on June 21st, can you?
I didn't see any.
You cannot tell them it wasn't there.
Correct. Not on the steering wheel.
Now, on the driver's door, You indicated that you looked at a certain portion but not the other. Do you recall that?
The
You looked at a
driver's...
certain portion of the
I
driver's door
didn't see the
panel.
outside of the door. I saw the inside because it was open as I was coming towards it.
I need a water brigade, deputy. Water. Thank you.
You told us you were looking for print dust on the Bronco, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I take it that means you've seen print dust before.
Correct.
You indicated, in fact, you had seen it before in the restricted area of Vertel's, correct?
Correct.
And the area that the Bronco was parked in was a restricted area, was it not?
Correct.
I have a photograph, Your Honor, that's been previously marked and shown as People's 528.
All right, Ms. Clark, you want to show that to Ms. Cochran briefly?
Can you see this on the monitor?
Yes, I can.
All right. Did you observe the trial testimony of Mr. John Mraz, an employee of Vertel's?
Parts of it I did.
Did you see him testify to the location in which this Bronco is in this photograph, the print shed?
I don't remember.
Are you familiar with that location, sir?
The print shed? No, ma'am.
This photograph taken on June the 14th was shown to Mr. Mraz during his testimony. Do you see the exterior of the driver's door?
I sure do.
Do you see something around the door jamb?
I sure do.
What does that look like to you?
It looks like print dust to me.
And you're telling us, sir, that you did not see that on June the 21st?
I did not see it.
Doesn't mean it wasn't there, does it, sir?
Correct.
Here, I need, I need Mr. Wooden's help with this. It's pretty heavy. Oops. These are magnetized, Your Honor, so I'm going to ask that the board be marked. Oh, these are photographs that have been previously.
Which exhibit is this? Why don't you show them to Mr. Cochran real quickly, please? Mr. Cochran? Which exhibit is this, counsel? 540. All right, with the court report, please. All right, Ms. Clark, do you want to mark this?
Yes, Your Honor. Collectively, Peoples 598, and then I will,
Hold on just a second, Mrs. Robertson.
I'm sorry,
601.
Oh. 601? Okay, 601. And then I'll describe the photographs and label them A, B, C, D.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do you want Mr. Blazzini to step down?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Blazzini, why don't you grab the pointer and step down?
First photograph, he labeled as A, shows the driver's panel with the numbers 21, 22, and 23. First, I'm going to show it to you, sir, and ask you if you were looking for little smears of blood like those marked in the markers at 21, 22, and 23.
Good, inform that question.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
red substance near 22, the
Yes,
number
I do.
22? Okay, and you see the red substance near 21? You see the red substance near 23?
Yes, I do.
Now, if you were told, sir, that this photograph was taken on June the 14th, a week prior to your getting into the Bronco, would it change your opinion or your testimony any that you did not see any blood on the driver's door?
Object to the form of that question, Your Honor. Seems the fact that I know this.
So the day that I seen the Bronco,
Yes.
there was no blood.
You saw no blood in any of these areas. Is that your testimony, sir?
Can I just put this up?
Sure.
I can tell you that I didn't see any blood here. I didn't see any blood here. This might be possible,
All right.
but I didn't see anything here.
And this
All
is
right, for the
21.
record-
Wait,
This one.
For the
wait,
record, I'm going
wait.
to describe what the witness has just said.
Excuse me, counsel.
I'm sorry.
When I say wait, that means everybody waits.
So I couldn't hear you.
All right. Proceed.
For the record, the witness indicated here as the area shown by 21, and here, the area shown by 22. In the area of 23, where there is the driver's door handle on the inside, he said that might have been blood there. You can't
No.
say that.
I mean, that's mistakes of Your Honor. That's all he said.
It does.
Okay, what did you say about the area around 23, sir?
Possible, but I didn't see that section right there. I know that I looked at this. I looked at the whole door, but I didn't see that.
You looked at the whole door, but you did not look in the
Excuse
interior
me, Mr.
portion.
Cochran, you're going to have to, you're blocking the jurors there.
Sorry, Your Honor.
You did not look at the interior portion of the door handle at 23.
Your Honor, may I say something? When you said I didn't see that, I'm trying to describe it for the record, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark is conducting this examination. It's her record to make. All right?
Well,
Ms. Clark, I will remind her if she doesn't do something, believe me.
You can step back. The interior portion where the driver's door handle is, did you look specifically into this area where the number 23 is?
No.
So that we're clear, you are not telling this jury that there was no blood in that area which is marked with the number 23, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that.
And are you telling this jury that you specifically got as close as you could to look carefully at the interior door panel at areas 21 and 22?
Yes, I am.
How close did you get, sir?
It's about as close as I am to you.
You looked that closely while you were in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Indicating about
Right,
18
within-
inches to 2 feet.
All right, sir, now I'm going to show you another photograph of that area, which has a date of September 1st, 1994 on it. I'm going to ask you to look at this photograph. Do you see the number 298?
Yes, I do.
Do you see what appears to be a red area there?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the number 296?
Yes, I do.
You see a red area down below that.
Yes, ma'am.
You see the number 297.
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry. Can you see a red area around 297?
I see a smudge. I don't see a red area.
And what color smudge does that appear to be?
It could be brown. It could be black. It's a dark color.
Yeah, I'm going to put Post-its on for the lettering labels of these photographs. The first one was A. This one that we have been describing with the numbers 298, 299, 296, 297 as B.
Thank you.
And if you were told, sir, that this photograph was taken on September 1st, 1994, which was after you were in the Bronco, would that change your opinion any as to whether or not there was other areas of blood in that, on that door that you just didn't see at
Object to
the
the
time
form
you
of
were in the car?
Object to the form of that question, Your Honor.
No, it wouldn't change my opinion.
I'm sorry?
No, it wouldn't change my opinion.
I have a third photograph I'd ask be marked C, Your Honor, with the numbers 31 and 30. I'm showing it to the witness now. This appear to be the console area of the Bronco, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see areas where there are red smudges on that side, on the passenger side of that console?
I sure do.
You see it by the numbers there?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time you were in the Bronco on June the 21st, there were no numbers marking any spots, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, are you telling us, when you sat on the passenger seat, sir, your leg would have been right up against the area marked by 30, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And the area marked by 31, which appears to be to the rear of the console area, would have been blocked by your side, isn't that correct?
No objection to the form of that question, Your Honor.
Well, if I was sitting on the seat, yes, correct.
So during the time that you were sitting in the passenger side of the Bronco, you would not have been able to see these red areas, isn't that correct?
I would have been able to see this right here and
Excuse me?
this. I would have been able to see right on the top of the console,
Okay, for the
right
record,
on
the
the
witness,
side.
okay, for the record, the witness is pointing to the top of the console where there is no marking for any red stain, and you're indicating where else could you have seen while you were sitting in the seat?
Right with the numbers.
You would have been able to see that number.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that you would also have been able to see the red stain to the left of that number?
From sitting down in the car. No, but that's not when I saw the mark.
Okay, and your testimony is, sir, I'm going to put it up,
And that's what I'm part of.
that you saw that, you specifically looked at that part of the console, is that right?
When I first entered the vehicle, before I sat in the vehicle, I put my elbows on the seat to look inside. And I directly looked at the console. Straight at the console. That's what I looked at.
You
And,
specifically looked at the console?
well, a Bronco sits a little higher
Uh-huh.
than a regular car does. So when you enter the car, the seat's higher. So when you look in, you automatically see the console. You see the top of the seat, almost parallel with the console.
And then did you put your elbows down on the passenger seat and stare at the console? Is that what you did?
I can't remember if I put my elbows or put my hands, but I know that I looked in first before I entered the vehicle.
Okay, and you looked specifically at the area shown in 30?
I looked straight ahead, right?
Did you look at the area shown in 31?
No, I didn't. Not at that point.
All right, I'm asking this be labeled as C, Your Honor. Now, you're telling this jury that you did not see the red stain depicted in 31, is that correct?
Correct.
You're not telling the jury it wasn't there.
Correct.
You did not see the red stain marked in 30, is that correct?
Correct.
You're not telling the jury it wasn't there.
I didn't see it.
You're not telling the jury it wasn't there.
Object to the form of that question.
Non-responsive. Can you answer the question I asked you, sir?
Anything is possible, but I didn't see the mark.
You didn't see it. That's what you're telling us, correct?
Correct.
You cannot tell us that it wasn't there.
Object to the form of that question.
It wasn't there when I looked.
You are telling us that it wasn't there?
When I looked, I didn't see the mark.
Now, if I told you that that photograph was taken on June the 14th, a week prior to your getting into the Bronco, sir, would that change your opinion any?
No, it didn't.
Show you another photograph now that's been, I think, previously shown. Now it's got numbers in it, 303, 306. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Appears to be the console.
Yes, ma'am.
Bottom right-hand corner has the date September 1, 94, correct?
Correct.
You see red stains in the area of 303, 306, 304, 305 in this?
I sure did.
And you're telling this jury that you did not see any of those red stains when you were in the Bronco on June the 21st, is that correct?
I didn't see 303 and I didn't see 306.
And you cannot tell the jury that 303, 304, and 305 were not there.
Correct.
You didn't see them,
I didn't see them. Correct.
but they could have been there.
Object to the form of the question. Cause of speculation.
Yes, they could have been.
Ask that this photograph be labeled D, Your Honor.
Yes.
And would it change your testimony any as to 303 and 306, the red stains on that area of the console, if I told you that that photograph was taken on September 1st, 1994, after you were in the Bronco?
Object to the form of the question again, Your Honor.
It didn't change my testimony.
But so we're clear, sir, you're telling the jury what you saw or did not see, not what was or was not there, correct?
Object. That's argumentative. Your Honor.
Sustained.
May I ask that the jury be allowed to look at this board before I conclude cross-examination? Or should I conclude first and then?
I think the photographs are large enough, and I think we've seen these photographs several times before. If there's anybody on the jury panel who feels they want to get up and look at the photographs, raise your hand. Anybody? I think they've already seen these photographs. Thank you. All right, can Mr. Blazzini take his seat?
Now, Mr. Blazzini, when you opened the car door, No interior light came on in that Bronco, did it?
Not that I can remember.
And the glasses that you're wearing today, are those prescription?
No, they're not.
Did you wear those glasses back on June 21st, 1994?
No, I had regular sunglasses, dark sunglasses.
And you wore those while you were inside the Bronco?
No, I didn't.
When did you take them off?
When I entered the building,
And you're wearing tinted glasses today in court, aren't you?
yes, I am.
And why is that?
I had radio catatomy about 7 years ago, and I get a glare from lights, certain lights, fluorescent lights, sunlight, so I wear the tinted glasses.
And that happened, and that's since 7 years ago, sir?
About 7 years ago, yes.
Is it true, sir, that the interior of the Vertel's building, T2, where the Bronco was parked, has fluorescent lights?
I think so, yes. But they're never on.
Are you testifying to this jury that they were not on June the 21st, 1994?
A lot of times during the daytime, they don't have the lights on.
Are you telling this jury they were not on June the 21st, 1994?
To the form of that question, total.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't remember.
A few other questions.
Mr. Cochran?
You have this radio keratotomy about 7 years ago, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it corrected your vision so that you're able to see quite well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The only reason you wear the tinted shades is to avoid glare, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did your eye condition did not affect you when you looked at the console before you got inside that car, did it?
Sustained.
Did your eye condition affect you before you got inside that car on June 21st, 1994?
No, it didn't.
You did not see any blood?
That calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You didn't see any blood inside that Bronco, did you?
No, sir.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
In fact, Ms. Clark didn't ask you about number 299 here on B, by the windowsill. Can you see that from where you are?
No, I
Objection,
can't.
that's improper question, I did ask.
Overruled.
Can you step down?
Restate the question, Howard.
Sir, you may step down here.
Yes, you
Just
may.
one question. You may step down, sir. On June 21st, 1994, this area number 299 on the B photograph here, do you see any red substance on that date in that area?
Asked and answered.
No, I didn't.
All right. Did anything Ms. Clark asked you in any way change your mind about that you did not see any blood on that date?
No, nothing changed on that.
You come here and told us the truth today,
I did, sir.
pursuant to the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Clark, anything else?
No, that's got it.
All right. Mr. Blazzini, thank you very much, sir. You're excused. All right. Mr. Douglas, can we, where'd Mr. Douglas disappear to? All right, Mr. Fairtlow, I'm sorry, prosecution exhibit. Mr. Fairtlow, would you remove the exhibit and the easel, please? Next witness. All right. Mr. Rolf Rokar. All right, Mrs. Robertson.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in cause not to be before this court will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
My last name is Rokar, R-O-K-A-H-R. First name is Rolf, R-O-L-F. Middle initial D.
Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And good afternoon, Mr. Rokar.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neufeld.
Mr. Rokar, would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a photographer for the city of Los Angeles assigned to the police department.
And how long have you been working as a photographer for the Los Angeles Police Department?
As a civilian employee, almost 10 years. It's 9 years and 2 months. and I've worked as a reserve officer since 1980 or 81 up until 86. I'm still working as a reserve officer.
Mr.
All right,
Rocco,
If you could, try to keep your voice up, please. All right, Mrs.
Yes.
Robertson, give me a little more volume on that, please.
here's some more juice. Mr. Rocco, would you please tell the jury what it is you do for the Los Angeles Police Department, what your job title is and what that entails, sir?
The job title is photographer 2, and I photograph primarily homicide scenes. At this point, I work from 10 o'clock at night till 5:30 in the morning, and that's my main job.
Well, you didn't work 10 o'clock to 5 a.m. last night, did you, sir?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And when you say you go out to photograph homicide scenes for the Los Angeles Police Department, do you go out there with equipment?
I carry equipment in a police car. It's an unmarked car, and I have cameras, film, tripod, everything a photographer would need.
And what happens to the film after you shoot the photographs, sir?
When I return to the office, after working usually all night up until the morning, I turn the film in to be processed. If there's nobody there to do it, I do it myself. I do the developing myself.
Does that developing occur at the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Is that at Parker Center?
It's at Parker Center on the 4th floor.
And by the way, sir, did you meet me for the first time yesterday at Parker Center?
I believe it was first time, yeah.
Okay. Well, you have no recollection of ever talking to me before, do you, sir?
No, I don't.
And when we met yesterday at Parker Center, it was to interview you in connection with this case. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And who else was present for this interview that I had with you at Parker Center?
I don't know who the gentleman is that you brought, but it was Dave Atkins that was present with us, I think.
And who is David Atkins?
David Atkins is my OIC, which stands for Officer in Charge of the Photo Lab.
Who also works for the Los Angeles Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was there also a Deputy District Attorney present for this interview?
I'm trying to think of his name.
Oh, well, even if you don't remember his name, was somebody from the District Attorney's Office present?
Yes, Mr. Yokelson.
Okay. Now, I'd like to call your attention to the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994. Were you, the Los Angeles Police Department photographer, assigned to go to 875 Bundy in connection with a double homicide?
That is correct.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location?
We received a call at 02:48, and I probably arrived around 03:20.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to review the logs of Bundy withdrawn? When you first arrived at 875 Bundy, did you immediately go see the log-in police officer?
I could not find him where I had parked.
And where was that you had parked?
I parked right on the very corner of, I believe it's Dorothy and Bundy. And I had to walk in back of the actual location to find someone who had the log.
And when you found someone who had the log, they logged you in, so to speak?
They logged me in, yes, sir.
Okay. And have you at any time reviewed that log prior to your testifying today?
I have never seen that log.
When you spoke with me yesterday, did you tell me that the time that you had arrived at 875 Bundy was approximately 3:10 in the morning?
Could be 3:10, could be 3:20, I'm not sure.
Okay. And when you arrived, sir, how many cameras did you use to photograph the scene at 875 Bundy?
Just one camera.
And what kind of film did you use?
We use 200 ASA Kodak.
Is that color film?
Kodak gold color film,
And it's color print film?
color print film.
And as soon as you signed in or logged in at the rear of the house, were you then given a walkthrough through the scene?
I was given a walkthrough by a police officer.
And would that be a uniformed police officer who gave you that walkthrough?
Uniformed police officer.
And approximately how long did that walkthrough take, sir?
Probably no more than 5 minutes.
So if you had arrived at approximately 3:10, would that mean that the walkthrough ended at about 3:15?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
If you arrived at 3:20 in the morning, and you logged in, I'm sorry, if you logged in at 3:20 in the morning, and the walkthrough took approximately 5 minutes, would that mean that the walkthrough was over by 3:25?
I would say so.
Okay. And as soon as the walkthrough was over, did you encounter Detective Phillips?
Sustained.
As soon as the walkthrough was over, did you encounter a detective?
No,
Overruled.
Excuse me?
no, I did not.
After you completed the walkthrough that took approximately 5 minutes, what is the next thing that happened?
I shot the overalls of the streets involved. So what we do is we shoot up and down the street, the intersection, and I believe I shot pictures. Can I refer to some of my notes here?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Rokar, it appears you brought a notebook with, are these all the photographs that you took on that day?
These are all the photographs I took.
All right, proceed.
Okay. Now, Mr. Okar, you said that beginning then at about 3:25, after you had the walkthrough through the scene, you began to shoot overalls, okay?
That is correct.
When you say overalls, is another word for that establishment shots?
Location shots.
Okay, and are those the purpose of those shots to give one an overall impression of the street scene?
The street scene and possible escape routes that the detectives might want to see if a witness should become available.
And so would those be a series of photographs taken both in front of 875 Bundy and also behind 875 Bundy in the alleyway?
And up and down the streets.
Okay. And, sir, approximately how long did it take you to shoot those overall or establishment or location shots that you just described?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I would say approximately 25, 35 minutes.
Okay. So if you began taking these overall or location shots at approximately 3:25 in the morning, and they took approximately 25 minutes to shoot, that would mean that you were finished shooting these location shots at approximately 3:50 or 3:55 in the morning. Would that be a fair estimate?
Something like that.
And, sir, immediately after you completed shooting the overalls, did you then speak to a detective?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Well, what was the next thing that happened after you completed shooting these location shots, sir?
I believe at that point I met up with Mark Furman, Detective Mark Furman.
Right. And about how many minutes after you finished shooting these overalls location shots was it that you met up with Detective Mark Furman?
It's difficult to see at that time. It meant nothing to me, the difference in time, so I would say it could be an hour.
Sir?
I'm just guessing at this point.
Sir, when you were interviewed by me yesterday, do you recall that I asked you at the beginning of the interview whether it was all right for me to tape record the interview?
Yes,
And you recall saying that it was fine with you?
no problem.
And during that interview, do you recall saying that it was approximately
Proceed.
when you were interviewed by me yesterday, on tape at the Los Angeles Police Department Parker Center, didn't you say to me that it was approximately 5 to 10 minutes after you completed the overall shots of the scene that you encountered Detective Mark Furman?
I may have said that to you. I didn't realize I stayed by my car for a while.
Sir, did you have a conversation with any member of the District Attorney's Office or the Police Department after we finished our interview yesterday about
No.
the facts concerning this case?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussion with any member of the District Attorney's Office or the Police Department today about this case and your involvement before you took the witness stand?
No, sir. I looked at my my paperwork, at my logs.
Sir, during the lunch break, did you speak to Assistant District Attorney Christopher Darden about your involvement in this case?
Deputy District Attorney.
Excuse me, Deputy District Attorney Christopher Darden about your involvement in this case?
I don't know whether that was, we spoke, but I don't know whether that was during the lunch period.
Mr. Newfield, 2:30.
One second. Sir, are you admitting that yesterday morning when I interviewed you at the police department headquarters at Parker Center, that you said to me that you met up with Mark Furman approximately 5 or 10 minutes after completing the overall photographs, or at about 4:10 in the morning or so? Do you recall saying that to me yesterday on tape?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you met up with Mark Furman at approximately 4:10 in the morning, sir, did Mark Furman take you on another walkthrough through the scene?
That is correct.
It is. It's leading,
All right.
counsel.
When you met up with Mark Furman at about 4:10 in the morning, what did Mark Furman do with you, sir?
Overruled. What happened? Mr. Rokar, what happened when you met with Detective Furman?
Detective Furman asked me to come around, I believe it's Dorothy Street, to the back of the house to show me what we have as far as a crime scene is concerned and as far as evidence is concerned.
And at that time, when he took you through, did he ask you to take a few pictures of something in particular?
By the time we arrived to the actual crime scene, he first of all pointed out the bodies were obvious, whereas some evidence, and he asked me to photograph it.
Now, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I asked him to actually point out where the evidence is, because it was rather dark in the green foliage there.
Now, sir, if, as you indicated yesterday during the interview, that you first encountered Mark Furman at 4:10 a.m., how long did it take you to walk with Mark Furman to the location where these items of evidence were in the green foliage, approximately?
I really don't want to narrow myself down on that because I'm not sure.
Well, when I'm not asking you for a specific, whether it's 4 minutes or 7 minutes, sir. I'm just asking you, would it be fair to say, for instance, that it's less than 15 minutes from the time that Mr. Furman encountered you and the time you got to those items of evidence which are in the green foliage?
Objection, Your Honor, this is leading.
Would that be a fair estimate of time?
Could be 15 minutes, could be 20 minutes,
Okay.
30, I'm not sure.
Would it be a fair estimate that it was something between 15 minutes and 30 minutes?
I think it's a fair estimate.
All right? So, sir, if, as you told me yesterday, that it was approximately 4:10 in the morning when you encountered Mr. Furman at 875 Bundy, at the time that he was having you take pictures of items of evidence that were in and about the green foliage, would that be sometime between 4:25 in the morning and 4:40 in the morning, based on your estimate, sir?
Overruled.
I would say it's fair.
Okay. And the couple of pictures that Detective Furman instructed you to take at that point, sir, were they pictures of Mr. Furman pointing at the glove?
Sustained.
Did Detective Furman instruct you to take any pictures of him pointing at objects of evidence?
No, he didn't. I requested him to point to the evidence.
Okay. And was the evidence that you requested him to point to the glove and the hat?
That is correct.
And that would be the glove and the hat at Bundy, is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you at that moment take pictures of Detective Furman pointing at the glove and the hat?
Yes, I did.
And, sir, was one of the reasons that you asked Detective Furman to point to the item is because it was nighttime and thus the glove was difficult to see?
That is correct.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, what was your answer, sir?
That is correct.
Now, sir, after taking those couple of pictures of the glove and the hat,
I think we're assuming the number of photographs at this point.
okay, do you know approximately how many photographs you took of Detective Furman pointing at items of evidence near the green foliage that night?
I believe only those two.
Now, after taking those two photographs that you just described, sir, did you then begin to did you at some point after that take other pictures of the scene?
May I?
And the record should reflect that Mr. Rokar is referring again to his notebook of photographs.
Yeah, I only show two photographs, and these are in sequence of Detective Furman pointing to the items in the foliage.
Okay, and after you took those two photos, at some time after you took those two photos, did you begin to take other photographs of the scene at 875 Bundy?
That is correct.
And in the next several photographs that you took, after you took photographs of Detective Furman pointing at the glove, for those next several photographs, were you being instructed by a police officer to take photographs, or were you simply using your own professional judgment and taking them alone?
Some were my own choices, and there were no police officers instructing me. It would have been Mark Furman.
Well, sir, in the pictures that you took immediately after the glove, the first, let's say, 5 photographs, well, I'm sorry, withdrawn as to immediate. The next, may I come approach the witness 1 second?
You may.
Sir, for instance, sequentially, the next 5 photographs that you took after you took pictures of Mark Furman pointing at the glove, for those 5 pictures, were you relying on your own professional judgment, or were you being instructed by a detective or police officer to take those pictures?
At that point, I believe Mark Furman said, let's go around the front of the building and shoot from there.
Sir, when you were interviewed by me yesterday, didn't you tell me that as to the next group of 5 photographs that you took after Mark Furman pointed out the glove, that as to the next 5 photographs, they were not taken in the direction of any detective or police officer, but they were pictures that you simply took using your own professional judgment? Didn't you say that to me yesterday?
I probably did, meaning that I do shoot a lot of photographs in my own judgment. The reason I'm saying now that Mark Furman instructed me to go around the front is because I switched from the actual crime scene, and we had to walk all the way around front to do these photographs. And I think I was instructed.
Sir, when yesterday when I interviewed you, you said that for these next 5 photographs you were not instructed. Isn't that correct?
Overruled. Overruled. You can answer the question.
I really don't remember what I told you last night or yesterday afternoon.
All right, one moment. I'm going to ask you to listen to this portion of the tape, sir, of the conversation, of the interview of yesterday, and tell me whether or not you did say during the interview yesterday that as the next 5 photographs, after the photographs of Detective Furman pointing at the glove, that for those you were not instructed by any police officer or detective, but instead were using your own professional judgment.
I would object. I'd like an opportunity to hear this instead of be played in front of the jury or anything else.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
No.
It was provided in discovery, Your Honor.
Sustained. You said it was a tape recording from yesterday that you made. All right.
They have a copy.
You gave them a copy?
I gave them a copy. They received a copy this morning, as soon as
All
I
right.
received it.
I have a request from the jury for a break. All right. Let's take our recess at this point.
Okay.
All right. All right, we'll stand on recess for 15. All right, you can step down. No matter, all parties are again present. Jury is not present. Mr. Darden, Mr. Neufeld, have you resolved your concerns regarding the tape? I'm sorry, we're missing a court reporter. Court reporter. All right, we're back on the record. All parties are again present. Mr. Darden, Mr. Neufeld, you resolved your concerns regarding the tape?
I don't think Mr. Darden has any objection now with me playing that portion of the tape. I think that it should be made clear on the record that the tape was made yesterday, and the first thing this morning, before we commenced court proceedings, a copy of the tape was given to Alan Yokelson, and it's that tape which I'll be playing.
All right, the problem is, for the record, it's the standing rule of this court, and by this court I mean the Superior Court, that court reporters are not required to attempt to transcribe what is on tape recording. So, Mr. Neufeld, what I'm going to direct you to do is tomorrow morning file with the court a transcript of the portion of the tape that you're going to play
Very
for the
well,
record.
sir.
All right, so that the record's complete.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
Okay, and so the record is clear. I have no objection to this small excerpt, but as for others, and it is true that counsel gave us a copy of the tape this morning, but as the court is aware, I've been here before the court. Throughout
I understand that. All right. And you've queued up the snippet and showed it, and
No, I haven't played the snippet right now for Mr. Darden, which I can certainly do.
all right, Mr. Harris, you have that queued up? All right, let's just make sure we're all talking about the same snippet here. How long is the tape in its
Oh,
entirety?
this snippet is about 8 lines,
How long is the tape in its entirety?
probably an hour, maybe a little more than an hour, maybe an hour and 20 minutes.
Okay. Let's hear the snippet, Mr. Harris.
Reporter or the detective in their investigation may point out specific things. Photograph this, look at this, I want to show you this, look at the watch, whatever it is, and then do a photograph those things. That's pretty accurate. So actually, it makes you the same item photographed twice. One way and one a different way.
Well, let me give you this as an example. These 2 sheets, which are photographs, number 36 all the way up to 43. Okay? Which appear to be, shots of the walkway leading up to the victim, Nicole Brown Simpson, and then getting right up to Nicole Brown Simpson. Are these shots that is there a detective That's the end. It would end at that point, where he says, I'm using my own judgment.
All right.
Cue it back up. Let's have the jury, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Rokar, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record should reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, and Mr. Neufeld, you may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Rokar, when Detective Furman initially approached you, was he alone at that point?
Yes, he was.
And were you alone at that point?
I was too.
And, by the way, did you know Detective Mark Furman prior to June 13th, 1994?
Yes, I did.
For approximately how many years did you know Detective Mark Furman?
I would have to guess, I would say maybe 5 years.
Okay. And in what capacity did you know Detective Mark Furman?
From working homicide scenes with him.
In other words, there were scenes where he was the detective and you were simply the, I don't mean simply, sir, and you were the Los Angeles Police Department official photographer for the crime scene?
That is correct.
Okay. And approximately how many crime scenes did you work with Detective Furman over those 5 years?
I would have to estimate, but I would say 12, 15.
Now, going back to the questions I was asking you just before the break, sir, when you take these pictures, is there a way that you can determine what the sequence of each picture is?
Well, each of our photographers have a set way of taking photographs. When you mentioned to me whether he instructed me on taking certain photographs, on the evidence, yes, he did.
Sir, I'm asking you, Your Honor, I would ask that you ask the witness to be responsive. I'm simply asking, is there a method, a technical method, that you can determine the sequence in which photographs are taken?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And does each camera come with a counter on it?
There's a counter on most of the cameras we use.
Well, does your camera have a counter,
Yes,
sir?
it does.
And the camera you used that night at Bundy, did it have a counter?
Yes, sir.
And could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that works?
When we arrive at a crime scene, there is a data bank on the back of my camera, and I can set, as far as the counter is concerned, 6 numbers, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. From then on, it'll count up every shot that is taken. It adds a number, a digit to it.
So in other words, the first one will be 000001?
That would be my slate that I photograph.
Okay. Now, in this particular instance, can you, by looking in your book, tell us what the numbers were in sequence of the two photographs you took of Detective Mark Furman pointing at the glove?
Yes, I could.
Could you please do so?
That would be 34 and 35.
That means that those are the 34th and 35th pictures that you took at Bundy that night?
That is correct.
Now, before the break, sir, I asked you about the very next several pictures. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I want you to do is look at photographs 36, in other words, the one immediately after 35, where Furman is pointing at the glove, all the way through 43. Do you see those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, isn't it a fact, sir, that when you took those photographs, the first 8 photographs after Furman is pointing at the glove, that as to those 8 photographs, you were not having any detective instruct you as to what to shoot, but you were simply relying on your own professional judgment. Isn't that a fact?
Yes, I would say it's a fact because of the sequence in these photographs, which is the way I shoot.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said earlier to the jury that you were using Kodacolor print film, ASA 200. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how many exposures are there in each roll that you use, sir?
36 exposures.
Is that your standard practice?
That is what I prefer.
Okay. And on this night when you were at Bundy shooting, you were using rolls of 36?
That is correct.
Okay. Could you please tell the jury what is a contact print?
A contact print would be a print of a negative, same size as the negative is.
Okay. Now, if one wanted to, one could take the first 36 negatives, or the first 35 negatives, however many negatives are on the first roll of film, and print them, could they not?
Yes, you could.
And if you printed the first roll of film, then anyone who wanted to know what the sequence of photographs were would be able to ascertain that, would they not?
That is correct.
Okay. Next in order, Your Honor.
66.
Okay.
Mr. Newfeld,
I have to wait till he's,
proceed.
I'm going to show it to the witness when,
Proceed.
oh. Sir, I ask you to take a look at Defendant's 1366 in evidence. And if you like, you can compare it to the photographs you have in your blue book. And the question I have for you, sir, first of all, is can you see the number? Oh, by the way, you mentioned that there's a counter which numbers each photograph.
That's correct.
When the roll of film is printed, do those numbers appear on each and every print?
It depends what the background is on the negative.
Okay.
If the background is very light, they're quite often difficult to see.
But other than the fact that it may be difficult to see, is it the procedure that that number that you use on the counter will appear in the print?
It should be, yeah.
Okay. And in fact, in that exhibit which I've shown you, do the numbers appear in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes, they do, and there are some that do not show
The ones that do not show, is that because the background is extremely light?
because the background is so light.
Okay. But can you tell the number because of the print that is directly in front of it or directly before it?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, directly before it and directly after it?
That's correct.
Okay. And sir, do the first, by the way, how many exposures did you get out of that first roll?
There would be 36, 35, 36.
Okay. And so sometimes when you're shooting a roll of 36, you only get 35?
It depends on how the camera on its first advances, or depending on how far I have pushed the film into its position.
Okay.
So I may run out at 36, and sometimes you might even get 37.
In this particular roll, do you notice that the last shot on the roll is item number 35? Not item number, but photograph number 35?
Yeah, I think it's... Let me just check with this one. here.
Certainly.
You bet.
Wait a second. Okay.
Yeah, it's either the next roll or the last negative. I may have reloaded walking around to the front of the building.
So, sir, to the best of your recollection, with this contact sheet, except for the fact that the actual negatives are slightly larger when they're printed there than they would be in a routine contact sheet, do they represent the first roll of film that you shot that night at Bundy?
Yes, sir.
And the first 33 frames on that roll, those would be those overall shots you talked about that you took between approximately 3:25 and say 3:55 in the morning.
Whatever the time was, yes.
Okay, and the last two shots that appear on there, those would be the two shots that you took sometimes between 4:20 and 4:35 in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes, you can state the testimony.
Sustained. First question.
Sir, didn't you say just before the break that the time that the photographs were taken of Detective Furman pointing at the glove, given the times that you gave for the other events that evening, would be somewhere between 4:20 and 4:35 in the morning? Didn't you say that, sir?
Hold on.
I probably did. I have practically no recollection as to the actual times involved.
Sir, yesterday when you were interviewed by me, were you interviewed by me for approximately an hour and a half?
That is correct.
And would it be fair to say that the majority of that time you were giving a narrative of what happened, the order it happened, and the times it happened on June 13th of 1994? Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
May I publish it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
What,
Actually, why don't you ask him one more? Do you want to ask him a question about the frame numbers?
that appears in each picture? Okay. aside from the number in the lower right-hand corner of the actual print, is there also a number beneath the print which indicates which frame it was or which shot it was in the roll?
There's only one imprint on the negative. There are no other numbers.
Well, no. Are there numbers beneath each print there which tells you that this was, say, the third frame, or the fourth
Oh,
frame, or the
you
sixth
mean the
frame?
ones that are put on by Kodak?
Yes, the ones that
Okay.
are put on by Kodak.
Okay,
Okay. And do those also appear on that sheet?
that is correct.
All right,
Brian,
I'm sorry.
I was like, before I photograph it, I would like to use the Elmo, and I think we have to cut the feed.
Right.
Just a couple of questions first. Sir, in those establishment location overall shots, whatever you want to call it, those first 33 shots, in those 33 shots you used a flash?
I use the flash on every photograph I take.
Okay. And and in addition to the flash, there were street lights that to some extent, or other artificial lights that were there that illuminated the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you can see the illumination given off by those other lights in these various prints, can you not?
That is correct.
And when you shot the two photographs of Detective Furman pointing at the glove, as to those two shots, you shot those with a flash, did you not?
That is correct.
I'm now going to show you what is frame 34 and 35 on your first roll of film. So first of all, let me show you one at a time. You see those two?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by the way, all the other photographs on that first roll, 1 through 33, those were all shot at nighttime, isn't that correct?
They were shot what?
At nighttime.
Yes, sir.
And as to 34, the 34th picture, do you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Is that Detective Furman pointing at the glove?
That is Detective Furman.
And in 35, is that also Detective Furman pointing at the glove?
And that is also Detective
And those
Furman.
were the last two pictures you took on that first roll of film during the night at Bundy on June 13th, in the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994?
That is correct.
Take the testimony.
That's what he said. All right, at this time, there's no further questions. I'd like to publish this, I'd like to pass it to the jury.
Amen.
Please look at it.
Add it to juror number one, please. Add it to juror number one.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Neufeld, would you retrieve 1366 from Deputy Long, please? All right, the record to reflect that each of the jurists has taken the opportunity to view Defense Exhibit 1366. Mr. Darden, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Mr. Rokar, under LAPD policy, you are not required to record the exact time of each and every photograph you take, are you?
No.
You did not keep a detailed photo log in this case. That is a log indicating the exact time in which you took each
No, sir.
photograph. Any time that you might give us today as to when you took a particular photograph is an estimate on your part, is that correct?
That is correct.
It's your best estimate.
As good as I can do after a year,
Okay. After 15 months, actually.
15 months.
Now, you have always had some problem in trying to remember the exact time at which you took each of these photographs. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, objection. This one's facts not in evidence.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Isn't it true that you've always had some problem remembering the exact time in which you took each of the photographs in this case?
Objection.
Overruled.
Considering I photograph an average of 2 to 3 homicides every night, I cannot remember the times.
In fact, you were interviewed by an LAPD detective LaFaw on November 22, 1994, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And when you were interviewed by Detective LaFaw, you told him that you arrived at Bundy shortly after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
But later on, you looked at your own log and realized that you didn't get the call to go out to Bundy until 2:48 in the morning. Is that right?
He interviewed me by phone at my home, and I had, of course, very little recollection what time, and I was obviously wrong in the statement I made.
Okay. As you begin to take photographs at a crime scene, you take a photograph of a,
Our slate,
I'm sorry?
we call it a slate.
Okay, and is there a slate depicted here in
1366.
1366?
Yes, number the very first photograph. It's got my name up here, my serial numbers, and the what we call a C form for this particular job, and the location of the job.
Okay, and so this C form or slate is exposure number 0.
Number 0, yeah.
Okay, and that slate indicates that you got the call at 2:48, correct?
Yes, sir.
And not only did you not arrive at the scene at shortly after midnight, but in fact you arrived at the scene at about 3:25 in the morning. Is that
So
correct?
somewhere after 3 o'clock.
Okay, and you did sign in on the log. Is that right?
I did sign in on the log.
But you've also had problems recalling the exact time in which you took these photographs because of your health. Is that right?
That is,
No testimony about that.
Facts not in evidence.
Facts not in evidence.
Thank you. Sustain.
It's cough.
Sustain.
Are you having health problems?
yes, I do.
Were you having health problems last year?
Yes, I did.
Congestive heart failure?
That is correct.
You also have a painful nerve disease?
That is correct.
You take, strike that, you have been prescribed approximately 13 medications that you take on a daily basis, is that right?
That is correct.
Do they include Vicodin?
Yes.
What is that?
Vicodin is a painkiller.
You take one tablet or capsule every 4 hours?
That is correct.
Did you take Vicodin yesterday when you spoke to Mr. Neufeld?
I carry about 8 pills on me when I go to work.
Okay. And were you feeling well yesterday when you spoke to Mr. Neufeld?
I haven't really felt well for a long time.
When you spoke to Detective LaFaw in November, we'll strike that. After you took the overall photographs, did you wait in your car for detectives?
I waited, I'm not sure whether I was sitting in my car or just leaning up against it.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective LaFall on November 22, 1994, page 2 of that statement, Mr. Neufeld, that you had completed all of the overall photographs and was waiting in the vehicle, in your vehicle, for the detective's arrival?
I remember getting a phone call from Detective LaFall, but I, at this point, really don't remember what all was said.
The bottom line is that you can't tell this jury at what time you took photos 34 and 35, is that correct?
It's extremely...
Seems facts not in evidence.
You can answer the question.
You didn't look at your watch each and every
Excuse me,
time?
counsel, I don't think you finished answering the
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry. Okay, the bottom line, sir, is that you can't tell this jury at what time you took photos 34 and 35, is that correct?
That is correct.
You don't know.
The only time recorded on my paperwork is when we leave the scene.
Now, the contact sheet in front of you, by looking at that contact sheet, you can tell the sequence in which the photographs were taken. Is that correct?
And that is assuming the negatives were placed in the correct order. The negatives are cut into strips, 5 negatives each, and I'm not sure who made this contact sheet. If we go by the Kodak numbers, I would say they were in proper order.
Okay. And you can also tell by looking at that contact sheet that you received the call at 2:48, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But you can't tell by looking at the contact sheet how much time elapsed between each photograph. Is that right?
That is correct. I could not tell.
You can't tell by looking at that contact sheet the exact time it was when you took the last photograph on that particular roll, correct?
No, I could not.
And even though you have a counter, a photo counter built into your camera, right?
Right?
That counter doesn't indicate the time in which you take a particular photograph either.
That is correct. It does not.
What you've done here today is you've testified to the best of your ability. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm trying to.
Okay. You weren't trying to avoid answering questions by Mr. Neufeld?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Neufeld?
Mr. Okar, you said that you sometimes photograph as many as 2 or 3 homicides a night,
That is correct.
but on this particular night, this was the only homicide you handled, correct?
That was the only homicide I handled.
And in fact, this was an unusual homicide. There was a lot of brass there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that doesn't happen at most of the cases which you photographed, does it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when I interviewed you yesterday at the Los Angeles Police Department, sir, did we have a calm conversation?
Yes, we did.
I didn't raise my voice, did I?
Oh, you were very nice.
Okay, and during that hour and a half that we were talking, sir, did you at any time complain about your health?
I felt there was no reason
Okay.
to do so.
And sir, you mentioned on cross-examination that you may not be, absolutely certain as to what time a particular photograph, or precisely what time a particular photograph was taken. But would you agree, sir, that there is a difference between a photograph taken a half hour, an hour before sunrise, and a photograph taken an hour and a half after the sun comes up, in terms of the light in the air?
Light in the air?
In terms of, I'm sorry, in terms of how light it is, that there is an obvious difference between a photograph taken an hour to an hour and a half before the sun rises and a photograph taken an hour to an hour and a half after the sun rises.
Yes. Yes, there is a difference.
And sir, if the sun rises that morning at 5:41 a.m., you would be able to tell the difference, without being precise, whether that photograph was a nighttime shot perhaps an hour and a half before sunrise, and one shot an hour and a half after sunrise, wouldn't you?
I would like to think so.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Darden?
Mr. Rokar, how many homicide scenes have you photographed since June 13, 1994?
I conservatively to do about 10 a month. So there's a couple of hundred at least.
Thank you.
One last question. Besides the fact that all the brass was there that night when you were shooting at Bundy, given the notoriety of this case,
Sustain.
during the intervening 14 months that Mr. Darden referred to, was this the most important case that you photographed?
I would say so.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Darden?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Rokar, thank you very much, sir. You may step down. Mr. Neufeld, would you retrieve 1366, please? All right, next witness. Next witness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you to step back into the jury room for just a few moments. All right, Mr. Cochran, who's your next witness?
Well, Mr. Shea has nothing.
Your Honor, I'd just like to serve on prosecution and to the court a letter memorandum with respect to a request for sanctions for failing to disclose or permit the creation of contact prints. And we have a proposed instruction that we would like the court to give to the jury on this matter.
All right.
Now that the testimony of Mr. Rokar has been completed and the factual record is complete, we think it's very plain that, as indicated in our Brady motion, what the problems are here, and I'm sure the court's familiar with the discovery problems we had.
Mr. Cochran, next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The next one is, I think I indicated to the court again that, and I would reiterate this again, that what I would like to do, if the court would allow us to, is to allow us to argue our motion for reconsideration on Ms. McKinney, or my motion for reconsideration to Your Honor prior to calling McKinney, plus a couple other motions, because it bears upon what we're able to do if you change your mind in any particular. We'd like to play the tape for you of what you're allowing us to play to the jury as far as Furman's words. And we think it's very relevant for McKinney's call. And then I want to reiterate again and ask Your Honor to read the transcript at page 18899, because, as I said before, given Bailey's question, Mr. Bailey's question, which is very specific, we have an absolute right, it seems to me, to impeach Furman based upon this. This is the only witness on our defense list that can testify that Furman used this word in addressing him as an African American. So it's not cumulative at all. And what I'd like, in the best of all worlds, for you to listen to the argument regarding McKinney. Let us call McKinney. Let us play what we're going to play on that, then call Hodge. If Your Honor rules that we can, this is permissible on Hodge, then I would go ahead and call Hodge now and then take the rest of the day dealing with McKinney. But I would like, if I could, if you say we can put our case on the way we want to, I would like to deal with, I'd like to get a ruling for you on Hodge, deal with McKinney, call McKinney and Hodge. But if you want to get more testimony before this jury, I would then move Hodge up for this limited area we're talking about. And I'd ask you to read this page 18899. I think it's very controlling and very compelling, and he is the only witness we have, the only African American we have who can refute Furman's insistence that he never addressed any African American with this word. The only one. Everybody else is white.
Is that it?
That's it for right now.
Mr. Darden?
Well, I think we've spread enough venom around for one day and for one trial, Judge. As I said before, we did not challenge the earlier witness's assertion that Furman used these epithets. I mean, just reflect on the things you have allowed this jury to hear as they relate to Furman's racial animus. And I'm sure the court noted that throughout that testimony, each of these jurors, they were writing like crazy. It seemed as if they wrote down each and every word, as if they hung on each and every word. And at some point, you know, I think the court has to remember, and I'm sure the court does, that we have a right to a fair trial just like this defendant. Okay, we have gone way too far, way off the mark in this. I believe the epithet was uttered. Consider the context in which it was uttered and which was heard by this jury, Your Honor. What more can they want? I think McKinney is cumulative at this point, especially on an issue like this, which is collateral. And if the court disagrees that it's collateral, then it's only marginally beyond being collateral. At any event, you know, we can't be allowed to turn this trial into the trial of People versus Furman, or rather Cochran versus Furman, or Simpson versus Furman, or whomever, Bailey versus Furman. I mean, we've heard this word thrown around throughout the courtroom today. I've heard that term more by Mr. Bailey than any other white individual I've ever heard it from in my entire life, and I'm sure there are a lot of people that agree with that.
Well, Mr. Darden, why don't you address the legal issue that Mr. Cochran raises, that the only African American that has been proffered at this point is Mr. Hodge, to say that I am an African American who was referred to by Mark Furman in this manner.
Well,
although the record, thankfully, to this point, is colorblind as to who's who and what's what.
Well, now we know. I mean, I think now the record indicates that everyone else before Mr. Hodge was Caucasian, and the defense chose the order of their witnesses. Okay, they knew, apparently, I noticed, I'm sure they noticed the racial makeup of each of the witnesses they called today. Do we have to have a certain number of witnesses from certain ethnic or racial groups? Having chose the order of witnesses that they selected, to come to the court now and say, hey, we need to have an African American testify to this, I think is unfair. I think it's unnecessary. I think it's cumulative. As I said before, the words came in. We let them come in, Judge. We didn't fight it. You know, we fought our battle in the 352 and in the 402s and before the court. And when it came time to present this testimony before the jury, we let it come. This is enough. There is still the issue of the mini trial of Mr. Hodge, and it's going to take, I believe, well beyond this afternoon. If Mr. Cochran is 20 minutes with Mr. Hodge, we'll be here until 5:30 on cross.
But why would you do that? Why would the prosecution do that? Why wouldn't the prosecution just say, gee, Mr. Hodge, you found it insulting, gee, that's horrible, thank you very much, goodbye?
Well, we gave the court some information in the 1054-7. That's why.
I understand that, but given what you're dealing with at this point. But I'm more interested in Mr. Cochran's proffer that this is the only African American who's going to be offered, who is going to say that Mr. Furman referred to me in this way under these circumstances.
As my colleagues have pointed out to me, if he was so important to the defense, why then didn't they call him earlier? I mean, you mentioned to the defense and have over the past several days the issue, the 352 issue, as to whether or not some of this testimony is
I've
cumulative.
given them pretty good warning that at some point in time it will be redundant.
Yeah. You know, you put me in an awful position when you ask me to argue to you why an African American shouldn't be allowed to testify in front of this jury judge.
Well, Mr.
on
Dern,
this
I
issue.
sincerely, I apologize to you for putting you in that position, but you're a professional. You and I have known each other for years and years and years. I know you're up to it. I know that this is a tremendous burden that's placed upon you, and I don't envy your position, but nor do I envy my own.
Now, you know how it feels, somewhat. But I would say this, that I have some doubt that what he says occurred, and so I feel ethically and morally bound to cross-examine him on those issues. But I mean, there are issues of whether or not he was arrested and acquitted, and all kinds of other things, or whether Furman is the arresting officer or the transporting officer. There are all kinds of issues that have to be dealt with here. And then we have to call other people to follow up on this stuff. I mean, you know, Marsha Clark and Sherry Lewis and I, we don't like these words,
Well, let me ask another interesting question. Mr. Cochran, do you have an arrest report to support this incident?
No, I don't, Your Honor. I have a arrest report. I've talked to this witness. He has a lawyer who's present, and
Do you have a court file that you said that there was
No.
the subsequent arrest and prosecution resulted in an acquittal?
no, I don't have it. I have the defendant himself, who said he was the former defendant. Said he was arrested for.
No, I'm just asking. Do you
Yeah,
have?
no, I don't. I have the lawyer. I have the defendant, the former defendant, and the lawyer himself, Your Honor.
The lawyer who defended him in that case?
No, but his present lawyer. He now lives in another state. He's been out here for over a week. Can I just respond just briefly, Your Honor?
No, I'm just want you to answer my.
No,
I'm
no,
not
I
done.
don't.
I'm
No,
not
the answer
done
is no.
discussing the matter with Mr. Darden.
Okay, no. I don't have the court file. Maybe the lawyer does.
I should, well, let's see what they have for us. Yesterday's race day.
All I have is a couple of pages of a arrest report that indicates Furman is one of the arresting officers.
All right, may I see that, please?
I explained it for my understanding of that issue.
Let me see what the arrest report says.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Would you like to print that,
Which?
please?
No, I am quite familiar with it. Ah, a phone.
Take it. Take it.
Take it, Judge.
It was. I'm sorry? Certainly. Let Mr. Darden
Sure.
peruse the report.
This report is not dated, and Mr. Hodge is listed as an outstanding suspect in this report. He is not listed as having been arrested.
The DR number, though, indicates it's an 87 incident.
It is an 87 incident.
Yes.
Can I explain to the court my understanding of what happened here? As I understand it, officers other than Officer Furman observed Mr. Hodge sell cocaine to a gentleman named Thompson.
I object to that because this man was acquitted of that, and that's unfair to him to say that in court. This man has been acquitted, and I think that's unfair.
And he has been acquitted, if I could just continue. That was the allegation. The officers moved in to arrest Mr. Hodge and Mr. Thompson. Mr. Hodge fled. As he fled, he apparently encountered Officer Furman, knocking Furman to the ground. Hodge got away and was listed as an outstanding suspect on this 11352 arrest report. Mr. Thompson and Mr. Hodge were later prosecuted, and Mr. Hodge was acquitted of the narcotics sales. Officer Furman did not testify in the narcotics case because he was not a witness to the alleged transaction. Okay, so that Mr. Hodge was acquitted at trial on the narcotics violation is irrelevant. In fact, Mr. Furman was not listed as a witness by the prosecution in that matter.
All right. Does the district attorney have a file in this case?
I have a file on Hodge and Thompson, yes.
Hold on. Then this was an arrest warrant situation with Mr. Hodge?
Situation. This transaction, the narcotics transaction, occurred on January 10, as I recall. He was arrested on the 13th.
And that's as a result of an arrest warrant?
I believe so.
And Mr. Cochran, it's then at that point in time that's alleged that Detective Furman said to Mr. Hodge, aha, I told you we'd get you.
Yes, Your Honor. May I put it in perspective for you? What happened was that Mr. Hodge knew Mr. Furman very, very well. So he'd stopped him over 20 times, harassing him, messing with him, and he had called and made complaints about it. They would stop him all the time. Stopped him once on a bicycle. Stopped him on this occasion. He never knew it was Furman that he ran into. In fact, he was charged with battering a police officer. Now, don't you think if they could make that case, if he'd ran into this officer intentionally, he would have been charged with a crime. That charge was dismissed. That's what happened. But when he arrested him on this occasion, they had him spread-eagled in an alleyway. And Furman and his partner walked up and lifted him up by his handcuffs and took him and put him in their car, took him to jail and turned back and said, I told you I would get you so-and-so, with the racial slur. And then when so I mean, it's absolutely clear. They can try to hide all this. They can ask him whatever they want to ask. But this is the one witness that we have who has been confronted by this man, who had contact with him, who can testify, Your Honor, to how this man acted in the streets vis-a-vis him. And I agree it's irrelevant material what happened at the trial. I don't plan to bring out he's acquitted unless they want to go into that. I don't want to go into that. I told you what I wanted to go into, Your Honor.
Wasn't that offer of proof different from the ones we've heard so far? I mean, we've heard so far about something at the jail and something in the car, and now we have something at the scene where it's lifted up. And
No, my understanding of the material aspect of the offer was that at the time of the arrest, while in the police car, while Mr. Hodge was back in the custody section of the patrol car, Detective Furman turned to him and said, I told you we'd get you, etc. That's the offer of proof that I've heard thus far.
Right.
Also heard the bending over incident over.
Search at the jail. There was a strip search at the jail later. You recall that?
I think we sank far
I
enough.
recall that. I don't know there's necessarily material to
Well, I just
anything.
want to make sure we did talk about that also.
Yes, we did talk about that.
There's a matter of his numerous contacts with law enforcement, and it doesn't appear that all those contacts involve Detective Furman. Those are issues to cross-examine him on. The 20 to 25 contacts that Mr. Cochran has alluded to today, there appears to be no record of all of those contacts between he and Detective Furman.
How do you
and then there's
plan-
the 1054.7 package we gave the court.
Well, that may become germane in impeachment. And then we turn into the trial of Mr. Hodge.
Trial number 3.
May I respond?
Well, I'm just musing at this point. All right, Mr. Cochran.
Yes, so we can get right through this. We're trying to get this testimony up, Your Honor. Since we began our case 6 weeks ago, they've objected to every witness we've ever called. This is nothing new. We made you the offer of proof. We spelled it out as much as we can. They have what we have. I can't control what they do in cross-examination. We welcome their cross-examination. We welcome to spend the next couple hours with this jury if they want to do it. The relevant portion is this witness they're trying to protect. Refer to this man by the N-word. It's inappropriate. He's an African-American. We should have a right to do that. He's the one witness, and it goes directly to impeach what he said to Bailey. The other things, I'm not that worried about. The other trial, I'm not that worried about. We're trying to cut through this and get to McKinney and get to the end of this case, Judge. That's all we're trying to do. And I indicated to you, in the best world, you give me a ruling I could do this, and I'd have Hodge come after her because we want to make certain points to you on McKinney. But as I said, I would be willing to be governed by what you would order in this regard.
Your Honor, they could have put Mr. Hodge on last week.
Let me address that. Yes, I could have called Hodge. They said, why don't we call Hodge? I was going to call Hodge on Friday. And then you recall, Your Honor, you started talking about cumulative, and that's why I specifically got this particular excerpt from the transcript to point out to you, the Honor, exactly why this is relevant. Yes, we had Hodge here. Hodge came here from Chicago, Judge. He's been here like over a week because we didn't want to run out of witnesses. Yes, we could have called him. We could have called Singer, could have called Terry, but the court did indicate to us at some point this would become cumulative. And as you recall, we listened. And so we're trying to fashion this in a fashion now so that no longer do you think it's cumulative or redundant, so we can resolve this point. These are the last two witnesses in this area. Hodge stands by himself, and you know the situation with McKinney, and we need hearings before we get to McKinney.
Judge, you're going to let Miss McKinney testify that he used the word 41 times. Now,
Judge, can I say something? This was their witness. We didn't make this up. This is their witness. So now they're stuck with it. Can't we just get this on and stop all this whining? Let's get it over with.
no, the Goldman and Browns have rights too. I think the
Judge,
penal-
that is
I think the
preposterous. We
penal
have to hear this
code
every few minutes, Your Honor.
indicates-
Wait. All right, you propose to present Mr. Hodge, and then you want to argue the motion on the scope of McKinney.
Yes, and the motion for reconsideration, and I think you're of course aware of which all ties in. And then we'll be ready to proceed on that. I mean, I think that you've got our papers. They filed something, and that's it. I think that'll take us to the end of the day.
They insist on going on with this racial business. I think it would only be fair that the court require them to call McKinney now so that we can then take up the 352 issue again as to Hodge. I mean, at some point, it is cumulative.
We've argued already, Your Honor.
All that the jury is, well, we have argued already. Now they want you to reconsider the past arguments and P's and A's and proffers and submissions and
But see,
tapes.
they're gambling, too, that I'm not going to find McKinney cumulative at that point, since I haven't heard Hodge.
Judge, did you just hear me say, though, Harvey, did you hear me say, Your Honor, in the best of the situation, I want you to rule on Hodge, and I want you to call McKinney first? I said that very clearly, Your Honor. So there's not much of a gamble if I get the ruling and we move ahead and I've pared it down. So I'm trying to try this case and get it over, Your Honor. So that's it.
All right.
I'm sorry. Why are we even arguing Hodge now then if McKinney's coming first?
Because the court will recall why I said that at the beginning. Because I said that once you gave us the ruling, we'd know how we'd finish out the day and be ready to come back tomorrow with whatever we have left. And that this would make it a lot easier because I said that if you felt this jury needed to hear something else, I would move Hodge up if you felt that. But in the best of all worlds, I wanted Hodge after McKinney. That's why I made it very clear. I've said that a number of times, Your Honor. I'd like to be able to proceed, Your Honor.
Judge, this is all collateral. I mean, isn't genocide enough? Isn't having witnesses testify that Mark Furman
Well,
believes
counsel,
in genocide enough?
would you do me one favor, though? The argument, the only argument that Mr. Cochran has made that has any merit to it is the fact that Mr. Hodge is an African American. This is the only individual that they have proffered to whom this was said by Detective Furman.
And the probative value, the fact that Mr. Hodge is African American is what? Given what we have heard already. Okay, I think it would be apparent to the jury that Mr. Hodge is included in all of the in the genocide and all the other things Detective Furman allegedly said and was testified to here in court. Okay, what is the probative value of that?
The probative value is that it's directly impeaching of Detective Furman. I want to deal with this on a legal basis. All this emotion has got to go by the wayside. This is impeaching of their witness, and that's all we're asking to do here. It's impeaching. And that you cut right through the chase and to the argument and the issues here, and that's the issue. We have a right to do that, and that's all we're asking to do. I would just ask you to allow us to do it after McKinney.
We have all but conceded the issue, Judge. Okay.
All but. All right. My inclination at this point, because it is a statement that is directly contradictory to what was testified to, is to allow that statement in the police car, period. Fact of the arrest, fact of prior acquaintanceship, prior contacts upon the arrest in January of '87, in the police car this statement was made, period. All right? That's the ruling. Who's your next witness?
Given that, you asked the other part of mine, can we now argue the motion on McKinney and say comes after McKinney? So we'd like to do, we'd like to proceed with Ms. Dean Ullman regarding this case. Thank you. You're telling me that we'll call Hodge.
All right, do you have your package on Hodge? Mr. Darden? I'm addressing Mr. Darden. Do you have your package on Mr. Hodge? I call McKinney, so let's go with McKinney. I'm not going to wait for them to drag boxes
All right,
down.
well, before we call McKinney, we are, we'll start listening to Mr. Dean Ullman.
All right, Mr. Ullman.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, are you going to argue this?
I'm sorry,
Are you arguing the motion, the reconsideration?
do you want to argue this?
Mr. Ullman.
Ms. Clark is going to be arguing that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the opportunity to...
I'm sorry, just one request. Has the court had an opportunity to read the brief that I filed in response?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Which was essentially the Christian Reichardt response with some modifications.
That's right, it's the same law.
I read it.
I'd like to start with that. We don't have a message from God, but a lot has happened since somebody tried to deliver that message this morning, and I think we need to look at this issue in the context in which the court must now address the testimony of Ms. McKinney. And that posture is very different than it was even yesterday. As the court initially approached this problem, it viewed the defense's attack on the credibility of Detective Furman.
Well, let's focus in on what's changed between last week and today.
All right? We now, Your Honor, have 5 counts of perjury. Detective Furman not only testified that he had not used the word, the N-word, in 10 years, but he also testified, Your Honor will recall, that as soon as he got the word that robbery homicide was taking over the case, he went and waited on the street. We now have testimony from Mr. Rokar that after that call would have come in about robbery homicide taking over the case, Detective Furman is guiding the photographer through the crime scene. Your Honor will also recall, and this is count 3, that Detective Furman testified that before he went to the Rockingham scene, the closest he got to the physical evidence surrounding the bodies was standing on a landing looking down at them. And he testified that another detective pointed out to him where the glove and the hat were. That, Your Honor, appears at pages 18134 through 18136 of the transcript. Count 4 is that Detective Furman testified under oath that the photograph depicting him kneeling in the midst of the crime scene, pointing to the hat and the glove with his finger inches from the glove, was taken at 7 a.m. after he had been to Rockingham and returned to the Bundy scene to compare the gloves and see if the Bundy glove was similar to the glove he allegedly had just discovered at Rockingham. And that testimony appears at 18369 through 18371 of the transcript. And count 5, we would contend, is the inconsistency between Detective Furman's description of the door of the Bronco when he said he saw a second stain with 4 brush marks, and the testimony of criminalist Fung, who testified that the only way you could observe those brush marks was if the door of the Bronco was open, contradicting Detective Furman's testimony that he had never opened the door of the Bronco or been into the Bronco. Now, the significance of all of that is that when we talk about the credibility of Detective Furman, what motive would he have to lie about how close he got to the evidence in this case? What motive would there be to try to cover up the fact that this photograph was actually taken early in the morning hours, shortly after the photographer arrived and took the setting shots, that here we have indisputable evidence of Detective Furman kneeling in the midst of the evidence with his finger inches away from the glove? Why would there be any reason to lie about that except to try to disguise and conceal the access and the opportunity that Detective Furman actually had? Now, I think that's important because Your Honor was deciding this motion with respect to the Laura McKinney tapes based on a false premise. And the false premise was the argument by the people that there's no way this could have happened because someone was with Furman every minute. He didn't have access to the evidence, so there's no way he could have physically picked up a glove and taken that glove to the Rockingham premises. I think the other false premise of the court's ruling was that the defense theory is simply to prove that Detective Furman moved a glove from one place to another in order to frame an innocent man. And that, of course, has never been our contention. We don't, of course, have the burden of explaining how that glove got to Rockingham, but we are certainly contending it didn't get there by O.J. Simpson transporting it there. But the motive for a detective to bring evidence from one scene to another may have been other than simply a conscious effort to frame an innocent person. It may have been simply to take probable cause with you when you go to a scene so that you will be sure to be able to get a search warrant, you will be sure to be able to search for all of the evidence that you think you might find if you have already come to the conclusion that you've got the right suspect. And that is why we believe that the words of Detective Furman on those tapes are so critical and so relevant and so essential to the defense theory of the case. Because on those tapes, you have Detective Furman claiming the ability by instinct to determine who is worthy of being arrested and convicted of a crime. You have him admitting that on occasion he himself has made up the probable cause necessary to carry out an arrest. You have him describing how he believes a police officer should act immediately on his instinct and then make up the reasons later. And we believe there is ample reason in this record right now to believe that that is precisely what happened in this case, and we have a right to confront Detective Furman with these statements by him in terms of the way in which he went about getting probable cause in other cases.
That's a completely different argument, counsel. Whether or not you have the right to recall Detective Furman and confront him with these things, that's a different issue.
Well, I take it then Your Honor's ruling, and this is one point of clarification that will be very helpful to us. Your Honor's ruling does not preclude us from questioning Detective Furman about the information on that tape when we get him on the witness stand.
That issue is not presented.
All right? Thank you. That's a very helpful clarification. With respect to the portions of the tape that Your Honor indicated we can play at this point when we call Ms. McKinney to the stand, Your Honor indicated that we could elicit that the epithet was used 41 times in the period 1985 and 1986. I believe Your Honor may have misspoke in the order, because the evidence is that in 1985 and 1986, the epithet was used 35 times. 6 of the uses of the epithet occurred in 1987 and 1988.
The problem I have with that factual assertion is the labeling on the tapes themselves.
I believe the testimony of Ms. McKinney at the 402 supported that the tapes from which we have 5 of the uses of the term were made in, or was made in 1987, and the transcript in which we have the 41st use of the term was in 1988.
Right.
So what we would like to do is elicit that the term was used 41 times between 1985 and 1988. The single tape that Your Honor selected that the jury could hear of Detective Furman actually uttering the epithet, and I don't know whether this was accidental or Your Honor consciously tried to find a tape where Detective Furman's voice would be least recognizable or least legible. But
why would I do that?
Well, that's what we were trying to figure out. But that is the fact, Your Honor. The one incident that you indicated we could use the tape, the voice of Detective Furman is lost in a clatter of background noise, and it truly is. Of the 40, well, of the 18 or 19 that we have on tape, really the least legible of all of them. And we have some alternatives that we believe are no more inflammatory, no more prejudicial than the one that Your Honor selected, in which the voice can be heard much more legibly. And we would ask Your Honor to seriously consider allowing us to use an alternative to the particular item that you selected just for purpose.
And which two were those?
We have a tape, Your Honor, with the alternatives available that I think we can play in like 5 minutes, so Your Honor would have an opportunity of seeing.
Well, tell me which one they are. Since I've been over these things several times, I'll recollect which ones
Yes.
they are.
They are 17, 18,
That's
26, and 27.
Sounds like 4 to me.
Well, these are 4 alternatives in which the voice can be much more clearly heard than in the alternative that Your Honor selected.
And what is the text in your transcript? For 17 and 18, my recollection, are a dual usage in a single passage, correct?
I believe so. '17 would be practicing his martial arts movements The term is niggers. They're easy. I used to practice my kicks. 18, don't they think they are physically capable? They can arm wrestle 6 foot 7 inch ends. 26, would just be the first two lines. Westwood is gone. The ends have discovered it when they start moving into Redondo and Torrance, and that would be all we would use. And 27 is discussing female police officers. They don't do anything. They don't go out there and initiate a contact with some 6'5" N that's been in prison for 7 years pumping weights. On all of these, the voice of Detective Furman is recognizable. The use of the term is recognizable, and we don't believe that either of those facts are true with respect to the single taped incident that Your Honor previously indicated we would be allowed to use. The final point I want to make, and I know Your Honor has read our papers and seriously thought about the scope of Your Honor's ruling, is the extent of eliminating all but use of the word when the context in which the word is used itself reflects the racial animus. And we believe that even if Detective Furman had never been asked, have you used the N-word in the last 10 years, even if that question had never been asked, even if he hadn't lied about it, the fact of his racial animus would still be admissible to challenge his credibility. And by sanitizing these tapes to remove the racial animus, we are depriving the jury of evidence that it needs to assess the weight that should be given to his testimony. And I think it would be quite reasonable for a jury to look in terms of what weight they're going to give to a person's testimony. And here we're talking about all of his testimony about entering the Bronco, his testimony about what he did at the Bundy crime scene before he went to Rockingham, all of his testimony. They are going to look at someone who is a virulent, spiteful, angry racist differently than they're going to look at someone who is a casual racist, who is not animated and motivated.
But given the testimony of Miss Bell, who said that it caused her to almost to break into tears, that he was angry, and he said it in a very aggressive and hostile and arrogant way, and then Miss Singer's testimony, which was even more graphic in describing the tone and demeanor of how it was said, haven't we established that already?
I don't believe we have, Your Honor. I don't believe we have even plumbed yet the depths of the hatefulness and spite of Detective Mark Furman. And until we do...
The issue here is whether or not the jury has sufficient information to put this man's credibility in appropriate context. That's the issue.
Well, it's more than just a question of credibility. It's a question of what weight they will give to his testimony. And we believe that that is a quantitative as well as a qualitative judgment. And what we are doing really is depriving the jury of the quantitative portion of it. We are depriving them of really getting a flavor that we got from listening to those tapes of how trustworthy or how credible this man is.
I wouldn't call it a flavor.
Well, it's certainly a distasteful flavor, but a flavor it is.
Now, Dean Ullman, why don't you anticipate the argument is going to be that no facts have changed, that for example, the photograph of Detective Furman It's apparent that it appears to be nighttime. I mean, that's something that was known to you, or should have been known, or should have been easily discernible based upon what the photograph was and how it is depicted.
Quite to the contrary, Your Honor. What we were given at the outset of this trial was a stack of photographs, without any order, without any indication in what order they were taken. Many of them were flash photographs, and you can't necessarily tell just by looking at a flash photograph whether it was taken at day or night. I think on close examination of this photograph, there are indications that someone who's clued in or tuned in to that problem can tell. But when you look at the sequence of the contact print, it's overwhelming, the significance of depriving us of the opportunity of seeing these photographs in sequence. And that's why we're asking for sanctions, and we think very serious sanctions are warranted. Your Honor was actually deprived of the information you should have had before you even considered the admissibility of the McKinney tapes, because this evidence had not yet even been produced at that time. It was only when it was to the convenience and to the benefit of the prosecution to put contact prints together, because their witness from the FBI asked for them, that we ever had the opportunity to see the sequence of these photographs. That is a cover-up. It is a cover-up of perjured testimony in this case. That's the only way to look at it. And we were deprived of that information until 1 week ago when we saw those contact prints for the first time, even though we had asked for those contact prints months ago at the outset of this trial and were told it was impossible. They could not produce contact prints. We believe that evidence is highly significant, not only to Your Honor's ruling, but, of course, to the credibility of detective firms.
Thank you, Counsel.
We're about neck deep in rhetoric and hyperbole. I'm not going to add to it. But if you can call a contact sheet evidence of a cover-up, I guess you can see where the defense arguments go. Smoke and mirrors and a lot of hot air and a lot of big talk and a lot of nasty accusations that aren't backed up with evidence. What we have here in these contact sheets is nothing more than they've already had throughout this trial. Those photographs, Your Honor, all have numbers stamped on them. The sequence is shown on the photographs themselves. You can't miss it. I mean, that's how I was able to sequence them. I got a stack of photographs in the beginning of this case that I had to sit down and put in sequence. And I did it by looking at the number that's stamped on the lower right-hand corner of each and every photograph that they have and that we have. And it's nothing being covered up. There's nothing hidden. They've always known the sequence of these photographs. If they couldn't figure it out, they could ask us. I could tell them, there's a number on the photograph. It's very simple stuff. You know, there's nothing to get all excited about, a conspiracy. We didn't go and black out the numbers on their copy, Your Honor. We wouldn't have had time. And who would want to? They have them. They have all that information. Look at what you've got. I mean, I can give it to them. I can't make them read it. That's really the bottom line. They've had it for now over a year. And now they're complaining that they didn't know how to put them in sequence. I hope that's not what they're arguing. But I mean, that's the value of the argument that you're getting here. Now, they wanted a contact sheet. They get it. It adds no new information, and that's a cover-up. It's ridiculous. It is absurd. Mr. Ullman stands up and argues out of both sides of his mouth simultaneously. What a feat. He says that you cannot really tell when pictures are taken with a flash, whether it's during the daytime or at night. But except in these two last ones with Detective Furman, you can really tell. Oh, come on. If you can't tell, you can't tell. That's the bottom line. And to me, I mean, I look at the photographs, the last two in the roll, and it's very apparent what happened here. Brokar was at the scene for quite a long time. In between his overalls, he took the first 33. They are all overalls of the general scene, and none of them are specifically of any item of evidence. It is not until much later when Detective Furman gets back and does as instructed by Detective Van Adder to go look at the glove and see if they look like a matched pair, that he goes over and he points it out. Now, he's not the only one who testified to that. Officer Risky said that just before he got off duty at 7:30, he saw Officer Furman come back from Rockingham, take the photographer over to the scene, and move the bush back so he could point out the evidence. And that area happens to be dark with foliage, as Rokar testified. There's no big mystery here, and not the rudeness of counsel and not their unfounded allegations will change the truth.
Why don't you address the legal issue on motions to reconsider, Counsel?
Yes, and I meant to start with that, Your Honor. I got sidetracked.
That would help.
There is
me a
no,
lot.
I'm sorry, there is no legal provision for a motion for reconsideration in criminal law. That is only in civil law. It is recognized in Civil Code of Procedures, Section 1008, and what they require in civil law is that the party seeking reconsideration show newly discovered facts. In this case, we have no newly discovered facts with respect to the motion for reconsideration of Laura McKinney.
But doesn't the case law dealing with that particular code section include criminal cases? If you shepherdize that, you come up with some criminal
We
cases.
did. I believe that none were found, Your Honor. We don't have any in our motion, which leads me to believe that, no, there aren't any criminal cases under that section. And
Correct.
you asked me that question because you knew Ms. Lewis wrote the motion, huh? No. But, no, as far as I know, there are no criminal law cases that involve that section because it's not recognized in criminal law. So, I mean, at least in theory, we didn't have to have all the argument. But,
So if my Pepperdine law clerks found some,
did they? Criminal cases? And what do they say?
say it's applicable to criminal law cases.
Okay. Nevertheless, we
deals
don't have
with
any newly...
sanctions.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Never mind.
Okay.
There's a rule in
Still need-
the civil procedure that an unfounded motion for reconsideration is the subject of sanctions. Just an aside. Not relevant to this situation.
Oh, you saw my motion coming.
No.
But with respect to this particular case, they don't have newly discovered evidence to point to, Your Honor. The contact sheet doesn't qualify. That contact sheet is nothing but a collection of the photographs they've had for a year and 3 months. So we have nothing new that's been offered to this court. We do have, however, as I've indicated to the court earlier, Officer Risky testified that he saw the photograph being taken at 7 a.m. shortly before he got off duty. Mr. Ullman poses the question, why lie about the time? Well, that's to cover up. If that's to cover up the ability or opportunity to conceal or move evidence, then why is he standing there in the photograph pointing to the evidence? I mean, is that the stupidest thing you've ever heard? Hi, Mom. You know, I'm going to move some evidence now. What is this? If he's trying to hide himself and conceal himself, then you certainly do not get close to the evidence. You don't step into the scene. You don't stand there and point to it. You stay way back in the shadows. That's not what he did. It's clearly not what he did. He was working. He was doing as he was told. Detective Van Adder told him what to do, and he did it. It's very, very clear what happened. And all of these nefarious implications that they're seeking to draw from very minor things, you know, that in no case would you ever see anyone try to make as big a deal as they have about a contact sheet. It doesn't mean it's so just because they keep saying it, Your Honor. It's nothing more than the barest of allegations. That's all it is. They have nothing to back up any of this stuff, just like they have nothing to back up the motion for reconsideration. And in this case, you want to reconsider something, let me ask you this. You've allowed Ms. Bell to testify to the utterance in 1985. You've allowed Ms. Singer to testify to 2 very ugly utterances in 1987. And now you propose to allow for Mr. Hodge to testify, although I concur with Mr. Darden, I do not think that he adds any probative value to the nature of the impeachment, which is conceitedly collateral at best. He adds nothing to them. If that's the state of the record, why are we allowing McKinney at all? She will do nothing more than reassert that at the relevant time frame that the defense has established, 85 to 87, he used the racial epithet. Now, isn't her testimony, McKinney's testimony, wholly cumulative at this point? We have gotten from 2 women and a man who happens to be African American that the racial epithet was used. So now they've established that he uses it to talk about African American people and he uses it to address African American people directly. What more can you do to impeach?
I mean, what can you do? They'd like to be doing it for the next 2 years if they could. But what is appropriate in this trial? You know, the court has ruled that at a certain point it gets collateral. Well, we submit that if the court does allow Mr. Hodge to testify, it will then be completely collateral because Ms. McKinney will truly be cumulative on every issue, whether he uses the word in speaking of or when he addresses in speaking to. In fact, in some sense, Ms. McKinney is impeaching because she has him speaking to an African-American man and never using the word. Nevertheless, Your Honor, that is now truly cumulative. What is the point of Ms. McKinney? The people would urge this court, yes, to reconsider. Please do. Reconsider that Ms. McKinney is now not needed based on newly discovered fact that Mr. Hodge will be allowed to testify. Mr. Hodge will be allowed to complete the picture for them, a very ugly picture that really has no bearing on this case. And it's unfortunate that we have to paint that ugly picture for this jury again. But I cannot see how this would possibly add any information that is relevant to the picture that this jury has of this case. Mr. Ullman is right, in a sense. You know, they will view Mr. Furman as a racist. I cannot imagine arguing differently to this jury. And they will put his credibility in its proper perspective. If they have their way, however, Mr. Furman's attitudes, social attitudes, will become the focal issue of this trial. And the fact that he had no opportunity to do any of the actions attributed, that they attempt to attribute to him in this case, will become irrelevant because the jury will be so inflamed it will not matter to them any longer whether Mark Furman could or could not have moved the glove. And Mr. Ullman wants to paint the distinction between a hostile racist and a casual racist. I don't know how anyone can be a casual racist. I mean, that's to me an oxymoron. You know, you can't be that kind of an evil person and be casual about such a thing. It just doesn't happen. They've painted Mr. Furman as being a racist. There's no doubt about it. With the additional testimony of Mr. Hodge, they will have completed that picture, spread enough venom in this courtroom to sink a battleship. We've done it enough. And Ms. McKinney is simply no longer necessary after Mr. Hodge's testimony. And we submit to this court that although it was unfortunate that we had to spend as much time as we did outside the presence of the jury litigating the McKinney tapes based on the actions of the defense has put us in this posture now. I think that your admission of the Hodge testimony should properly preclude them from calling Ms. McKinney. And that's enough, Your Honor. That's enough. Yes, the credibility of all witnesses is an issue, but his credibility is a very limited issue in this case. Because in point of fact, he could not have done what they're trying to prove he did. So it's for what? It is only collateral impeachment. And to that end, those three witnesses are much more than they're entitled to. We would urge the court to reconsider, as the defense has, but to reconsider appropriately not to allow Ms. McKinney to testify at all.
Three very brief points, Your Honor.
Reminds me of the Chinese proverb to be careful what you ask for.
The suggestion that the prosecution was well aware of the sequence of these photographs raises lots of questions in my mind in terms of whether it explains the refusal of the prosecution to make contact prints available or to make the negatives available from which we could make contact prints. It suggests to me that from the outset of the case, they were aware of the problems that might create, that have been created.
But Mr. Ullman, let's take for granted that, you know, data backs on the back of cameras are in common usage. You can pay $40 at Fedco and get a camera that's got one of these things, and it numbers or dates the pictures. It gives you a sequence. I've seen the photographs. They do have the sequences, so it's not the strongest argument. The argument that concerns me the most is Ms. Clark's argument that I should reconsider the entire ruling and preclude Ms. McKinney in her entirety, because now that you have Singer and Hodge and Bell, you've got more than you asked for in the first place.
Your Honor.
That's the argument you need to deal with.
All right, let me address that, because obviously the point at which we want the jury to end up is to reject Detective Furman's testimony in its entirety. And as Your Honor is aware, the instruction that informs the jury they may do that is if they find that a witness was willfully false in a material part of his testimony. Willfully false means we not only have to show that Detective Furman was wrong when he said he had not used the N-word, but that he knew he was wrong. He knew he was lying. And if the argument can be made, I'm sure it will be made, and we will hear it from the prosecution at the end of this case, that why would Detective Furman remember casual encounters with two women in 1985 and 1986? Every iota of evidence that we have that shows the frequency with which he used this term goes to that question of whether he was willfully lying when he said he had not used the word. We believe the fact that he used it 41 times in the course of transcribed, tape-recorded conversations, and the fact that he was well aware that transcripts and tapes of these conversations were in existence, would have gone through his mind at the very moment he uttered the perjured testimony that he presented in this court. So we believe it's not cumulative at all. It goes right to the heart of the question the jury's going to have to resolve of whether he was willfully lying when he presented that falsehood to them. And finally, Your Honor, we would like the opportunity to have the court review the alternative tapes that we have available. We believe it's very important for the jury to hear Detective Furman's own words, and we believe that since Your Honor has determined that one of these taped excerpts is appropriate, that it should be a tape excerpt that is audible, in which his voice can be identified. Can we play the tape for Your Honor?
I recollect the tape, counsel.
Thank you.
When the people did not have to address the request to change the excerpts.
Well, I think the argument's over at this point, counsel. Since this is a motion to reconsider, I don't believe that that particular issue is, well, simple enough. In making my original ruling regarding Miss McKinney and determining what should come in, the court's thought process was, I think, pretty obvious, that the issue was Detective Furman's use of the racial epithet in a disparaging manner. And in reviewing the 41 offered incidents of that usage, the court wanted to find examples that would not then go on to include other offensive material as well, including physical abuse of other people, some other violent act, that sort of thing. So these were the most sanitized usage of the racial epithet the court could find. In reviewing this, the court listened to the tapes and then primarily worked from the transcripts in making the ruling. And Mr. Allman, I will concede that in selecting the excerpt to be played, I did not then go back and listen to the quality of the tape. So I will agree that that particular excerpt, the one where Detective Furman discusses why black Muslims live in a particular part of town, that one is not audible in a real sense. And what the court had sought was an example of where Detective Furman, in his own voice, makes a statement that is of such color and I'll use your term, Mr. Ullman, flavor, that the person listening to that could understand and appreciate and evaluate whether or not that was a true statement of that person's true feelings, whether or not that statement, or whether or not that statement was role-playing in the context of the screenplay, and to allow the juror to give to that statement the appropriate weight. I will grant the motion to reconsider for this one particular item. I will substitute excerpt 27 for the excerpt regarding the black Muslims, which number I do not recollect. This is the police officer, female police officer, so we'll get to insult them as well, dealing with 6'5" suspects, so you can cue that up. All right, we'll take 10 minutes, have Ms. McKinney here. Is our present, Deputy Magnaro, let's have the jurors, please.
Judge, just so you know, when the jurors come in, Ms. Clark and I have entered into a stipulation simply as to what time the sun rose on June 13th of 1994.
Why don't
It'll
we take that up some other time?
Well, it takes 30 seconds, and I wanted to do it while
No,
it was still
counsel.
fresh in their minds from Mr. Rokar's testimony, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor,
Let's have the jurors, please.
If the clerk can give you, I want to introduce Mr. Kent Spaulding, Your Honor, if I might, to the jury.
I met Mr. Spaulding.
No, to the jury, because he's here for North Carolina, and so it relates to her.
Problem is, he is not admitted pro hoc vice. He is not on the record, counsel.
May I so move?
Need an application.
Well, I'm making an application now. I can make an old application. He's been here for 2 weeks, Your Honor. He's paid his own
And
way.
I've been thrilled to have him here.
Yes.
If you want him on the record, you need to file the application. That's the court rule.
You know, he is actually leaving tomorrow, and he's here because of this particular witness. And
Oh, okay.
just I want to just introduce him as, because he's been here, Your Honor, for 2 weeks.
Okay.
There's no problem, Your Honor. Is it?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How many times do I need to say, okay? Nothing, just to say this is one of the attorneys representing Mr.
Let me ask these questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Regwan present as well. All right, Mr. Cochran, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense will next call Ms. Laura Hart McKinney to the stand.
All right, before we do that, excuse me, just a minute,
Yes.
Ms. McKinney. Ladies and gentlemen, present here at council's table is Mr. Kent Spaulding. Mr. Spaulding, would you please stand? Mr. Spaulding is an attorney from, I believe, North Carolina, who's been assisting the defense, and that explains his presence here in court today. Thank you, Mr. Spaulding. Mr. Cochran.
McKinney, please.
All right, Mr. McKinney, would you face the clerk, please?
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause not coming before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat. State and spell your first and last names for the record.
My first name is Laura, L-A-U-R-A.
Why don't you pull the microphone close to you, please?
First name Laura, L-A-U-R-A. Last name McKinney, M-C-K-I-N-N-Y.
Or is that a fresh glass, double fresh? Okay. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. McKinney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cochran.
Ms. McKinney, what is your occupation?
I'm a filmmaker in residence at the North Carolina School of the Arts, School of Filmmaking, a professor of screenwriting.
And that is your present occupation?
Yes,
And you presently reside in North Carolina?
yes, I do.
And you're here today pursuant to a subpoena that was issued by this court?
Yes,
And how long have you been out here in California waiting to testify?
3 weeks, and
Sustain.
All right. You're here to testify today from North Carolina?
yes, I am.
All right. Now, in that connection, prior to moving to North Carolina, did you live in California?
Yes, I did.
And how long had you lived in California prior to going to North Carolina?
Since I was 12.
So a good part of your life was spent
Yes.
here. Is that correct? When did you move to North Carolina?
In 1993.
All right. When you were last here in California, what was your occupation then?
I was a freelance writer, and I worked at UCLA as a
senior learning skills counselor, and also at Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District as a home instructor.
And how long did you have those two occupations, both at UCLA and at the Malibu School District?
I started working for Malibu School District in 1974 or 1973, and for UCLA in 1983.
All right. Now, I would like to direct your attention back to the month of April of 1985. Did you have occasion during that month and during that year to meet an individual by the name of Mark Furman?
I'm sorry, what was the month again,
I think
please?
April of 1985, or thereabouts.
It was February
All right.
1985,
Let's
yes.
specifically direct you back to February of 1985. And did you have occasion to meet Mark Furman during that time frame?
Yes, I did.
And would you tell the jury where you were the time that you first met Mark Furman? You might pull the microphone up a little bit closer to you.
All right. I was at a cafe in Westwood. I don't remember the name of the cafe, but I believe it was on Westwood Boulevard.
And what happened? How did you happen to meet Mr. Furman at that time?
I was sitting on the outside of the cafe. There were tables on the outside, and I was sitting there. I was working on my laptop computer, and a man dressed in street clothes came up and asked me about my computer. That was a fairly common thing for people to do then, because this was a time when laptops weren't that familiar to people, and often people would come and ask me what it was and how you used it. So this man asked me what I was doing and what that was, and I explained to him that it was a laptop and explained to him how it worked. And
All right, and this was in February of 1985.
yes,
All right. Thereafter, during that conversation, did you have occasion to, were you working on some particular project at that time?
at the time
The time when you
When
first
I-
met Detective Furman?
I was transcribing some notes, and at the time I was thinking about developing a story about women in the police department and to what extent they were successful in different kinds of areas. I was thinking of particularly areas of high crime.
All right. Now, after you first met Mark Furman in February of 1985, did you thereafter have further meetings with him after your initial meeting in February of 1985?
Yes, I did.
All right, and tell us about those meetings. And did you at some point engage him as a consultant or an advisor for a screenplay you were working on?
Yes,
All
I
right,
did.
tell us about that.
During our first meeting, Officer Furman, at that time, he told me he was an officer, and he was interested in my idea of working on a story about women on the police department and the extent to which they could succeed in areas of high crime. Officer Furman had very strong views about the extent to which some women,
Right, next question.
Well, did Officer Furman have views about the ability of women to succeed in high crime areas?
yes, he did.
What were his views in that regard? You may answer.
He had strong views about women's ability to be able to succeed in areas of high crime, feeling that some of them were not capable of that. And during this particular first meeting, he told me that
Sustain.
So you
Next
had,
question.
certainly, you had a conversation during this first meeting. You were able to garner some of his views about women in law enforcement during the first meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Did you, at or during that first meeting, make some arrangements to meet further with Mr. Furman regarding his views and whether or not he could help you with the interviews that you might want to conduct?
Yes.
All right. Well, tell us about what you did in that connection. Did you retain him at some point?
I didn't retain him. I asked him if he would be interested in helping me give some ideas, some personal views that might help generate some thoughts about characters and police procedures and other areas that might be useful to me in helping understand the kinds of frustrations that men had on the police department and women, and possibly some of the cover-ups that might occur in conjunction with that. And he agreed to help me in that, to that extent, and give me some of his personal views, some ideas that he might have. And so we agreed to meet again and tape the interviews.
All right, and you told him you wanted to tape the interviews that you conduct with him, did you?
Yes,
And did you tell him why you wanted to tape the interviews?
yes.
And why was that?
He was giving me a great deal of material that would be hard for me to process, to understand unless I listened to it, because I had to understand it sequentially to be able to write it cinematically. So sometimes it was police procedure, sometimes it was different kinds of things people were saying, and it would have been difficult to take copious notes and actually listen to him attentively.
All right, now, these interviews that you had with Detective Furman, were all of those interviews taped, as best you can recall?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, over what period of time did you conduct these taped interviews with Mark Furman after your initial meeting with him in February of 1985?
Approximately from the beginning of April 2nd, I believe, through July 1994.
So, over almost a 10-year period of time, you had taped interviews with this man, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to these interviews, what did you call these interviews with Mr. Furman?
Interviews with Mark Furman.
And in talking with this man, what were you trying to get from him? Were you trying to get information from him?
I was trying to get some idea of the frustrations that some men who belong to a particular group called Men Against Women on the police department, some kind of frustrations that they might have that would cause them to want to join a group like that, and then try to understand.
She's answering the question.
Finish your answer.
Then try to understand as well some of the areas in which women might feel frustrated by being stonewalled and embarrassed and humiliated by men.
Now, in that connection, before you started taping these interviews, did Detective Furman know that you were taping these interviews?
Yes.
And did you give him any, would you tell him, strike that, what did you tell him with regard to how you wanted him to talk? Did you want him to talk freely and openly to you and use words like police officers use, or what?
Sustain.
And what did you tell him about the kind of conversation or about the kinds of things you wanted him to share with you regarding police work?
Oh, you can answer the question.
I told him that I wanted to write a fictional piece based on fact, and so it was very important to me that I have a really clear idea of what some police officers would say in a given situation, so that the instances that he would give me would be as factual and realistic as possible.
You asked him to be factual and realistic, did you?
Yes.
Now, in that connection, after you would, before you would have a meeting with Detective Furman, would you ever provide him with any questions, the kinds of questions you would ask during your actual meeting?
Not for every meeting, but for our second meeting, the meeting after April 2nd, I compiled a list of questions based on some of his responses to that particular interview and sent them to him along with the interview so that he could refer back to some excerpts in the interview and then be prepared for some of the questions that we might want to talk about, anything that he might feel comfortable discussing in our next meeting. So I didn't always include questions.
But on occasion you did, is that correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about your procedure with regard to the taping of the interviews. After you had taped the interview and the interview had concluded, would you then do something with regard to transcribing those tapes?
Yes, I would take the tape back home and put it in my transcribing machine. I have a cassette transcriber, a professional cassette transcriber machine, and a micro cassette transcribing machine, which allows you to modulate the speed of speech and also the volume, and it has a foot pedal so that you can rewind at your leisure and review things that you're not sure about. So then I would put whatever cassette I was using in there and transcribe it within a day or two of the interview for my records.
Now, with regard to your transcribing habits, had you had a job prior to this time, prior to 1985, where you'd done transcribing before that?
Yes, I did.
What job did you have in that connection?
During college, I worked through, well, not through college, but through a large part of it for a few years at Retail Credit Company. It's a place, was in Van Nuys, and I was a professional transcriber.
So as a professional transcriber, you knew how to transcribe at the time you set about to transcribe these tapes, is that correct?
Yes,
And with regard to that, did you try to did you transcribe it accurately as best you could?
yes, I did.
And why did you want to transcribe it accurately? How would that be helpful to you?
Well, again, initially, I knew very little about the police department, and I was doing other extensive interviews and research, ride-alongs, lots of research at the Los Angeles Police Academy. But when someone was going to be telling me specific events or issues that I needed to understand clearly, I would need to take that down as accurately as possible so that when I refreshed my memory, the details that I would give would be accurate, so that when someone would read it or hopefully see it as a feature, they would know that it was an accurate, well-researched project. So it was very important for me to transcribe the interviews accurately.
Did you, at the outset in 1985, was there a difference in the way you transcribed in 85 and later on, let's say in 1988 or in 1994? Is there any difference?
Yes, there's a difference.
And tell us about that briefly.
Again, in the beginning, I wanted to be as precise as possible. Also, I was developing the story, but as the outline of the story became clear, and the treatment, which is a narrative short version of the story, as I understood what that was about, my questions to Officer Furman at that time were sometimes more topical, so that when I would transcribe it, I might leave out my question, and I might just put in the topic. It also had something to do with the fact that I had just had 2 children during that period of time, from 1986 to the early 90s, and was married and I was very busy. So I didn't take as much time to transcribe my questions and all the finite kinds of details. If people interrupted us in the restaurant, I would keep that out.
All right. Did you ever at any time in transcribing these transcripts ever substitute a word or put a word in that Mr. Furman didn't say?
Not intentionally, no.
You tried to be accurate, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if I can approach the witness, and this has previously been marked, another hearing, 1364. I want to just ask her a couple questions regarding it. I want to place before you Defendant's 1364, which I believe indicates Furman questions round 2. Would you tell the jury just briefly what that is, Ms. McKinney?
This is an example of the questions that I gave Officer Furman after our first interview on April 2nd, 1985. This is what I sent to him in conjunction with the tape transcript of that first interview.
All right, now, with regard to this, you told us about the interviews with Mark Furman, and you've also told us that you're working, as a result of those interviews, on a screenplay called Men Against Women. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was a subplot of your screenplay, Men Against Women, dealing with racism at all?
No, it was sexism.
You were dealing with sexism, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, now, with regard to the taped interviews, over the 10-year period that we've been talking about, do you remember how many tapes you actually transcribed over that period of time?
Again, please, how many tapes
How many
I
tapes were actually
transcribed?
transcribed over the 10-year period? How many hours?
Oh, 11 to 12 hours of tape.
And I presume during these 11 to 12 hours you tried to be as accurate as possible, right?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the 11 to 12 hours, did you ever at any point inadvertently tape over any of the tapes?
Yes, I did.
All right, would you tell us how many, if you recall?
I taped inadvertently over 2 tapes.
And would one of those be the first tape?
Yes, one
And
was the first.
When was that? When was that first interview?
The first interview that was taped was April 2nd, 1985.
Now, in April 2nd, 1985, would I be correct that after the interview was conducted with Detective Furman, you then transcribed it within a day or so?
Yes, that's correct.
And in seeking to transcribe it, was your memory fresh at the time you transcribed it?
Yes,
Did you personally transcribe it and seek to record everything he had said?
yes,
And were the resulting transcripts or transcript a true account of what Mr. Furman had said during that interview? Oh, well.
yes,
And finally, was this transcript an accurate record of what was on the tape?
yes,
All right. Now, was there another time that there was another tape that was inadvertently taped over later on?
yes.
And do you remember the number of that one, do you recall?
I believe that was tape number 9.
Was that a later time?
Yes,
All right. But with regard to tape number 9, if I were to ask you the same questions, did you seek to transcribe that tape within a day or so after the interview?
yes,
And did you at that time personally do that?
yes,
Did you strive to be as accurate as you could?
yes,
And was it a true account of what Mr. Furman had said?
yes,
And it was an accurate record as far as you knew. Is that right?
yes.
All right. Now, the last interview you had with this man was July 28, 1994? Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that interview take place?
That interview took place in Alice's restaurant in Westwood.
Now, during the time that you talked with Mr. Furman, during this 10-year period of time, did he ever use the racial epithet, which I'll call the N-word, during the course of your conversations with him?
Yes, he did.
And in the course of your preparation of your testimony here today, can you tell the jury how many times you've counted that he used that word?
Approximately 42.
42 times?
Yes.
And when he would use this word in the court, strike that. In what circumstances would he use this word in being interviewed and talking to you?
Objection.
Oh.
Well, the tapes were, the interviews were confidential. I mean, Officer Furman certainly didn't think that
Objection.
I would.
All right, this answer is non-responsive. Would
Let
you
me
rephrase the
Let me raise
question?
the question. Can you describe for the jury under what circumstances would he use this so-called N-word? What was he talking about? Police procedures? What was he talking about?
Oh, I see. That the word would come up in conversation when he might be talking about how an officer might deal with a suspect, or a police procedural issue, or how an officer might be talking about someone in administration, just general, normal language.
Next question.
All right. And when you would hear these words of this particular epithet, would that have an effect upon you?
Objection. No.
Certainly.
And what effect did it have upon you?
Oh,
Let me answer.
It's a base epithet. There's no way of doctoring it up and making it sound better. It's offensive, and I didn't feel good about it hearing it. However, I was in very much of a journalistic mode and knew to be able to get the information that I needed to be able to acquire from Officer Furman, I would need to not react, not to be judgmental about hearing some of the very base, offensive kinds of things that I would be hearing.
next question.
All right. So you didn't agree with his use of these words. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I didn't agree with the use of them.
All right. But you were in a journalistic mode, so you sat there and listened to him as he went on. Is that right?
Sustained. Well,
Did you say anything to him about using these words at that time?
No, I did not.
And In the use of these words and other things during he was talking to you, will you describe his experiences in police work? May I answer?
Could you ask the question again,
Certainly.
please? Sorry.
In the use of these words and during the course of the interview, did Detective Furman describe his experiences in being a police officer?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the 41 or 42 times that he used the so-called N-word, can you describe for the jury how he appeared as he used this word? You may answer.
You
have
can
a
answer.
question?
Could you ask it again?
Certainly. I understand that
I
it
understand,
was, yes.
but
All
I
right.
think...
During the 41 or 42 times that Mr. Furman used the word nigger, could you tell us how he appeared as he did that? You may answer.
When Officer Furman used the word nigger, it was in a very casual, ordinary pattern of speech. It was nothing extraordinary. It was just conversation.
And as he did that, did you have a sense of how he was using it?
Vague.
Let me see. Did he appear to be joking when he was using that word?
Rephrase the question.
Well, when he used the word... was
Ask her to describe the demeanor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very kindly. Would you describe the demeanor of Detective Furman or Mr. Furman while he's using this word these 41 or 42 times? You may answer.
He was using it in a serious fashion. It was a word that apparently he felt...
Sustain.
All right. You may answer the question. Let me ask again, Your Honor. Can you describe, and I want you to paint a word picture for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, of how he appeared when he was using this word these 41 or 42 times that you recall? Your best description. You may answer.
When Officer Furman used this word, it was in conjunction to many of the things we would be discussing, and it was in a serious manner. It was not lighthearted. It was something that he would use in normal conversation.
All right. When he used this word, did he appear to you to be was it using it in a way that was insulting? You may answer that question. Was it insulting?
Wasn't
Go ahead.
was insulting to me. The word is insulting, and when he was using it in a demeaning, derogatory fashion. I don't know that he would think it was insulting, but I don't know.
Sustain. You've answered the question.
All right. You've answered the question. Did he use it in a disparaging manner? You may answer that.
Yes, it's a disparaging word. He was using it in a disparaging fashion.
In the course of the time that you came to interview this man over 10 years, did you ever form an opinion of whether or not he was a racist?
Sustain.
Or did he use this word in a racist manner?
Sustain.
Did he use this word in a vicious manner?
I think negative, disparaging, insulting, I think that pretty much covers it.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Which is not, I'd like to pass those out to the jury if we can, Your Honor. Let me get a look at those.
The transcript can be passed out. Although it is, Mr. Cochran,
I'm sorry.
given the time it will take to pass it out and collect it, it is something we can't put on the envelope.
Well, it'll be up on the screen also, but at some point I'd like to mark it, Your Honor, that there's the next, as our next.
I'd like to see it, if I may.
Do you have a copy?
Well, he has a copy. Mr. Douglas gave him a copy, so he can look at it, read his own copy. May I mark that as our next, Your Honor?
1367.
1367. All right. Now, let me just inquire, Your Honor, if I might. I'd like to mark as the defendant's next 1368 as the tape that Mr. Harris will be playing.
Yes.
Mr. Harris has some speakers, Your Honor. He's going to move at this point. The clerk pleases. Let me ask a question while he's doing that, Your Honor. Now, with regard to, may I give her an excerpt, Your Honor, on the excerpt? Do you have one up there?
I've got mine.
You're keeping it. That's good. I got it.
Thank you.
With regard to these two excerpts, you've shared with us there's some 42 or more instances where he uses this offensive word. This first one, with regard to this first instance that we're going to be seeing shortly, can you give us some background? I'll read it, Your Honor, and ask her to give us some background regarding this. And this particular one, I believe this is one where it was taped over, and we have just a transcript. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with the question, but the quote by Furman is, "We have no niggers where I grew up." Do you recall him saying that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what he said?
Yes.
And what tape was that where he made that statement?
That was during our first interview.
And that was the one you described for the jury as taped over?
The first taped interview, April 2nd, 1985.
And with regard to that particular one, about having no African Americans where he grew up, can you compare that with the other 42 others from a standpoint of how he used that word in that compared to the others?
It's a vague question as
Well,
well, and I don't know that anybody can really answer that question.
Let me try again. Okay?
Rephrase the question.
Okay. With regard to this instance where we have no blank where I grew up, do you have that in mind?
Yes.
Can you compare that with the other 42 times or so that he used this in the course of your interviews? Is there any difference between how I used the term there and the other 42 times or so?
Objection. Mistakes the testimony.
Okay, you may answer.
Yes, there's a significant difference here. This particular example is the least offensive and inflammatory in comparison to the others.
All right. Now,
All right,
with
I'm going to strike that answer. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a judgment that is not appropriate at this point in time. You're to disregard that last question and answer. Next question.
All right, Your Honor. With regard to, let's move down to the second incident we've been allowed to use that for Furman speaking. They don't do anything. They don't go out there and initiate a contact with some 6'5" nigger that's been in prison for 7 years pumping weights. Do you recall Mr. Furman saying that to you at some point?
Yes, however, I believe,
Next
You
question.
do recall that? And that is on tape, is it not?
excuse me,
I understand. Let me just look at my question, Ms. McKinney. Do you recall that being said, Ms. McKinney?
I recall that being said,
Okay.
yes.
And was that said, were you present during that interview?
Yes,
All right. And was that an interview where you had another person present with you, a Miss Lori Diaz?
yes,
All right. And you were present there, is that correct?
yes,
And you heard Detective Furman, in interacting with Lori Diaz, make the statement I just read. Is that right?
that's correct.
All right. Is that what you wanted to tell us?
Yes, that
All
is.
right. And if you were to see these, hear this on tape, would you be able to identify Mr. Furman's voice?
Certainly,
And would you, I don't know if we're going to hear Ms. Diaz's voice or not, but you could identify his voice. Is that correct?
and Ms. Diaz's as well.
Okay. Very well, Your Honor. If the court pleases, may we have Mr. Harris put up I want to go back and ask a question regarding the first one. It's not on tape. Then we'll have Mr. Harris play that.
May I have
With-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Sorry.
interrupt.
Go ahead.
May I have an opportunity to hear what they're going to play, given the possibility of other voices on the tape?
No, I think we've all had sufficient opportunity at this point, Mr. Darden. All right, Mr. Harris, do you have your headphones available there? All right, would you play that quickly for Mr. Darden, please?
While he's doing that, can we pass out the excerpts while he's doing it? May I approach?
You may. Do you have a copy for... All right, I think we Bashmakian, would you hand those out to the jury, please? You heard that excerpt? Mr. Cochran, juror number 98 is indicating that she has two of the same pages. Do you have any other copies? All right, Mr. Darden, would you change that with juror number? Give it to Deputy Bashmakian, please. Thank you.
Your Honor, apparently had it queued up and he's having trouble finding it now, but he'll get it. You got it? Okay.
Anything else you can ask Ms. McKinney at this point?
I can, Your Honor, but I want to just make sure if I can just take care of this. I have a couple other questions I can ask you, Your Honor, while he's doing that. Ms. McKinney, did Mr. Furman ever at any time apologize to you for the way in which he used this word, this N-word?
Sustained. Mr. Harris has found it. He's indicating it's not coming through his headphones. That's the problem. Well, I'd like to have Mr. Darden have the opportunity to, do we have to do this without the headphones? In other words, he can't cue it up just on a system through his headphones?
Is that right? Yes, can I cue it up without the headphones? Or with the headphones? It's not playing through the headphones, is the problem. It'll take less than a minute, Your Honor.
All right, let me ask the jurors to step back into the jury room for a few moments. The record should reflect the jury is withdrawn from the courtroom. Mr. Harris, you want to play that for Mr. Darden, please? I'm sorry?
Going to play it out loud?
They don't do anything. They don't initiate contact from 6 foot 5. Maybe it's been a perfect perception of confirmation.
All right, Mr. Darden. Do you recollect the excerpt?
I believe I've heard it before, yeah.
They don't do anything.
All right, let's have the jurors, please. Deputy McNair. I'm sorry? 5:30.
Still have a foundational objection, and that is the date of that,
The dates are not indicated.
Do ask a foundational question.
I did already. The first one's in April of 1985, and the second one, you know the
This
second
one, just this one in particular.
Okay, do you know when the second one was? May I approach her?
Ladies and gentlemen, be seated. Mr. Cochran, you may conclude for the day.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. May I ask a couple of foundation questions, and we'll play it? Mr. McKinney, Mr. Furman said, we have no niggers where I grew up. I think you've indicated that was in the early part of 1985?
Yes.
All right. And the statement about prison and 6'5" people, when was that?
That was approximately the same time, later in that month of April or possibly in the beginning of May
Of 1985?
of 1985, yes.
All right, Mr. Harris, are you ready? All right, let's start with the one that does not have a tape. Hold that there. In the course of the times that you interviewed this man, did you find out where he had grown up?
In Washington State.
Was this discussion come about during the discussion where he actually grew up and lived?
Yes.
Is that an accurate statement, ma'am?
Yes.
They don't do anything. They don't go out and initiate contact. They just kind of perfect perception or compromise.
You recognize the voice of the person who was saying they don't do anything, they don't go out there and initiate a contact? Some 6'5" nigger has been in prison for 7 years pumping weights. Who said that?
Officer Mark Furman,
When did he say that?
in April or early May of 1985.
And that was his voice? Is that right?
Yes,
No doubt about it?
no doubt about it.
Perhaps you could point to the place, Your Honor. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the day at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ms. McKinney, you may step down. You're ordered to come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
All right. Also, Deputy Bashmakian, would you collect all of the tape transcripts? May I ask the jurors to pass that all down? All right, let me see counsel without the court reporter, please.
Please declare report.